Well, good morning, and it is just about good morning, and welcome to a nice and sunny Silverstone. A little bit chilly in the air, but if you stay in the sun, it's nice and warm. As you can probably hear, and as you'll soon see beside me, or behind me I should say, we've got the Classic Sports Car Club coming up today. We've got one race just before lunch, a 40-minute race coming up for you, and they should be just about approaching me. I've got to watch my back actually, just to make sure everyone behaves themselves coming through. But as you can see, cars are making their way to the grid spots now and making their way for the first race of the day. I'm thoroughly looking forward to it, and as we see all these cars come through, lots of Hondas, Honda Civics as well, passing their way through. A little Peugeot as well there as well. That number 58 passing its way through. Miles Mosley in that lovely Pug Sport Racing Peugeot there, and I'm looking forward to getting this racing day underway as we've got the front row just taking their stance there. Looking forward to this. This first race of the day is the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops, and it's a very packed out grid, nearly 30 cars ready to take the race proceedings start. And yeah, you can see there's the number 16 car making its way just about starting to grid up of Terry Upton in that Ford Fiesta ST as it passes its way through. And yeah, I think hopefully I don't cause a little bit of mayhem, I should say, on the grid with me just standing here. But I just about see there is a number 19, which is the number with a Renault Clio that's coming through. That's a car that had a little bit of wars at the moment. Its bonnet came up under safety car in the qualifying session. They've taped it down, then they had further issues other than that. But they seem to have got the car up and running as they're hopefully looking to get themselves underway. With that though, I guess it's time for me to stop rabbiting on about the intro of the day and hand over to our commentary team for the day of Chris Buxton and Paul Truswell.
Thanks, Kieran. Great to have your introduction down there, right as you say, in amongst the cars. The ones up at the front we'll just talk about briefly. On pole position, car number 86 is car number 86 is the car of Nigel Ainge and Danny Kassar. Alongside him, or that car on the front row of the grid, is Manoj Patel in the Honda Civic. So it's the Integra on pole and the Honda Civic alongside him on the front row of the grid, the silver car with the yellow front. Then on the second row of the grid we've got car number 56, the Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown, and the number 6 Honda Integra of Russell Hurd. The third row of the grid is car number 30, the Integra of Gary Barlow, and then alongside him is the yellow and black car of Alfie Jones, the Civic. That's car number 36. On the fourth row, number 14 is Steve Papworth with his Civic, and alongside him, car number 234 is James Wilson with the Peugeot 206. Fifth row, number 58 is Miles Mosley with his Peugeot. That's a 306 Rally, and then alongside him is car number 77, Mark and Lewis Alexander Williams. Not quite sure which order they'll be going in, but Kieran will keep us advise of any information that he's got. That's the Citroen Saxo then leading its class in Class F, and then also leading its Class E, is car number 98, David Bellamy, as the cars head off on their green flag lap. This is the final reconnaissance lap. No, this is not the race, this is the final green flag lap, and the final opportunity for the drivers to see the conditions as they are at the moment. 31 of them scheduled to be on the grid then, and they're heading now through Cops Corner up towards the site for the first time of Chris Buxton.
Yes, good morning, just about. The field are now just heading towards me. I am positioned at Maggott and Aintree. Of course, we're not using the full Grand Prix layout this year. We did last year for the first time in the club's history. But now the field turning right just after Maggott. Just coming past me now are the Ainge Kassar, number 86, leading the way with Manoj Patel winning here last year in that Civic, so looking to do well. Then Adam Brown and Russell Hurd right behind as the field continues to stream past me. It won't be long before they're back out of my sight, heading down towards Brooklands and back into your sight, Paul. But we have a great mixture of cars in this particular field. It is quite a few usual suspects, the Honda Integra, the Honda Civics, the Fiestas and Clios. We do have Carl Foster in his Lotus Cortina, a little bit, we were saying during qualifying, a little bit kind of fish out of water almost. But it's great to see that he's out there as well. We really cannot wait for a wonderful weekend's racing here at the Classic Sports Car Club.
Yeah, so the field makes their way round Luffield, and very gently, nice, slow warming up lap. Don't quite know if it's quite warm enough to warm everything up, but they'll be trying to get some heat into the tyres. Temperatures chilly, as Kieran no doubt will tell you out there, but bright sunshine. So where the track, as I say, is in the sunshine, then it'll be getting quite comfortably warm indeed then, as the pale blue and white Honda Integra there, Nigel Ames and Danny Kazar taking up position on the front row of the grid. Do we know it's going to be, we suggested it was going to be Nigel Ames doing the driving in that car, let's assume so.
It's his car, and Danny Kazar is generally deemed to be the quicker one, so usually it's Danny that takes over, but I don't have the starting drivers.
Right, so we'll take an assumption on it being Nigel Ames starting, and as I say, the pale blue front and the white sides to the Honda Integra, the silver and yellow Honda Civic of Manoj Patel alongside him, and then on the second row Adam Brown waving the flag for forward with the almost works coloured car there as somebody comes into the pits right at the back of the grid. Didn't quite see who that was, but one of the cars from the grid, not starting from the grid, starting from the back of the grid, starting from the very back of the grid, is going to be James Slater, who didn't do any laps in practice, waiting for the red lights to come on. Then the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. The red lights are now on, waiting for them to go out, and they do now, and it's a good start from the pole position man. Nigel Ames then gets it nicely off the line, going with him. Manoj Patel trying to make the best of the inside line, and he may well do it. In fact, I think he has done it. So Manoj Patel then from the second slot on the grid, the inside slot on the grid, takes the lead as they head up towards Beckett's for the first time.
Here they come then. Patel leads from the number 86. It is all Honda affair up front, going through Maggers for the first time. Russell Hurd on the inside line of the Ainsley Kazar car, gets side by side, and they're going to be out of my side before I can see that move being concluded. Looks like everybody is making their way through.
No, there's been contact.
No, there has indeed. Number 51 has just gone off the road. That's the Clothier Merriman car. Has had to do a bit of lawn mowing. It's still going. It's now just getting back up to speed again.
Looked to me as though there was a car that had heavy damage at the front though, with wheels asunder at the front of the car. I didn't quite catch which car it was, but as they went through Maggots, it was definitely one car which is there and strikes me as it's blocking the track. Leaders though coming up to cross the line for the first time, with Manoj Patel coming under pressure from Nigel Ainge, and as they go up on the inside there, Ainge takes the advantage, goes through into the lead of the race at Copse Corner. So you've had one leader at the at Beckett's already, Chris. You'll be getting another leader this time, because it's going to be Nigel Ainge leads when they get to you this time.
And here they are again, and the number it's one of the Odell Fiestas is pulled off to the side of the road, and it is full course yellow as a result. Actually the boot's open on the Odell car as well. It was actually behind me, so I didn't initially spot it, but yeah, that is trouble that's Terry Upton's car that has come to grief. There is a significant amount of damage to the front, and strangely the boot's open, so I don't think he's going to be doing his shopping in that car anytime soon. But that has caused the first full course yellow of the day, and we'll see if that car is able to either recover itself. I would suggest not, by the amount of damage that is in the car. That is going to need recovery as a red flag. I was just thinking they're actually having to remove bits of it independent of the car, so looks like we'll have to do this all over again for the tin tops.
Yes, it had a serious amount of damage to that car, and I think it took two hits. It took a hit against one car and then went spinning through 360 degrees, and as he started pointing back in the right direction again, so he was clobbered by another car, and that car was the one that then triggered the boot to fly open. That was the way I read it off what we saw of the incident unfolding on the stream here. We've also got a fairly damaged car in the pit lane. That's the Renault Clio of Cade Banks, which has managed to make it into the pits. But again, there's a lot of damage to the right-hand side of that car.
Yeah, absolutely. massive dent in the sort of where the rear passenger door would be if it were a 5-door car, but in the meantime Cade is actually having trouble getting the car open. They're now worried about the wheel arch as well, that's overlapping the right rear tyre, and yeah, with the full race load it is absolutely digging in. I am not quite sure if Cade is going to get back out there, but he's chatting with his engineers as we speak.
Right, okay, so the car that caused it all, I would say the car that caused, not sure, but the car that was stationary in the middle of the road behind you, Chris, Terry Upton's Renault Clio, Terry Upton was in a Ford Fiesta. Ford Fiesta with damage at the front and also some kind of impact at the rear as well to pop the rear hatchback open.
So it would seem that one last final inspection, and there we go. So now all the course vehicles are moving away. We should be good to go momentarily.
In a moment. So 2 green flag laps then, just to repeat what Chris said a moment ago, but to explain that with the potential for slippery surface at Beckett's or at Maggots as you go into the braking area, and of course that's the awkward bit. You're coming through the left-handed part of Maggots, then you're trying to put the brakes on and position the car for the right-handed hairpin at Beckett's, and if there is going to be sand down there, whether it's sand, cement dust, quick dry powder that's soaking up liquid that came from the car of Terry Upton, then they do want to give them 2 opportunities to drive through that area before they actually get there for the first time on a racing lap. So we'll have 2 green flag laps. They'll come to a standstill. It'll still be a standing start, and then the race will be on. And altogether, having started the race at the first time of asking just about midday, we're not going to actually end up starting this race until about 25 or 12:30, which is a bit of a delay, and part of the reason, no doubt, why the clerk of the course has decided that the race should be shortened to a 30-minute duration rather than the originally scheduled 40 minutes. Many of the cars sitting down there on the grid with the doors open and hoping to get underway very shortly. Manoj Patel, having made the better of the 2 starts from the front row at the first time of asking, will be looking to repeat the procedure, but trying to make it stick because he was only able to lead the race for a lap. And then Nigel Ainge was back at him as they came out of Woodcote. Nigel got a very good exit to Woodcote and was up alongside and passed, really, before they got to Copse Corner at the beginning of the second lap, and that was at which point the red flag was shown with the car of Terry Upton stranded at Maggots and racing not realistically able to continue. Green flag is shown at the start-finish line. Away they go most of them. I say that advisedly because the yellow and black car of Alfie Jones, somewhat slower away there, was Adam Brown's car. And there's another car, the Lotus Cortina, won't start. Oh, bother. Marshall power is required to get the Lotus Cortina running. It's given a push, drops the clutch, won't fire, bit of smoke from the exhaust. It does fire. Cheer for the marshals as they put their hands up in jubilation through having got the Lotus Cortina started. Not the first time that a Lotus Cortina has ever been push started, I'm sure. Won't be the last time the Lotus Cortina has ever push started either. First of 2 green flag laps with you, Chris.
They are indeed. They're just turning off of Maggots now through a small cut-through part into Aintree, being led by Manoj Patel with Angie Kassar right alongside. Of course, they'll swap round in their grid positions. Of course, Manoj Patel should be starting in second, but no one's going to worry too much at this time. So this is the first green flag lap as the field continue to work their way past me. You mentioned if a slippery surface flag down at Beckett's. Well, if they've gone to Beckett's, they've gone very, very wrong, as they should be turning off at Maggots by that point. But here we go. Here comes the Cortina then. It has caught the back of the field, and they are being escorted around with one of the course vehicles right behind them, and they should be coming back into your sights momentarily, if not already there.
Just on time, yes, here they come now. Again, a fairly slow green flag lap. considering they've got 2 of these to do, you do need just to pick the pace up a little bit more. But the national circuit, at least a relatively short affair, and so yes, in fact, Manoj Patel is slowing the car. He doesn't know there's 2 green flag laps. Hasn't told him that bit. He thinks they're going to come to a stop. So gently are they bringing them round. Yes, you really need to wave them on through here, because it's a 2 green flag laps. And as I say, Manoj Patel, you said, didn't you, Chris, that Manoj was leading the way? I don't know if he's maybe just waiting for Nigel Ainge to come through and use his prerogative as pole position allows him to lead the field. But at the moment he wants to keep his friends close and his enemies closer as they come through. They almost grind to a halt. In fact, they have stopped.
Oh dear.
Why do these messages not get through? So they've stopped. Now what are you going to do? Green flag's being waved, and away they go for the second green flag lap. Oh dear.
As far as I know, they don't have to stop in between each green flag lap.
Right, no, you're right. It's racing drivers, Chris.
They're very good at the going fast bit. It's the going slow bit they need reminding of sometimes.
It's reading instructions and then following.
Those supplementary regulations are there for a reason.
Yes. Box this lap, box this lap. What, this lap or next lap? This lap, box this lap. No, I'll come in next time. Oh dear. I've run out of fuel, what shall I do? Yes. As I say, racing drivers. So they're coming up towards you for the second time of asking. And
Manoj Patel is back in front again.
Yes, well,
he's wanted to really pick up where he left off. He's I was here before. I want to get back into this spot. But as long as they, of course, and now he's slowing down, letting them catch up with him again. Now these even though the track temperature will start to rise a little bit, the air temperature is still fairly cool.
Fresh.
So yes, indeed. So they will need to work these tyres, and it doesn't really matter how much they work them. They'll work the brakes as well to warm the wheel hub up, which again will heat soak into the tyres. They won't be at full racing temperature before they've done a lap or 2, so they do have to be careful. And I just wanted, there we go, the number 27, James Slater. He's probably getting frustrated at the back, because he knows that the pace of the car is far more than where his starting position will belie. But sadly, with his difficulties in qualifying, he had to do 3 time laps with the turbo tin tops category. That's where he was allowed to do his requisite 3 laps, and then allowed to start at the back of the field. At least he was able to continue the race today.
yes, absolutely. So coming through again, and as I say, I think James is going to be able to do some overtaking from where he is. And the question really is how much overtaking he's going to be able to do. We're still showing 30 minutes to go, 10 minutes of racing, as I say, and then 10 minutes in the pits. Nigel Ainge brings the Integra then through and up onto pole position, the outside line being pole position here on the Silverstone National Circuit. Alongside him, Manoj Patel there will come into second place. Then on the second row, we've got Adam Brown and Russell Hurd, the Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown, and then Russell Hurd's Integra Type R. And then it's Gary Barlow and Alfie Jones next up on the third row of the grid. They're now in position, stationary. Up into position now on the fourth row is Steve Papworth with his Civic and James Wilson's Peugeot 206. The rest of the field still taking up the positions at the back of the grid. The green flag is being prepared at the back of the grid to indicate to the front of the grid that the red lights can be switched on. Green flag waves at the back. Red lights then can be switched on, and then they'll go out, and we'll have the race underway for the second time of asking for the Coord Sport Tin Tops race. It's a very quick flash from red to out, and away they go, and that caught pole position man Nigel Ainge napping just a little bit, I fancy, and once again Manoj Patel has gone through into the lead. And you know what, I reckon Adam Brown might have even, or was it Russell Hurd? It might have even been Russell Hurd sneaking up to second place. I'll let you sort that one out, Chris, but Nigel Ainge certainly got napping with the lights went out.
Oh, Russell Hurd is actually challenging for the lead on the outside line of Maggots. Manoj Patel was a little bit cautious coming into the braking zone. Now on the outside line is indeed Adam Brown. So where on earth is the 86 gone? He's down behind Alfie Jones. That's a horrendous start for the number 86, but it is still running. James Slater is storming through the field. He's right up in the midfield pack, so he's had an excellent restart this time around. And they're now going to be screaming back up to your site, Paul.
Yes, down into Brooklands, the left-hander, and then turning through Ruffield. And of course, this is the time when Russell Hurd is going to try and make good his escape, while the cars, potentially quicker cars behind him, sort themselves out. So Hurd goes through, comfortable lead for him. In second place goes the Ford Fiesta, Adam Brown. So the whole second row coming through first and second. In third place comes up Gary Barlow from the third row of the grid. Fourth place is Nigel Ainge. In fifth place is number 36, Alfie Jones. In seventh place, number 14, is Steve Patworth. And he was in sixth place, I beg his pardon. And in seventh place is number 234, James Wilson. Leaders with you.
Yeah,
Into the pits is 112. Into the pits then is Manoj Patel.
Yeah, Patel is in. Patel is in, and I'll throw the gloves for one of the team members. He's brought the car in. We'll get to see Manoj Patel shaking his head. That might be a huge problem. I'll report back when I get more info. The engine is off though.
Oh, terrible! That was the race-winning car from last year on this race circuit. That's a great shame for Manoj Patel. He's a regular podium scorer in that particular car the more it's developed, so that's a huge shame for him as they've come back through my site and back up towards you, Paul.
Yes, and the leader opening up his lead very comfortably indeed at the moment. Russell Hurd then has opened the gap to 2.8 seconds between himself and Adam Brown in second place. In third place is Gary Barlow. Fourth place is Nigel Ainge. Fifth place is Alfie Jones. In sixth place, Stephen Patworth. In seventh place is James Wilson, 234, and in eighth place, car number 113, is the car of Stephen Reynolds.
Yes, 112, Manoj Patel. They're tightening up the front wheels. Manoj Patel's fired up the engine again. He's been given the get-go, and away he goes.
So just tightening up the front wheels, but Manoj Patel there already a lap behind the rest of the field. Chris.
A great shame, yeah. Russell Hurd is continuing to build on the lead as we've got lots of fighting going on throughout the field, just coming past my position here at Aintree. Everybody's staying fairly well behaved at the moment here. Russell Hurd is doing a storming job. It's been a while since he's been on the top step of the podium, but he certainly starts to need to go on. Adam Brown is doing his best to fend off the advances of Gary Barlow.
Yes, 2.8 seconds it was at the end of 2 laps, 4.2 seconds at the end of 3 laps. So Russell Hurd, yes, certainly stretching his legs and making hay while the sun shines. Positions behind him stay the same, with Gary Barlow behind. Sorry, it's Adam Brown behind him in second place. Nigel Ainge in fourth place. In fifth place is Alfie Jones. In sixth place, Steve Patworth. So no change behind there, but Russell Hurd have already probably gone and passed you, Chris.
There they have indeed. They're back up towards you. Great fight going off a 10th position with the number 98 Bellamy car that's fending off the advances of the Alexander Williamses in the Saxo. Right behind them is Miles Mosley. So a wonderful three-way fight there for the Peugeots and the Citroën. Oh, we've got trouble. We've got a car pulling off here. It's the number 19 car that's pulling off. That's the Channing and Dye car that had difficulty in qualifying, and there goes Manoj Patel absolutely gunning it to make up for lost time. The number 90 car is pulling off, and it's under its own power, at least it is getting off the track. So a retirement for Lee Channing and Wayne Dye.
Yeah, that was a car that had the bonnet pop open, wasn't it, in the qualifying session? So I don't see why that would be a reason to retire, although maybe that he's just afraid of it popping up again and obscuring his vision.
Well, the bonnet appears to be in the correct shape, so it would seem to be some kind of mechanical issue for the number 19.
It was a further mechanical issue. They had a problem with the brakes in qualifying as well. They changed over the front brakes in the hopes that they would fix the problem. But as you say, Chris, if they're trying to crawl around and back to the pits, then that might be the end of the day for them.
Yeah, so that car, as Chris said, behind the wall out of the race. The lead 5 seconds, probably already past you, Chris, for the 5th time.
Yes, indeed. it's difficult for me to know where to look. There's cars all over the place, which is again a wonderful problem to have, and again it's very indicative of the eclectic mixture we enjoy at the Classic Sports Car Club. Just coming past me now, Manoj Patel getting past the 177. That's Catherine Henderson. A car she usually shares with Alan Tice, her father, who we also see in a Marcos. I'm not sure if Alan is here this weekend, but Manoj Patel trying to make up for lost time.
But he is a lap behind, unfortunately.
Sadly so, yes.
So Russell Hurd, still continues to extend his advantage. He did a 1 minute 4.6 on the previous lap, leads the race now by 6 seconds, and then a further 2.6 seconds back from Adam Brown is Nigel Ainge in third place, Gary Barlow fourth, and then in fifth place Alfie Jones.
Indeed, yeah, the Ainge Kazar car has managed to get past Gary Barlow in the court. Oh, it was on the previous lap, but they're still very, very close together, the 86 and 30 cars. And I'm keeping an eye on the Bellamy number 98, now being joined by Nick Mellon, the 205 Peugeot, continuing to squabble for their particular bit of tarmac. As Manoj Patel now sizing up the number 45 car. That's Alan Wilshire, again dispatching of that fairly quickly. A day of frustration, sadly, for Manoj Patel.
Yes, top five already having gone past me. The leader up with you this time. Still Russell Hurd in that pristine white Honda Integra. Doesn't look like anybody's going to get close to him. He's just continuing to go further and further away from the competition.
Yeah, his lap times are some distance ahead of what Adam Brown is able to do. Now that Nigel Ainge, again we assume it's Nigel Ainge that started the car, he tends to do so, handing over to Danny Qatar in the second part of the race. He has now opened up a bit of a gap between himself and Gary Barlow, the number 30 Integra, not able to keep on pace with the Ainge Kazar number 86. But yeah, Russell Hurd is having a stormer. It was 6.8 seconds last time over the line. I think he should be coming past just fairly soon.
Exactly past me and across the line, completing 7 laps now. Still with Adam Brown behind him in the Ford Fiesta in second place. Third place man Nigel Ainge trying to catch up, and he's certainly going more quickly than Adam Brown is. So Nigel Ainge beginning to close in, or to start to reduce the gap between himself and Adam Brown. So keep an eye on that one. 2.8 seconds it was between second and third as they went across the start-finish line.
Yeah, the Catherine Henderson is now the next one to be lapped by Russell Hurd as he's come past. Now Adam Brown is coming past my position with Nigel Ainge in hot pursuit. Looks like the gap between the Fiesta and the Honda is beginning to close. So exactly as you were saying, Paul, as he continues to press on. James Slater's just gone past me. He's now up into 6th place from having to start in last. So a storming effort there. He's gone past Alfie Jones. So James Slater's now up into 5th place from starting twice dead last.
Yes, and having a much better day of it than quite a lot of those around him. It's 8 laps now completed and a minute away from the pit stop window opening. So next time around, theoretically, they could start coming into the pits. Still the gap first to second continuing to rise. It was a better lap again there from Nigel Ainge, his best lap of the race, but reduces the gap between himself and second place man by just 0.2 of a second. So it was 2.8, it's come down to 2.6 of a second now between second and third. Gary Barlow in 4th place. 5th place, having had this remarkable race, is James Slater, up into 5th place overall, ahead of 6th place Gary Barlow. Stephen Patworth in 7th. In 8th place, car number 113 is Steve Reynolds, and then in 9th place, car number 234, James Wilson.
Yeah, James Wilson's just gone past me. He's challenging the Reynolds and Ridgeon car. Wonderful battle there for 8th place. Just a couple of tenths apart last time they came over the line. Now just coming past me, Miles Mosley in the 58 car is the next to be challenged by Manoj Patel. Still with the number 5 car, the number 5 car, the Ford car. Yeah, I knew I'd end up saying that sentence at some point. Of Andrew Rollison, who's very much on his own. He's somewhat outgunned in the 1360cc Ford KA, but it's great to see that, like we said earlier, the diversity of the grid is one of the huge selling points here at CSCC.
and the pit window is now open. So who's going to be one of the first to blink? We think Nigel Ainge might be early. Coming into the pits now is one of the, I won't say back markers, but car number 58, Miles Mosley, comes into the pits out of 10th place. Not many others coming in just yet. In comes the race leader, car number 6. So far from leaving stock till the end, Russell Hurd decides to come in right at the beginning of the session. He's got nobody to hand over to. Remind myself, it's as quick as you can pit stop, isn't it?
Correct, yes. For this series, it is as quick as you can.
So I just found myself on the wrong page of the notes there. So the pit stop will be very short. Kieran McGinley will probably only be able to tell us if anything goes wrong.
And also no success penalty for Russell to have to serve. So it is just the pit stop procedure. So
out of the car, close the door, open the door, get in the car, get yourself belted in, wait till your mechanic tells you it's clear to go. It was clear to go. Russell Hurd back on his way, but of course no longer in the lead of the race because that has been taken over by Adam Brown in the Ford Fiesta. All these Hondas at the front, who would have guessed that a Ford Fiesta would be leading with 12 minutes of the race gone?
Yeah, Adam Brown has enjoyed the company of that Fiesta for a few years now. He was in a Fiesta XR2 before that, which was only in 2020, so he's had that car a couple of years. But he's regularly within the top 5. He won at Thruxton this year, did Adam Brown, so he has a success penalty to serve when he comes in, so an additional 30 seconds for his stop. But it is so far so good at this end of the circuit.
Yeah, a few more coming in now. Alan Walker, car number 133. I think 30 is in as well. So Nigel Ainge is in to the pits, as is number 155, and that is Thomas Spencer to hand over, I'm guessing, assuming they've written their names in the right order, to Paul Anderson, to driver number 2. And so 155 is in, but and with now behind the wheel of the car which, remember, started on pole position, car number 86, Danny Kazar, possibly the quickest driver in the race. We'll see where he resumes with respect to the erstwhile leader, Russell Hurd, who, as I say, is dropping down as a result of having made his pit stop as early as he did.
Very, very true. Just coming past me, the Reynolds Origin car still fending off the advances of James Wilson in the number 234. Usually shares that car with Tony Wilson, but James flying solo in that one. Russell Hurd is now starting to get back into the rhythm of things. He's just gone past me. And I've got a strange bit of almost empty track. It's all fairly quiet down here. That's
I can only imagine that's because the pit lane has suddenly got a bit full. Kieran, what's going on with you? Don't know, he says. So Adam Brown is in the pit lane. That's the Ford Fiesta number 56 that was in the lead of the race. Nigel Ainge is still in the pits there, waiting to hand the car over to Danny Kassar. I've got a screen here somewhere that tells me what the last pit stop time is, but it's a question of finding the right remote control unit and then changing to...
All the buttons you have available to you, Paul.
Far more than I deserve, I have to say, but it does tell me how long the leading runners actually spent in the pits. So Russell Hurd, I can tell you, in the pits for 52 seconds. Miles Mosley was in the pits for 67 seconds, and James Slater, who's already made his pit stop, remember, car number 27 right from the back of the grid, James Slater 55 seconds. So Russell Hurd, it was a quick pit stop from him, 52 seconds. What I'm waiting for is for the car of Nigel Ainge and Danny Kassar to come through at the end of this lap, and then my screen will tell me what its pit stop time was, and then we'll be able to have a little idea as to whether Danny Kassar is on the chase or whether he leads the race. Pit stop window still open for another 5 minutes.
Adam Brown got a little bit snarled up behind the 133 car. That's Alan Walker. Alan has the unusual distinction. He was previously seen in a Renault Twingo, of all things. It's certainly the only time I've seen one of those in racing, guys. He's now out in the pint-size racing, as it's called, the Honda Integra DC2.
Remember seeing a Renault Twingo as a safety car at a race at Zolder at Belgium once. Most bizarre situation. A field of GT cars were behind it, and this funny little Renault Twingo leading the way with the safety. Unbelievable. Anyway, it was a disastrous pit stop for Danny Kazar. Nigel Ainge and Danny Kazar, I don't know what went wrong, but car number 86, their pit stop was nearly 2 minutes, 1 minute and 57 seconds. Now compare that with the time that Russell Hurd spent in the pits. That was just 52 seconds. They did have a penalty.
They had a success. They had 60 seconds because they won at Brands and at Donington Park.
Okay, so that would be why.
Yes, so that's why their pit stop was distinctly longer.
Yeah.
So when they have those penalties to serve, it doesn't really serve them to rush too much on their pit stop because they're going to be in there longer anyway. Yes,
exactly. And sorry for getting slightly over dramatic then. So it was a 1:57 though, which did seem like a long pit stop. But Danny Kazar then just done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute and 3.662 seconds for Danny Kazar, 12th place at the moment, 13 minutes of the race still to go. And we're just letting the pit stop window effect cycle round, and then we're going to have Russell Hurd back in the lead of this race. But as you were saying, no pit stop penalty to serve for Russell. He's looking in very good shape indeed, and his most likely competition, I reckon, Chris, is going to be coming from James Slater with that Honda Civic that started right at the back of the grid. He must be wondering what he could have done if he'd started at the front.
The good old what-if scenario. So everybody except car number 70, as far as I can see, which is Chris Waltonspool, has been in the pit lane from what I can see.
I'll go along with that.
I can't see the number 70 car from here, so I'm assuming he's coming in. At some point, I hadn't actually realised until just now that we've lost the number 77, the Alexander Williams Saxo. I'm assuming that pulled off into the pits because I can't see. There hasn't been any indication of yellow flags down this side.
No, it's got a triangle against it, which indicates it stopped on the circuit. It would have a little gear cog if it stopped in the pits. So,
that is one we've lost at some point.
Yeah.
And another one in the. So we've got a couple of people in the pits. Manoj Patel in the pits again. So that's the second time
it
he's come in. Yeah. So. More trouble potentially for of course, because he pitted outside the pit window.
That's it. That's his actual scheduled stop within the window. He pitted earlier because of those front wheel issues.
Good spot there, Kieran. Another one, Chris Herwood is in the pits at the moment, the number 21 car, along with the 20 car, which is Reece Page in the Mini. So I think that's, and there we go, and there's Waltonspool in the pits. So that is everybody now having served their pits.
And Danny Kazar going great guns in the number 86 Honda Integra, still the fastest man out there. Not quite going quicker on that last lap, but his previous lap was the best lap of the race, a 1 minute 2.944, and he is now 12 seconds away from the race leader. So actually that's not true, is it? No, he's more than that. He's 12 seconds behind the car in front of him. It's more like a minute behind the race leader, which would be befitting his minute penalty on the pit stop. Russell Hurd leads the race though by nearly 30 seconds, 28.0 between Russell Hurd and James Slater in second place. In third place, a further 15 seconds behind, is Adam Brown. In fourth place is Gary Barlow. He's just 3 seconds behind. And then in fifth place is number 234, James Wilson, just waiting for him to come past now. Here he comes. James Wilson now comes through 10 seconds, nearly 11 seconds behind the car in front of him. And those 5 cars are the only cars on the lead lap. Danny Kazar is actually a lap off the lead lap.
Just an update from the pit lane. You'll have seen the number 21 is in the pit lane, and it will stay there. Herwood brought the car in, that number 21 machine, because it started misfiring at 5,000. He had trouble getting away, it kept bogging down, and he's decided to retire the car to try and save every piece of it. So that's the number 21 retired from the race.
It's not been a good day for the Odell squad. That's another one of the Odell cars that has hit trouble. So sadly, the end of the race for Chris Herwood. Fastest car on track. Wow, that I would imagine that is Danny Kazar that is out there. 102.944, quicker by about 1.5 seconds over anyone else That's the 86 car
Yes.
that is clawing away quite enthusiastically at the gap between yourself and James Wilson at the moment.
Yes, he's not actually that far away. In fact, he's just got himself past, so they're on the same lap now. They were a lap behind, so Danny Cassar has just got himself past Russell Hurd on the road, and that takes him on to the same lap as the race leader. So I did say it was 5 cars on the lead lap. It's now 6 cars on the lead lap, as Danny Cassar, as you say, driving the wheels off that Honda Integral, trying to make up for his extra minute in the pits. And as I say, he is just about a minute and 3 seconds behind the race leader. So that just about is exactly the time he lost in the pit lane.
He danced past James Wilson, so James didn't really offer any particular resistance. You know realistically who you're in a battle with, and when you've got someone with the experience and proven race record behind you, such as Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar, you know when you've been outgunned.
Yeah, well, yes, quite. But you can just make your car a little bit wider to make it a little bit more difficult for the guy to get past. But your point is well made. 8 minutes and a quarter still to go of this 30-minute, slightly shortened race. Russell Hurd leading the way still then from James Slater with the Honda Civic in second place. Just looking for where James is. Here he comes now. So he's quite a long way behind. So it's a comfortable margin for Russell in the lead of the race. At 28 seconds, it's pretty much exactly the same as it was before. 1 minute 5.2 for the race leader, 1 minute 5.6 for the second place man. Adam Brown comes through in third place with his Ford Fiesta, coming through now, and then it will be Gary Barlow in fourth place. Another pit caller is number 112, again Manoj Patel. Further problems for Patel. Manoj Patel then into the pits for his third stop and his second unscheduled stop.
Oh, tragedy there again. So let's see if Kieran's able to catch up with what's gone on there. Another car that seems to have disappeared from sight, the 205, Peugeot 205. That's Nick Mellor. He was due to share that car with John White. We hadn't seen that car for 321. We saw it at Donington, where it was almost inside the top 10, but that sadly has disappeared into the wilderness somewhere. Also, it was a shame, Manoj Patel was making great guns. He was almost back inside the top 10, having been through the pits twice already up to that point. So whatever's gone wrong is more than likely going to spell the end for the 112 car.
It's gone wrong and got worse, hasn't it? So yes, having had a very good start, and as I say, it wasn't quite the start that we expected. Russell Hurd absolutely on the money at the start and has been on the money ever since. It was a quick pit stop for him, came in right at the start of the window, got the pit stop out of the way, worked his way back to the front of the field. There he goes again across the start finish line, now completing 21 laps, and his lead still around 30 seconds over James Slater, who lost a couple of seconds on that previous lap. May well be that the tyres on his Honda Civic just beginning to cry enough, but I don't think he's in any danger of being caught by Adam Brown. Still 5 minutes and a bit to go in the race. We're just waiting for the Honda Civic. There he comes now, James Slater, then coming through in second place, and then Adam Brown with the third place car now coming into sight with the blue and white Ford Fiesta. Here he is coming through in third place. Leader having already gone past you, but you should have James Slater with you, Chris.
I've got plenty of cars around me. Gone off the road. That's the number 14 car. That's the Honda of Steve Patworth. I think he got slightly caught up there, trying to get around one of the, I think it's the Fiestas. Just had to run a little bit wide, but a quick bounce off the grass, and he is back underway. Here comes Adam Brown coming past me, along with Gary Barlow, and I would imagine right behind him, is Danny Cassar, just getting past Carl Foster's Lotus Cortina, and that gap has been shrinking at a rate of knots. So fourth is looking pretty promising for the number 86.
Yes, it's certainly within range, isn't it? Lapping 3 seconds quicker than the car in front of him on the previous lap. In fact, I used to say he might not squeeze a podium position out of this yet, because ahead of Gary Barlow, Adam Brown is only a further 6 seconds up the road. So he's certainly within stomping range. Adam Brown goes through now, waiting for... there goes, in fact, Danny Cassar is already through into third place. No, he's not quite, he's just on the tail. So Gary Barlow's still there in fourth place, but he may well overtake him when he gets to Ewart Beckett's this time. Look out, Gary Barlow, Danny Cassar absolutely together.
And there they are, yeah, Barlow's still ahead at the moment. He had a very scary moment at Snetterton, I think it was last year, where he actually got airborne, all four wheels off the ground, and a good exit from Maggots for the number 86 car, and dispatches of Gary Barlow without too much incident. There wasn't really any way for Gary to be able to block that along the Wellington Straight, so that is now fourth for the Ainge Cassar car.
Yes, and 7... Sorry, go ahead, Kieran.
Yeah, just an update on Manoj Patel, just a quick one, won't take much of your time. That 1-1-2, yeah, he's brought the car in because of fuel concerns. He wasn't going to have enough fuel to finish the race, so he's brought the car in before that happens. But yeah, it's been a day or race for him to rather forget, but he holds his hands up and says it was all me.
Well, I would say so, because how did he know that the race was going to be shortened to 30 minutes? And if he's worried about the race fuel lasting for 30 minutes, then that seems very odd to me. But anyway, leader goes through again. Still Russell Hurd in absolute command of the situation. I'm looking down though to third place, where Adam Brown in number 56 Ford Fiesta is being closed upon by Danny Cassar in the 86 Honda Integra, and the gap between them being shown on the screen at the moment is 5.4 seconds. The difference in lap time, something like 3 seconds. 2.5 minutes remain on the clock. This is going to be a Silverstone type finish for third place as they come out of Woodcote then for this. They're on their 25th lap at the moment. And where's Adam Brown's Fiesta flashing his lights as he comes out of Luffield, crossing the line now. He knows he's got the Honda Integra behind him, closing, but he's not with him yet across the start-finish line. Goes Danny Cassar, the leaders heading up towards Beckett's and into the sight of Chris Buxton.
Yeah, that they are, and together they are. Also, just realised it's James Slater from starting last. He's in second and looks set to stay there. Here comes,
yeah, absolutely. Great
that's
run.
an awesome run from him. Now then, Danny Cassar should dispatch on the 51 car, which is the Claudia Merriman car. With comparative ease. Yep, there is nothing but fresh air now in between Adam Brown and Danny Cassar. That's going to be a difficult car to guard against.
With 1 lap to go at the end of this one, so they're not on the last lap yet, but they will be at the end of this one. So 1 lap to go at the end of the one we're on. We're on the 26th lap at the moment, and here comes Danny Cassar trying to close in on Adam Brown as they come through. He goes past him as they come out of Woodcote, so takes not the lead, but takes third place away. So into third place is Danny Cassar. He managed to do it just before they reached the start-finish line. Now, is anything else going to be on the table for Danny Cassar? I rather think not. James Slater, having had such a good race, as you said there, Chris, right from the back of the grid, he'd made up good ground, did all the work, it has to be said, in the first half of the race, and got himself into second. And after that, he's lost a little bit of ground from the race leader, but has stayed within 35 seconds of the race leader. Last lap they're on.
Adam Brown is doing what he can to stay on the coattails of Danny Cassar, which is, considering that the lap time pace that Danny Cassar had, that is a very, very difficult feat to achieve, but he's doing his best to try and hang on in there. But yeah, I would imagine, as far as progress for anybody else, that is, the racing order is pretty much concluded as the timer has hit 0. The checkered flag doth await Russell Hurd.
Yes, and it's been an absolute copybook picture race for Russell Hurd. The third place battle just going across the line now, and it's not really a battle anymore because Danny Cassar has got himself well and truly into third place, already 1.8 seconds clear of Adam Brown, who's fourth. There's the race leader though, there's the checkered flag, there's Russell Hurd winning the first race of the day for the CSCC Silverstone Spectacular here at Silverstone, the Coord Sport Tin Tops. Russell Hurd, a commanding victory by him, got it away like a scalded cat at the start, moved away, continued to lead, made his pit stop very early on in the pit stop window. That went swimmingly, 52 seconds, and he was back on his way again, and all that was left for the rest was to huff and puff into their sweatbands, because James Slater came all the way up from the back of the grid, coming through now. 33 seconds adrift is all he finishes at the back there. So James Slater, his pit stop, a 55-second affair, so a slightly longer pit stop. But then third place, making up for a 1 minute penalty effectively with the longer pit stop for Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar. Give credit to both of them, but Danny Cassar really the hero of the second part of the race, dragging the car back into third place in the end, 48 seconds behind Russell Hurd's car. And of course that means that had it not been for that 1 minute extra spent in the pits, then we might be talking about a very different result to the one that we are talking about. But the regulations are so written to keep things equal and to stop anybody running away and winning all the races and taking away all the silverware. Danny Cassar, Nigel Ainge then penalised by a minute and staying in the pits for that extra time, finishing 48 seconds behind as the final podium finisher. In fourth place was Adam Brown with the Ford Fiesta ST Turbo. In fifth place, number 30, Gary Barlow with his Honda Integra Type R. In sixth place, car number 234, was James Wilson with the Peugeot 206. In seventh place, car number 14, Stephen Patworth with his Honda Civic. In eighth place, car number 58, Miles Mosley with the Peugeot 306. In ninth place, car number 36, Alfie Jones with his Honda Civic Type R. And rounding out the top 10, car number 113, the combined efforts of Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon, had a fairly uneventful race of it, but finished in 10th place with their Renault Clio. Well done to all of them. The other class winners, incidentally, were number 133, which won his class, the Honda Integra of Alan Walker. Car number 98, David Bellamy with the Peugeot 106, won his class. And then the other class winner was car number 5, Andrew Rollison with his Ford KA. So those were the race winners, the class winners. We now move into the lunch break, but before we dig out the sandwiches too much, hopefully we're going to be able to hear from the race winner and Kieran McGinley, who is down there with them. And Kieran has got himself on the wrong side of the car.
He's running away from me.
He thought it's a right-hand drive, Kieran.
Me. I thought so. No, thank you very much, Paul. I will try and have a chat to Russell Hurd. I was just having a look at the big tyre mark on the left-hand side of the car. Russell, I mean, what a day for you. From the back all the way to the front. I mean, talk us through it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Car was mega. I had problems in qualifying with a flat tyre. With some new tyres on it, actually went round on rails. It was brilliant, epic. Couldn't have done it without my mate, Andy. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Smile on your face, bit of a mark on the left-hand side. Talk us through that.
We had, Adam and I had a little coming together on the first corner. It's just his tyre, so no damage done. It will polish out, I'm sure. Likewise with his, so no hard feelings. It's one of those, isn't it?
I mean, a big smile on your face. I mean, from the back, we can't say that enough.
No, not quite fourth. We started fourth, so not quite from the back, but we did it at first start and got to the front, and second start got to the front, so car was brilliant. Brilliant.
Brilliant stuff. Russell, congratulations. Enjoy your victory today. Let's see if we can grab second place in that race then, which was James Slater. James, come over here.
He did come from the back.
He did come from the back. That's right. I got it mixed up. Don't worry. James, congratulations. From the back to second place. I got it right. Don't worry. James, talk us through that. That was a hectic race.
Well, it was a hectic start to the race. We were fitting brake hoses like 5 minutes before the grid, so it was because of the incident in qualifying. So yeah, that was. I'm surprised I'm here. So that's good. It was a good race.
Yeah, talk about keeping your head cool in that scenario. Not only was it a fractured start, but then you had to try and face your way through the field. I mean, how was that out there?
Yeah, there's some good overtaking fun there. Definitely some overtaking practice. That was great fun.
How is the national circuit with this machine behind you?
It's challenging. Yeah, there's some really tight turns. But yeah, great track. Love it.
Yeah, from the back though, so congratulations on your second place. Enjoy it. Fantastic. Well done. Smile on the face of James Slater there. Let's have a chat to our third place driver then in Danny Kassar. Danny, from a difficult position, but you managed to wrang your way up to third place on the final lap. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, well, we knew we had a minute. It was going to be tough in a 40-minute race. So when we had the unfortunate incident that cut it down, it was always going to be difficult to make it up. I was surprised, to be honest, that we got back as far as we did. But Nigel's stint at the beginning kept us in the hunt, and yeah, then it's just go as hard as you can till the checker comes out.
Hard as you can, I like that. And Nigel, I want to come to you because that was a slightly fractured start. Obviously, we had the red flag on lap 1. What was it like in the cockpit there? Just originally 40-minute race, cut down to 30. What's going through your mind there?
Oh, well, you're thinking to yourself, we haven't got much time to make it that minute. But there's always a chance in racing, so you never know.
Well, congratulations to you both in your third place, and go and enjoy your podium. Congratulations. And of course, that means then that after that first race, it brings us to our the lunch break. When we come back, more racing action, 4 more races to come. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back with you very soon. Well, welcome back. Hopefully you've enjoyed your lunch break. I certainly did as well. We've got some more racing action for you. 4 races coming up, and first off will be the Gold Art Magnificent Sevens. And take nothing away, they are magnificent machines. They'll be making their way towards the grid just to my right-hand side as we make our way through, and hopefully we're in for a good bit of racing. 40 minutes with that mandatory pit stop window, of course, makes it all the better. Hopefully you'll enjoy it as well, as I will hand over to our commentary team very, very shortly. In the meantime, let's have some good racing action with Chris Buxton and Paul Truswell.
Thanks very much, Kieran McGinley down there, bright and early, as indeed I suggested we were going to have to be. The grid being put into formation then. One of the smaller grids, they may be magnificent in quality, not quite so many as we've had in some of the other categories, but nevertheless a good race in prospect, a good long race in prospect as well for these sevens. Nearly all of them caterhams of one variety or another, racing in various classes according to the Classic Sports Car Club rules and regulations. The Caterham sevens there in 2 groups, with the classes D, E, F, G, H and I, most of the cars in class F, which are with a power output up to 260 brake horsepower, and anything under 230 brake horsepower, which includes the Caterham 420, gets put into class E. The 420R, interestingly, gets put into class D. And if you've modified them, then you have a little bit more opportunity to go into a different class. And we do have a gap. I was about to just go through who was on the grid, but one of our Tim Davises is not there. Tim Davis, car number 80, is not there, although number 23, Tim Davies, on the third row of the grid is there. The front row of the grid should be shared between Jeremy Adams and Robert Singleton. The cars head off on their final warming up lap. As I say, we're well early. I hope back in position already is my partner in crime, Chris Buxton, up there at Beckett's.
Guilty as charged.
Good
Yes,
man,
I
well
am.
done.
I am here and ready to go. Yes, well, at least if we have lost one of the Davies-Davis combination, that'll make our life slightly easier. Although Tim Davis in the Boss Prepared number 80 does tend to be towards the sharper end. That'll give Colin Watson, our pole sitter, beg your pardon, it's not Colin Watson. I'm used
Jeremy
to Colin.
Adams.
It's Jeremy Adams, of course, and that's what I believe is a new machine for them. Jeremy Adams, Robert Singleton, the number 93 car. 2.5 litres under their right foot. I only wonder it's quick.
Yes, indeed. And if it is its baptism, then getting its baptism off on pole position. Richard Carter is alongside it on the front row of the grid in car number 42, and then Colin Watson is in number 91. He is on the outside of row 3, on row 2 in the third slot on the grid, and then, as I say, there's a gap where Tim Davis is not. Then the third row of the grid, 5th place on the grid, car number 23 is Tim Davies, and 6th on the grid, car number 89 is Bruce Wilson. It's the top 3, except I notice that Bruce Wilson was handed down a penalty and will have to start from row 4, and that elevates Dave Holroyd up onto the third row of the grid. The field then coming down into position, with pole position man Jeremy Adams taking up pole position, and then the yellow and black car of Richard Carter is alongside him. The second row, Colin Watson and a gap, and then we've got the pale blue car of Tim Davis on row 3 with Dave Holroyd alongside him, the predominantly black car. The rest of the 15 car field are all present and correct as the green flag waves at the back of the grid, and we wait for the red lights to come on at the front of the grid on the start line gantry. They do so now, and they go out now, and it's a bit of a pause there as everybody gets it into gear, and somebody who doesn't get it into gear, I think that was Colin Watson, hasn't got it away at all, and that meant that I missed who got it away in the front. It was Jeremy Adams who got it away in the lead of the field very effectively indeed. Richard Carter slots into second, but I think you're going to be missing Colin Watson when they get to you, Chris.
Yes, very much so. Colin's right at the back of the field in the, again, distinct white and orange Boss Racing Machine. 93 leads 42, 23's gone wide. That's the Davies car. Tim Davies has gone too wide. He's lost 2 positions as a result of that coming through Maggots. And then you've got
somebody else spun.
Where we had a spin? No, number 34 was a little bit.
Yes, that was Richard Green. He spun, joined by some Pascal Green, but Richard Green had a spin there. We saw on the closed circuit TV. Whilst you were pointing in the opposite direction. It's a great spot to watch from, but a very difficult space to commentate from because you have to look in all directions at once.
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not doing a very good owl impression and rotating in every single direction, but I will learn as we go. So Adam Singleton leading the way from Richard Carter. David Holroyd up into 3rd position now in the number 32 car, coming back into my sight. As Richard Carter then trying to hang on to the back of that amazing 2.5 litre machine. Then Tim Davies is fending off the advantage of Bruce Wilson in the 89 car, now up into 5th position following a penalty, as you mentioned. Charles Holroyd's up 4 places in the 35 car, so he's up into 7th place now with Colin Watson down 6. Not ideal on the number 91.
No, so a lot of changes off the grid, and as I say, it's a long enough race, 40 minutes with a pit stop, enough time for them to sort themselves out, but as I say, off the grid there's a lot of changes with some mistakes being made, but Jeremy Adams then leading the way by over a second. In fact, I would say that's probably more like a 2-second lead as he goes through. At the completion it's exactly 2 seconds, first to second. In 2nd place is Richard Carter. In 3rd place is David Holroyd. In 4th place, Tim Davies. In 5th place, car 89 is Bruce Wilson. And in 6th place, number 91, is Colin Watson, recovering from his bad start, but now up to 6th place and looking to recover still more.
Indeed, just coming past me now, starting to settle into their respective rhythms. So we do have a bit of a depleted field. Usually we see a few more of the Mag 7s than this, but either way, number 5 Carl Nairn is arguing with 188 Rob Forsdyke as they're now heading back down the straight back towards you, still side by side heading towards Brooklands End.
Yes, it's not too difficult to go side by side with a caterer. You punch this big hole in the air, but of course you actually go faster if you're going nose to tail. And at the moment it's the leader that has broken this toe at the front of the field, so Jeremy Adams, we assume it's Jeremy, if I can assign Kieran McGinley down in the pits to make sure that they are intending to hand that car over to Robert Singleton at the half distance point. The other change of driver will be in the number 34 car, and I'm guessing again there that's going to be Richard Green handing to Pascal Green. Kieran, you'll be able to confirm that for us, will you? Hopefully. I could hear something in the background. It may just be the cars going past Chris Buxton over there at Beckett's.
Me, yes indeed, as the number 89 of Wilson is still fending on the advantage of the recovering Colin Watson. Forsyth ahead of Khan then over the line, but they're still having a scrap. Then right behind them, there's very much 2 by 2 by 2 as Charles Holroyd is fending off the advance of Tim Woolman. We've got a very slow number 34. That's the green car that's crawling along the straight then, and he's pulling off. So whichever green is in there, the other one won't get to play with the toys.
Okay, so we'll try and pick that one out by a process of elimination when they come through at the end of the lap. Leaders already gone through. Still that battle going on for 5th and 6th places between Forsyth and Nairn. That's 7th and 8th places between Forsyth and Nairn, with Forsyth just holding sway. It's another improvement of position for Colin Watson on that lap. He moves up to 5th place then, ahead of Bruce Wilson, who's back to 6th.
The green car, which is actually black, but the green and green car has been pushed away pretty, I say effortlessly, but certainly fairly effectively by the marshals. Excellent job to the Orange Army once again, as the rest of the field just filtering past me and continuing on their respective battles. Number 54 car, that's the Lanyon car. Has that had difficulty somewhere? Has that looked a little bogged down coming out of Aintree? And now just coming past me is Malcolm Ashton, the 21 car, being chased, but certainly being kept company by Gavin Crawford, and then Serhi Chatterjee at the tail end of the field. Right,
we'll look out to see if there's been any changes of position. Don't think there have been. Again, looking for the it's 5 and 20 there as Carl Nairn.
Sorry to go you off, Paul, but that was Richard Carter was very sideways coming through Aintree. I've got a yellow flag or yellow light board ahead of me in the bridge, but I don't see why.
Okay, when you say ahead of you, you mean on the Wellington Straight?
Yeah, indeed, yes, I should be a little more clear.
Sorry, I just have to picture which way you're pointing.
Yes, indeed, along the Wellington Straight. The
right.
light board is there, just at the bridge. But
I wonder if that's because that's where the number 34 car came to rest, because you did say that car had stopped or slowed on the straight.
That's already off circuit, so I suspect it's after that point, so somewhere close to Lovefield, I'm assuming.
Okay, can't see anything at Lovefield, but I just wondered whether that car maybe is being pushed to a place of safety. I can see some movement at Brooklands, but no, that's just a photographer moving into position. The rest of the field, the leading group, has already gone through. We're already 6.5 minutes into the race. Jeremy Adams still leads comfortably, 2.8 seconds, his best lap of 59.533. That compares to a 58.893 that he did in qualifying this morning. A bit warmer now, so perhaps not quite so conducive to fast times. He's not being challenged, and despite that sideways moment that caught your attention on the previous lap, Richard Carter continuing in second place.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow, yes, code 60 then. So everybody must slow down. You have to take care as you slow down to code 60, because they don't want to have people slamming on the anchors. But of course, what they don't want either is for people to gain advantage under a code 60. So you have to be a little bit careful about how you do it. The reason for the code 60, I'm going to stick my neck out here, Chris, there is some debris. There's some typical Caterham debris of wheel mudguards on the Wellington Straight, and I suspect it's to give the marshals a chance to just get out onto the circuit, remove those bits of bodywork, and then we'll get this racing underway again. So it should be a fairly short code 60. We're not yet in the pit window, so no need for us to panic about early pit stops. And as I say, assuming it is a short code 60, and as I say, with if I'm right, that the code 60 is merely for the recovery of some Caterham mudguards. Have you got any Caterham mudguards, Chris? Do you need some?
I'll pass on that offer.
Okay.
But now
green.
I was just worried for a moment, because the recovery truck suddenly started right behind me. I thought he was about to come out on track, but unless it wishes to join you with the Caterhams, then I suspect we are good to get going again.
Yeah, so the screen's still showing yellow, but I promise you there are green lights flashing around the circuit, and Caterham's up to racing speed. Whereabouts are the race leaders? I think That's the race leader coming towards me now. Still Jeremy Adams with this comfortable lead. Here he goes, yes he is, across the start-finish line then, completing now 8 laps and then closing up for second place. Dan Halroyd getting quite close now to Richard Carter. That's a bit of a battle to look out for when they get to you, Chris. Half a second was all that separated them when they came past me at the beginning of this lap 9.
Yes, Holroyd Senior's son Charles is in the number 35 car, down in 10th position at the moment. Richard Carter was working very, very hard to keep the charging black number 32 behind him. Just coming past me now. That was what caught my attention earlier on when I understand erroneously interrupted you earlier, Paul, was the very, very sideways number 42 of Richard Carter. They're behaving themselves a bit more now as they head down back towards yourself.
Okay, look out as well, coming up towards you for a battle between 5 and 20. 5 Carl Nairn, 20 Tim Woodman. They're looking for 8th and 9th places. They've just swapped places, but they're side by side as they head towards you.
Yep, they are still side by side now, coming through Maggots into Aintree, and that's Tim Woodman that has managed to wrestle that 8th position away from Carl Nairn. Nicely done. And Charles Holroyd is not far behind them either, so he could get involved in that fight if they slow each other up enough too much. I know whose car the piece of debris came off of. It was Rob Forsyth, the 188 car, and we have a potentially slow car here, unless it was just getting out of the way of the leaders. Number 67 was Gavin Crawford. I'm just going to keep an eye on it because it was quite slow coming up to Maggots. I think, yeah, that car's got a problem. Number 67, as Gavin Crawford is slow, we could be in the process of losing another of our Mag 7s.
Oh dear. Mag but frag, I would say, slightly fragile Magnificent 7s. So we'll see what happens. The pit window is now open, so if they choose to come into the pits and even have something investigated, now is perhaps not a bad time to do it. The Magnificent 7's stop is a timed pit stop, and just looking down at the notes here, it's a minute and a half, isn't it? 1 minute 30 seconds, the pit stop for these cars. So that isn't as long as it's needed for a full pit stop. Here comes that slow car that you described, Chris, now coming into the pit lane. I think it's that one, number 67. Yes, it is. The orange car with the green roll cage trundling into the pits. And although this is a pit window pit stop, I think it's more serious than that.
Indeed so. Also, there's a mark next to Malcolm Ash, the number 21 car on the timing screen.
Penalty of some sort.
That's what I was wondering, whether it's, he's earned himself a penalty. I haven't seen for why the number 21 has earned the eye of the stewards. 5 and 20 continuing their argument for now 8th position, Carl Nairn, Tim Woodman.
Yes, Carl Nairn having a great race, isn't he? Always finding somebody to have a good battle with.
Oh yeah, quite right. They're just coming past me now with Charles Holroyd in hot pursuit as well. They're just trying to navigate Serhi Chatterjee in the number 33 car. He's not on the same lap as they are, but that battle is still continuing apace.
Yeah, David Holroyd still a man to look out for in my view. Lapped half a second quicker than the car in front of him that time, and he is less than half a second behind him, the car ahead of him being that of Richard Carter in second place. So this is a battle between second and third places, Richard Carter and David Holroyd, who left me. They've probably gone past you by this point.
They've just gone past me. They're actually we're back in your side momentarily, just heading on the Wellington Straight now.
Right, so as I say, that one a battle which is kind of trying to happen, and we'll see how they go through. Another pit caller, and this does look like a scheduled pit stop for that's the other Holroyd, isn't it?
Charles Holroyd, yes.
Charles, who's coming into the pits, number 35.
Indeed, so it's a 90-second pit. Before I finish my sentence, car number 21 and car number 67, so that's Gavin Crawford. Ironically, he was the guy that was slow. They've earned themselves a 1 minute penalty for excessive speed under the code 60. So they were deemed to have exceeded the 60 km/h speed limit, and they've earned themselves a 60-second penalty for doing so.
That's quite a big penalty, isn't it?
It is.
And presumably that's a penalty that they take in the pit stop, or will be added maybe to their race time.
If they've served the pit stop, it would be added to their race time at the end. Yes. But yeah, it's a 90-second timed pit stop. Also, success penalty is done differently for the Magnificent Sevens. It's done almost differently for each class, each category, in fairness. It's a 5-place grid drop for the following race, so we don't have to be looking at who's staying in the pits any longer than they need to. If they were in there a long time, they either had a problem or they didn't do the pit stop very well.
Right, understood. So thank you for making that clear. With Crawford in the pits, number 67, the penalty that matters is that one to number 21, Malcolm Ash, who is now being shown on the screens, I think including his 1-minute penalty, down in 13th place. So it's very difficult, as I was saying, with the Code 60, because you can't slow down too rapidly, but then again, if you don't slow down at all, then you're going to earn yourself one of those penalties, and it is better to err on the side of safety, I always say. Get the car down to 60 kilometres an hour as quickly and as safely as you can, and as I say, without endangering those around you.
Another battle that's forming actually is the battle for fourth. Tim Davies and Colin Watson, 23 and 91. They should be back with you now. They're very close together, only 3/10 apart last time around.
All right, look out for them when they get to us. There's 23 Tim Davies and 91 Colin Watson. They must be the next group coming up, which, yes, there they are, yeah, just separated by 4 or 5 lengths as they head underneath the Silverstone gantry down towards Copse Corner for the 15th time. 25 minutes remain on the clock. Remember, it's a 40 minute race, and at some point between now and 30 minutes you need to make your mandatory pit stop. In comes another one now. That's the orange car about to break the line. That was car number 20, which is Tim Woodman. Yeah.
I was wondering where he'd gone, because he was with Carl Nairn for a while.
He was, and now he's pitted.
Ah, that'll be where he went then.
So it's one of 4 who have pitted so far, the others being Malcolm Ash, and then Charles Holroyd, and number 67, Gavin Crawford, but that was a little bit more than the intended mandatory pit stop. There's another one going through now to make his stop. That one is a more significant one, being number 42, Richard Carter, who loses a position as he comes into the pit. So Richard Carter, out of second place, comes in for his 1.5-minute mandatory pit stop. Is Kieran there?
I am indeed.
Tell us about it.
Well, he's just really laid back, having a drink even. Tyre pressure's going on as the norm, just to make sure everything is all okay. But yeah, there's a timer in the pit, or in the cockpit I should say as well, counting down to when really he can get going again. But yeah, just everything looks normal. It looks calm in Richard Carter's cockpit at the moment.
Good, okay. We had some pretty exciting racing up with Chris Buxton a moment ago. You had 3 cars in your lap all at once.
Indeed, they've all gone past me again. Now, with the pit stop for the Magnificent Sevens, they do not have to get out if they're a solo driver, which most of our field is, except for the race leading number 93 and the now retired number 34. They don't have to get out of the car, they don't have to turn the engine off or anything like that. Because it is difficult to extricate yourself from the roll cage, they can remain in the car and with the engine running, etc. So as long as the belts stay done up, etc., they do not have to get out of the car, unlike the rest of our categories that have to go through the get out of the car, shut the door, open the door process. These things don't have doors for a start, but because of the difficulty of getting out of the car in the first place, that's why they're allowed to sit there with the engine running.
Yes, Charles Holroyd, the most efficient of our pit stoppers so far. His stop 91.7 seconds. 90 is the limit. 91.7 was Charles Holroyd's pit stop time. So he was bang on the money. And that's, as I say, bearing in mind that you have to take into account the coming in and going out of the pits at the same time, then good judgment from him. Into the pits comes another one. That's number 32, and that's again out of second place. That's David Holroyd coming down the pit lane then. And as you say, it's a relatively uneventful pit stop, as Kieran described it to us, with the driver just sitting there waiting for the time to elapse and then getting on his way again. So David Holroyd coming into the pits now for his stop. We've also got in the pits Colin Watson, who was in 3rd place, and Tim Davies, who was in 4th place, car number 23, but dropping down as other cars around him make their pit stops. Kieran?
Yeah, just a few more coming in. I did spot as well, I'm sure you noticed it as well, the rear left wheel arch of Malcolm Ash is missing. I'm pretty sure you picked that up because that was the cause of the code 60. But it's very odd to see him just sitting there all on his own. But he had a timer, just himself, his thoughts for a little bit. Why not? We've also got the number 91 car in, and I think just in the distance the 32 car as well. So they're both in for the stop. So David Holroyd being one of them. I see a car entering the pit lane now, but my eyes aren't that good. I can't see the number on it yet.
Right, most of the top cars have already made their pit stop then. We wait for 89, 5 and 54, I think, are the ones amongst the top 10 who have yet to make their pit stop. And just coming down into the pits now is number 54 out of that group. That's
Mark Lanyon.
Mark Lanyon. So he's making his mandatory stop. And we're still not. Yes, we are just halfway through the race. Then, so coming up to 20 minutes of the 40 elapsed. There's one very small gap in the pit wall where I can see the numbers of these caterhams, but once they've gone past that gap, I can no longer see them.
You do have to be quite quick. It's not a very big gap. Yes, I was looking at that during qualifying. So yeah, as far as I can see, the only cars that yet to pit, exactly as you were saying, the number 89, Bruce Wilson, and number 5, Carl Ned now. Oh no, never mind, Carl is served his, I think. So it's just from the timing screen, I can see it's just Bruce Wilson that's leaving it a little bit later, but he's still got a few minutes to go. So another 4.5 minutes before the pit window closes. If they pit outside of that, it is a 2-lap penalty.
And it's a potential problem as well for Malcolm Ash, a second problem because he's already been penalised for excessive speed under the code 60, but Malcolm Ash is also, according to my screen here, done a short pit stop. It was only 84 seconds, 84.154 seconds instead of the mandatory 90. So he is going to have to come in and serve a penalty. And David Holroyd is a little bit short as well. 1 minute 29.042 was his time in the pits. Now, do they have a margin of error on these? Because I know some do have a little margin of error.
No, if you are short by a tenth, then tough.
Then you've
trouble
got to come
trouble for number 93.
Oh no!
That's just handed over to Rob Singleton. Again, we're assuming that it was Jeremy Adams at the start of the car. Was as I was just looking at the time screen, I suddenly realised there was a very slow car coming out or coming towards Aintree, and it was the number 93, the former race leader. So hopefully that's not a problem. So hopefully just a small mistake getting acclimatised to the car.
Presumably that was Robert Singleton's outlap then. Just checking back on the screen here. Yes, it was his outlap. Maybe he was just getting himself comfy in the car. Yes, a funny problem there for the erstwhile leader. And so 93 dropping down the screen, and we'll see whether or not he starts to pick things up again as he turns. He seems to be up to speed as he came past me on that lap. He's headed up towards you now, Chris. Rob Singleton at number 93, just at the back of the group, coming into your side. Indeed,
yes, just coming through Maggots now, just catching up to the number 35 car, which is Charles Holroyd. The two Boss Racing machines, the white cars with the orange gauges, they seem to be back up to racing speed. So I think just a small mistake there from Rob Singleton. We usually see Jeremy Adams and Rob Singleton in their own respective cars. So it's interesting to see how this, what I believe is a new car for them, certainly. You don't often see a 2.5 litre car under the right foot to the Mag 7's drivers, which I imagine are absolutely terrifying and thrilling to drive in the same breath.
Yes, quite so. Now, I've got a message on my screen saying the pit window will open after 10 and be open for 10 minutes. Now, it's still showing as being open. Now, you told me earlier on it was 15 minutes.
That's my understanding. I suspect that's an overdue message from the previous race.
Yes,
that was open after 10 for 10 minutes. Yes. As far as I know, and according to the timing screen I have here, the pit lane is still open as I would expect it to be, but only for another minute and a half.
No, you are right. I've got the screen upside down. Basically, instead of the most recent message being at the top, most recent message is at the bottom. That's what's fooled me. So, no,
It's
you're
in,
right.
it's in Australia mode.
Yeah, something like that.
It's, I was just sorry to butt in there. The number 89 of Wilson is one of the last to actually serve the stop inside the window. So Bruce Wilson, the last person to stop in this race. Well, at least inside the window.
Right, okay, thanks for that, Kieran. And so everybody now has the completion of their pit stops. And as I say, the worry must now be David Holroyd, he was a 1 minute 29, and Mark Lanyon a 1 minute 24. So those are the two. In fact, there was another one in the 1 minute 24s, wasn't there? Malcolm Ash was also in the 1 minute 24s. So those three cars with pit stops under the 1 minute 30 mark, and we'll see whether by watching the screen the right way round they get a message to say that they have to serve an additional stop and go penalty for a short pit window stop. Very frustrating, of course. You try and cut it fine. Some did it exactly right. The Adam Singleton car, for instance, quite a long pit stop for them, 1 minute 43. The closest that got it right, I think, was probably car number 20, Tim Woodman, who did his turnaround in 1 minute 30.6. So he was very, very close, but just 0.6 of a second over, which is where you want to be. But David Holroyd then leading the race, Chris, by 0.6 of a second, but with the possibility of a penalty as the pit window closes.
Yeah, they've just gone past me. Then the orangey or the greeny orange, what am I on about? The greenish coloured car of Richard Carter, also a Boss Racing machine, is very much hot on the heels of David Holroyd here. He won't be aware of the pit stop, short pit stop for David Holroyd, so he'll be pushing as hard as he can. And right behind them, the 91 and 93 Boss Racing machines, Watson and Singleton, are very, very close together as they now head back into your sight.
Yes, just looking at the cars coming past me, 32-42, first and second. David Holroyd, Richard Carter, separated by just 1.1 seconds. So, third and fourth going through, close together. First and second going through very close together as well. So two groups, actually it's three cars for the second group, two cars for the lead group, 5 cars, the leaders with you at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, just coming past me again as they stare at the back of Rob Forsyth's car. Bit of a gap forming between the lead two. David Holroyd started to build a little bit of a gap. He was about half a second quicker last time around than Richard Carter. The 91 and 93 are still where they were last time. Colin Watson still ahead of Rob Singleton, heading back towards Brooklands. What were they? They were barely 1/10 of a second apart as far as the lap times were concerned. So everyone else still making their merry way, but those are certainly the closest battles we have for position at this point.
Yes, with 13 minutes still to go. No messages coming up on the screen apart from the time penalties that were associated with the excess speed during the code 60 period. So at the moment at least, David Holroyd with this lead on the road, 2.2 seconds is his advantage. He set his best lap of the race last time around. It wasn't the best lap of the race because that was done by Jeremy Adams earlier on in the race. So Holroyd and Carter go through now. Here they come.
Tim Davies is getting close to Richard Carter now, so Richard falling a bit away from David Holroyd. But what will become the lead battle when that penalty is applied, I would imagine it'll happen when the checkered flag falls, is when that time penalty will be added to those that have transgressed the pit.
Oh, okay, so you don't think it's going to happen during the race? Okay.
That kind of penalty, I would think, like I said, I haven't seen a message either, so I would then expect the timing screen to be adjusted when the cars have actually finished the race itself.
Okay.
So we'll see. But so what it could well be, the lead battle between Carter and Davies is getting very, very close again.
That's the battle for second, isn't it? With,
currently second, yes. As Richard Carter had to really slam on the anchors to avoid hitting the back of Tim Woodman in the number 20 car, and that's allowed Davies to get really, really close and into the tyre tracks of Richard Carter.
Yeah, so we've got 3 seconds between David Holroyd and Carter, and then nothing at all separating Carter from Davies in second and third places. Then it's 91, the next one up, Colin Watson, who has Robert Singleton right on his tail, and then there's quite a large gap back to number 89, who's the best of the rest, Bruce Wilson in 6th place. Leaders, there's 42-23 going through. Yes, that's the second place battle then, and moving over to the inside line there as Tim Davies looked for a way through on the inside when they got to Cops Corner. Wasn't quite enough room for him to go through on the inside. He'll look again when they get up to Beckett's, when they get to with you any moment now, Chris.
Here they come now. So the race leader, David Holroyd, has managed to get past Rob Forsyth's car, and still Carter is fending off the advances of Tim Davies. They are in a superb battle, and then a few seconds behind them is the next two boss cars. Colin Watson is still keeping the advances of the pole, starting Rob Singleton at bay.
Yes, Rob Singleton not quite going as quickly as Jeremy Adams, I don't think, as into the pits comes car 20, I think. There's Tim Woodman, very slowly, I have to say. Probably out of the race, I think. Where are the race leaders? Here they come now, coming across the start-finish line, and it's still Holroyd's already gone through, but a change for second place. Tim Davies up into second place, then ahead of Richard Carter. So it's Davies second, Carter third, and then you're absolutely right, these two have to keep their wits about them, because Colin Watson in fourth place is right with them, and not too far away either.
Just to expand on that, Paul, sorry, Tim Woodman there, the number 20 you spotted coming into the pits, he's taken that all the way through into the assembly area. He's out of the race.
Oh dear.
Thank you, Kieran. Yeah, those two, the two warring pairs have just come past me now. Carter doesn't seem to quite have the pace at this stage of the race than Tim Davies. And exactly as you were saying, Paul, it does look like Rob Singleton doesn't quite have the pace under the right foot of the number 93 that Jeremy Adams showed, but we still have 9 and a bit minutes to go. And as we well know in Magnificent Sevens racing, anything can happen.
And usually does, yes. Just waiting for the next little group to go through there with Bruce Wilson, then there's Adam Forsdyke, who goes through just with the leaders, and then the two boss cars there, 91, Colin Watson and Rob Singleton, 93. Those two separated by just over half a second as they cross the start-finish line. But David Holroyd then still holding sway at the front. His margin of lead is 3.3 seconds. Now, if they put the penalty on by as much as he was short on his pit stop, he will still win this race because his pit stop was less than a second shorter than it should have been, and he has a margin of lead at the moment of 3.3 seconds. So depends what penalty is assessed as to whether or not he's going to get out of jail free, as it were. But meanwhile, the battle is on, and certainly if they work together, Tim Davies and Richard Carter, if they work together, then they may well be able to catch up with the race leader.
Absolutely so, but telling these drivers to work together is interesting, even though they have their cars in the same racing stable. They're not really teammates in the same sense, but I mean, there's no championship. These races are done for the love of racing, so whilst the competitive edge is still absolutely out there, and the likes of Boss Racing do prepare and fix and maintain a number of these cars, they're still out there for their own kind of personal glory. So ideally, yes, you would work together with the car ahead of you, but I don't really see it, if I'm honest. They're going to be out there, but let's face it, they're giving us a great show as a result.
Indeed, yes. So 7.5 minutes remain on the clock. We are currently on the 30th lap, so they've had a good long race, but there's still we're going to be another 6, 7, possibly even 8 laps to go as the race leader David Holroyd goes through. The battle for second is no longer a battle, I would say, because Tim Davies has opened up quite a useful margin between himself and Richard Carter. And in fact, I'm just looking down now to see behind him there, Colin Watson, lapping in 1 minute 0.4, was 0.4 of a second quicker than the car in front of him, but has to look behind really, because Robert Singleton is still putting the pressure on the car number 91 there of Colin Watson.
And still together they remain as they come past me. Watson still just holding the edge over the Adam Singleton car. And yeah, just a couple of tenths difference between the two, as you say. Last time, actually, looking at the lap times, the quickest car out there last time around was actually Rob Singleton in the number 93. So starting to get to grips with the car, but not a lot of the race left to utilise that pace.
Yes, it's one of those things. There's not really a lot to choose between any of them, are there? They're all very close together indeed, with Rob Singleton, yes, marginally quicker, but it was a quicker one that time around by his nemesis, Colin Watson, the 91 car, who continues to lap just ahead in 4th place, ahead of Rob Singleton in 5th. And as I say, that was the best lap of his race so far for Colin Watson. Just pushing the car through the corners there, letting the tail just get a little bit out of shape. You don't want to get it too far out, because otherwise you end up spinning the wheels and going nowhere, but just getting to the limit of adhesion, getting just a little bit of oversteer into the car, and then letting the power of the car push yourself through the corner rather than losing it all in lots of wheel spin.
It may be stylish, but it is not the quickest way of doing these things.
David Holroyd goes through. The gap's coming down slowly. That time it didn't, it went up, but no, it didn't. It came down a little bit more. 1 minute 0.4 and 1 minute 0.3 for Tim Davies in 2nd place. So 2.5 seconds is the gap first to second. Remember, that was 3 seconds. So it is coming down, but I think the clock's going to be against him. You were saying, and you were right, Chris, the time coming down, ticking down, and the gaps between the top 3, all 2 seconds, just over.
Indeed, they're just coming past me now, and yeah, the main thing is influencing the gap in between each warring pair, or each car looking at the position of the one in front, is the back markers. So again, you'll have the lead group coming up towards you, muddled up with those that are a lap or two down.
Yes, and of course that does inevitably slow you down whilst you deal with overtaking a slower car, and I think you're probably right there. Rob Singleton still, though, the man closest to the car in front of him. It's car number 93 trying to close in on the similar car of 91. They're just going across the start-finish line now at the back of the little group of cars up ahead of them, turning through Cops Corner. They're just going up to the Brow and up towards Maggots, and the hairpin at Beckett's towards you now, Chris.
Yes, indeed they are. Still very much in the same group that they were when they left my sight. The number 23 is really pushing on. He may have left it a little bit too late to try and challenge for the lead of David Holroyd, which, if we think if the penalty is going to kick in the way that I think it will be nullified anyway. But either way, Tim Davies really hounding the as much as he can out of his lap time. He was only a couple of tenths off of his race best in that last time around. He was 7 tenths quicker than David Holroyd. So either David's just backing off, just letting the lap count go, or maybe his tyres are a little bit cooked. Either is certainly possible at this stage.
But he can't afford to, can he? I mean, depends what the penalty is going to be for being under the pit stop minimum time, because, as I say, he's only a second clear, and the gap between him and Tim Davies comes down now as they go on to 3 laps to go now. So there are still 3 laps to go, and the gaps come down to under a second between David Holroyd and Tim Davies. So David Holroyd hasn't got this all in his pocket. If he is slowing down and taking things easy, I don't think he can afford to, Chris. I think he's got to push on.
Absolutely, yes. Personal best from Tim Davies last time around. Also, the group behind them has completely changed the dynamic. Richard Carter is being caught by Colin Watson. So Watson has actually left the number 93 car a little bit behind. 1.3 as they come over the line. It looked bigger than that as they came past me. So David Holroyd is going to have it all to do for the remaining laps of the race.
Right, so leaders are with you. I've got 3rd and 4th place, still very close together with Colin Watson right on Richard Carter's tail. Then it's Rob Singleton, he's in 5th place, and then we've got quite a gap back before we get Bruce Wilson up in 6th.
Yeah, Tim Davies is all over the back Oh, he's gone for the move, but now side by side, that was it looked very late there from Tim Davies, but no harm, no foul there. David Holroyd just and only just able to fend off the advances of the number 23, and right behind them as well, Watson and Carter arguing for what is currently the last step of the podium, but with penalties away that may well change. But David Holroyd really has got a lot to do to try and keep that very charging Tim Davies behind.
It's too late. David Holroyd got himself caught behind a back marker. There was a group of back markers ahead of them. David Holroyd got himself caught, and Tim Davies just swung around the outside of the pair of them, both Holroyd and the back marker, and has taken the lead of the race with a minute to go. So they're going to get this lap plus another, I reckon. They've already gone through, so they'll get this lap plus another. Tim Davies leads the way. David Holroyd's in second place as they head up towards Beckett's for the penultimate time, Chris.
Yeah, there's a good half a second between them at least, I'd say, as they're coming past me now for the potentially the penultimate time. So has David Holroyd got anything left to try and attack Tim Davies back? But we will see. And then the pack behind them, Watson still all over the back of Carter. So the battle for third is still waging on. It looks like Singleton is just kind of settling where he is. He's too far back to challenge the battle ahead of him now for third. But wow, what a great last-minute turnaround of the race.
Wow, absolutely. I'll go along with that. Sound like Murray Walker. Bringing them into Luffield, then coming up to Woodcote. We've got 13 seconds on the clock. 12, 11, 10. They're going to go through and do another lap, are they? Yes, they are. So it's still Tim Davies leading the way. Dave Holroyd goes through in second place. In third place goes Richard Carter with Colin Wilson just in behind him. Those two absolutely together as well as they're going on to their last lap now. Rob Singleton, as you say, sitting back and watching it all and thinking, oh, I've come to a good race today. Never mind, he's going to come fifth, but he's certainly enjoying it up there. And that's your top five absolutely together.
Yeah, David Holroyd hadn't given up on the chase. He was right with, Carter and Watson side by side. Now Watson had actually gotten ahead of Richard Carter very, very briefly coming into Maggots, but with the drive and exit, the Carter had his back up into third.
Great stuff. Well done to, that was Colin Watson then moving up. Now is he going to be able to hold it to the checkered flag? Checkered flag is now ready for our race winner, and it's going to be Tim Davies who takes it. Where is he? Coming up next, he's behind the back marker. There he goes now, the checkered flag then to Tim Davies. Second place to David Holroyd, but with a question mark over David Holroyd's finishing position. In third place, Richard Carter. In fourth place is Colin Watson. In third place, Colin Watson. In fourth place, Rob Singleton. What happened to David Holroyd at the end? He finished fifth. Not quite sure what happened to him at the end there.
That's the penalty being applied. So,
got it.
So yeah, that's the time penalty being added to David Holroyd's time.
And that was a 30-second penalty then. So 1 second short on your pit stop time gives you a 30-second penalty. David Holroyd, well, he was never going to win that, but the penalty certainly sealed his fate there, no question about it. So he comes home being shown on the screen as fifth place. He was second on the road, but in the timing adjusted for the penalty, he comes home in fifth place. In sixth place will be number 89, Bruce Wilson. In seventh place, number 188, Robert Forsdyke. In eighth place, I already talked about him once the other battles got scary, Carl Nahum in eighth. In ninth place, Charles Holroyd. In 10th place, Mark Lanyon. In 11th place, Malcolm Ash. And in 12th place, Sirhid Chatterjee, the last of the runners at the end, with the rest of the field either being retirements or in the pits. Whew, well, good stuff there from the Magnificent Sevens, the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Chris, I think I need to sit down, but we've still got 4 more races.
It's not a bad way to spend the day, is it now?
3 more races, beg your pardon.
3 more races today, and then we have even more races tomorrow. We have 12 over the course of the weekend, so we have 7 tomorrow. But even though it was a smaller grid, crikey, did they put on the entertainment value for us.
Yeah, great stuff. Down there in the pit lane, Kieran McGinley is waiting. I think he's had the best time of it, to be honest. I think the rest of us are all a bit breathless, but Kieran could watch it from the sidelines and add an element of objectivity to it. What was a absolutely thrilling race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and he'll be talking to our race winners in just a moment. Tim Davies, Richard Carter and Colin Watson.
Yes, absolutely. And, well, we've got two of them here. We're
Two
just
out of three ain't bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. We're just missing the number 23 of Tim Davies, our race winner. He must have taken a longer parade lap. We've got more cars coming into the pits at the moment, but we'll hold fire on Tim for now at the very least.
Here he comes now.
Here he comes.
Just coming into the pits. He was... savouring the moment. It's not every day you win a race like this, and Tim Davies has every right just to enjoy his tour d'honneur as he came in at the end.
I'll tell you what then, I'll have a chat to our third place driver. Let's do it reverse.
Do it reverse
Mix
order.
it up, why not? Number 91, Colin Watson. Colin, third place for you in a top 5 battle towards the end there. Talk us through it from your point of view.
That was, the start was a total mess up. It bogged down the start, so I was at the back of the field. But it was fun going through, it was really good. Then trying to catch Tim, just too much power he's got. But the last with Rob in the other boss car, and Richard, was really good. Yeah, really good race.
Yeah, lots of scrapping to go as well, and the pit stop window. Do you think you could have done everything you could today?
I probably maybe could have done 2 seconds quicker, maybe. But it's better to be over than be under than over, because you get a 30-second penalty. So no, it was all good. Good day.
Absolutely, and you got third place out of it, so you must be happy with that.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was third, so yeah, all good.
Yeah, so there's some post-race penalties. So it puts you provisionally third right now.
At the moment.
At the moment, but no, you've benefited from it. It's okay, don't worry.
Great stuff. Thanks.
Colin, congratulations. Third place for Colin Watson. Then let's have a chat to our second place driver in Richard Carter. Richard Carter, come over here. I'm not that scary, I promise. Richard, talk us through that race, because you were leading, then it happened to go away from you, then you came back to second. Talk us through it.
Yeah, not a brilliant start, but after the pit stop, I think I led for a little while. The second half of the race, I was really struggling for grip on the rear, and a couple of the more powerful cars managed to get by me. And then we had a right battle with Colin on the last couple of laps. Yeah, it was good fun.
I mean, talk us through those last few laps with Colin then, side by side, a little bit of racing action there for you. Talk us through it.
Well, I could see him catching me, and I was thinking, oh dear, how many laps left? When's the checkered flag coming out? And then I think I made a mistake on Woodcut, which allowed him past me at Copse, and then he outbraked himself into Beckett's, so I got back past him. So,
well, that was the defining move. Congratulations on second place for you as well. That's second place for Richard Carter. Let's just have a quick chat to our winner then. Let's grab our winner over here in Tim Davies. Tim, a win for you today. Were you expecting that?
Absolutely not. No, first season racing. Won the class last time, but there was quite a few dropouts, so yeah, really pleased. I was surprised.
I mean, talk us through the race then, because it wasn't as easy as you made it look in the end.
No, to be honest, I didn't have a clue where I finished until I walked in, and I thought Colin won, to be honest, but there we are. Yeah, good start, and then I messed it up down at the right-hander onto Wellington Straight, went grass cutting for a bit, and ended up, I don't know, 4th or 5th or something. So, yeah, good fun, great race.
Well, Tim, congratulations. Enjoy your victory. I'll leave you alone now, but enjoy the top step. And with that, it's back to our commentary team for the next race.
Great stuff. Thanks very much down there in the winner's circle. Kieran McGinley there. Now the cars coming out for the next race, the Verum Builders Open Series and Liqui Slicks. And this one will be a rolling start, which is why the cars haven't come to a halt behind the start-finish line. They're up at Beckett's at the moment, turning through there. A magnificent field of what we should have 31 cars, I reckon, Chris, going through. And this is the pace lap.
Yes, indeed. So it's one of the few rolling laps we have. I think most of the categories for this weekend are utilising standing starts.
Yeah, one today, one tomorrow rolling starts.
Yes, that's what I understand as well. So on the pole is that Volvo, as a lesser racing beast, of Nigel Mustill, alongside the car I kept calling him Morgan, that Mosler of the Short family. That's, I mean, they couldn't ask for a better tutor in the form of Martin Short, could they?
No, and I mean they've had a lot of opportunity to go racing and in some serious machinery. I mean this Mosler is a serious proper bit of racing kit, and unlike most drivers who cut their teeth in karts and then come up into the lower categories of racing, maybe go single-seater racing, to cut your teeth in a Mosler really does sharpen them fairly rapidly. And Morgan Morgan and Marcus Short. I think it's Morgan who's going to be starting. I'm sure Martin will let us know. Starting the race then in this Mosler, and they'll be trying to get the better start and get ahead of this Volvo. So 39 is on pole, 88 is alongside him. Then the second row is 861, the Bird's Porsche, and then alongside that is car number 16, the BMW of Wells and Stewart. But the pace car has pulled off. The car's rumbling underneath the Silverstone gantry. The red lights go out and the race is on. The Morgan short-driven Mosler gets the best of the starts from the outside line, goes around the outside and takes the lead then. And I have a feeling that it was the Porsche of the Birds that came up into second place. So Kevin Bird into second place with you.
Not quite. He was just fended off by Nigel Mustel, who's gone a little bit deep, as has Matty Evans. So now the Bird Porsche is up into second. The short Mosler is just gone. It is gotten ahead and it's running off into the distance as this field are screaming and roaring their way past me. A gorgeous, gorgeous noise. There have been a few changes to the programme. Dave Griffin sadly has had to withdraw his number 34 BMW V90 from this and the new Millennium field. And Jamie Sturgis has actually changed car, which I'll come into shortly, because now the field are coming past you.
Right, yes, and it's Morgan Short then with the Mosler, as you say, disappearing off into the distance. Battle though on for second place because it's the Porsche number 861, Kevin Bird, who's there in second place, just ahead of the Volvo number 39, Nigel Mustel in third place, and then in fourth place is Guy who started fourth, was fourth and started fourth, and that's Nathan Wells, I assume now racing on his own in number 16.
Mark Stewart has withdrawn, so now Nathan Wells is just taking on the number 16 on his own. Now still Mustel and Bird continuing to vie for second spot. There's arguments going on all the way through the field, staying fairly condensed at this stage. We do have the 87, which is Jamie Sturgis. He's changed over from the TCR Golf he was going to be running into the car he is also running in the Future Classics, the BMW 535, which I think it's fair to say he feels a little bit outgunned.
Yes, guns and knife fights and things, don't they? But yes, Morgan Short then still with the Mosler. He was 1.8 seconds ahead at the end of lap 1. He's 3.3 seconds ahead now. Best lap of 58.008 then for him. Second place is the Volvo, Nigel Mustel, still there in second place. In third place is Kevin Bird. Fourth place, a change there, as Dylan Popovic brings his Ginetta up a place.
Oh, just as you say that, he's gone too deep going into Maggots, and now it's being challenged by Mark Smith in the number 36 BMW and Nathan Wells in the 16. So Dylan Popovic potentially lost two positions with Andrew Christopher in the Ferrari in the number 21 car right behind.
Yes, Andrew Christopher there making up ground as they came onto the brakes for the Brooklands. We can see on the TV screen there, and he was making the Ferrari look very small and nimble indeed as he picked his way between the BMW and the Ginetta. Really good, safe, clean driving, but has managed to open himself up. And so Andrew Christopher moves up into fourth place now. So it's Mosler leading, Volvo in second place, Porsche from Kevin Bird in third place. Andrew Christopher's Ferrari is fourth. In fifth place is Dylan Popovic's Ginetta. In sixth place is Nathan Wells' BMW. And in seventh place then is number 36, that's the Mark Smith BMW. But an eclectic mix indeed.
Wonderful mix.
What a spectacle.
Absolutely. Number 57, that was the Jackson & Jackson Aston Martin, almost managed to get past the Porsche, the number 5 Harrison and Lucky Porsche, as David Harrison and Nathan Lucky couldn't quite do it. The Porsche managed to outgun the Jackson pair. So tempted to say Jackson 5. So yeah, the Jackson pair in that Aston Martin.
Yes, Nathan Lucky's a change to re-entry as well, I assume.
I've got the pair of them as registered second class, so I don't think that's a change. I think it's changed in the course of the week, but not today, as far as I know. As the Mosler, I can actually feel the rumble of the 7-litre Mosler through my feet in the commentary box. It's amazing.
And I have to say, from the pit lane here, it is actually Marcus Short in the car. I was having a chat to Morgan just as the race was getting underway. It's the first time he started in the Mosler. So let's see how he gets on.
Well, very well is the short answer to that. And I commend you, if you're not already a reader of Motorsport News, to go out and find yourself a copy of this week's Motorsport News, because there's a lovely article about Marcus Short. Talk about Marcus in the sense that's what you keep calling the Mosler Marcus, with the story of his racing career, I suppose. So that's in this week's Motorsport News, and interesting reading as always in that magazine, and it's part of the reading material for a week. We're on the 6th lap now, and so Marcus Short then leading the way by 8.9 seconds in the Mosler. Nigel Rustle, he's 3 seconds clear of the Bird's Porsche behind him, so he must be doing something right. Then it's Andrew Christopher still 4th, Popovic 5th. And now in 6th place is car number 162, John Saunders Ferrari. That's the 458 Challenge car, the yellow car, number 162.
I think we have trouble for one of the Red Ginettas is in trouble. I think it's the Cresswell car that was going very slow. That's why, because they're actually a lap down. Is the Cresswell and Cresswell, Thomas and Nick Cresswell in that Ginetta. They started either from the pit lane or what have you, but they're already a lap down. That's what caught me out. They were allowing the pack past. That's because they're on a alternate lap to the rest, and at this pace, the short Moser is going to be on an alternate lap to everybody.
Well, I think that's the aim of the exercise, and part of the reason why they take the voluntary pit stop penalty. And I'm presuming that because they anyway have a 30-second voluntary penalty, they'll then have a further penalty for wins already achieved this season.
Not in the Open Series. There's no winner's penalty for the Open Series. In the slicks, it's the winner gets a 20-second penalty for the next race. The second race car gets a 15-second penalty, and third gets a 10-second penalty, but only for the following race meeting that they attend.
Right, got it. I'll say one day I'll catch up with the classic sports car rules, and then they'll change them.
This is why I have an old spreadsheet full of notes.
Yes, I must admit, I started doing some homework earlier in the week, and I decided there was just too much of it. No, there was homework done, reassured. Anyway, the gap now has gone out to 12 seconds after 7 laps between Marcus Short then leading the way. Then it's Nigel Mustle with the Volvo. As I say, he's still going quicker than anybody else, just not as quickly as the Mosler. The Bird's Porsche is still 3rd, 4th place still Andrew Christopher. In 5th place is still Dylan Popovic with his Ginetta. And in 6th place is still number 162 as it was before, the yellow Ferrari, and that's the car of John Saunders, with in 7th place Nathan Wells going it alone in his BMW.
The pack from the 4th place Ferrari of Andrew Christopher right the way down to about 18th, the number 18 car of Ashley Muldoon is so packed and doesn't seem to be dispersing any at all.
No, it doesn't, does it? I mean, and the interesting thing is, and the thing that makes this a great series to watch, is the just different sounds, the different sensors that are awakened. Yes, the cars are different shapes. Obviously, they've got different configurations. Some are front engine, some are rear engine. We've got rear wheel drives. So you've got an awful lot of variety amongst them. And yet they're still pretty well packed in amongst the same groups as they started with in many cases. The one exception being the Mosler, who Marcus Short is just making everybody else really just giving them a lesson in how to drive, because Marcus is far too young in his racing career for that, but he's certainly giving a great demonstration of this Mosler. And if you want to buy a Mosler, see Martin Shaw just gone past you again, I think, Chris.
They've been and gone. They're so quick past me, I barely get a chance to see them. Track limits warning, I think, for car number 62. That's Matt Evans in the BMW 1M Coupe. It's such a small car, but it's got the engine from a BMW E92 that kicks out about 540 horsepower, somehow contained in that shell. So yeah, he's pushed his luck a little bit trying to get through the pack that he's currently in. He's slightly falling away from that group now. That's the Smith and Malton Smith car that he's right behind.
Car off the circuit is car number 74, Dominic Malone. He was in 13th place. Can't actually tell you where he's come off.
It's by me. It's right behind me. Yeah, he's just getting a shove from the marshals. I couldn't quite see him because he was actually right tight against the barrier. Now I'm assuming he's being pushed back into the paddock area here. Yes, he is. That's Dominic Malone being pushed off circuit. That's the ex-Andy Prio car is out of the race.
Right, so as I say, he was 13th. The field that he was battling with are now coming past me, so he will now start to drop down through the order. The battle which has me fascinated, Chris, is the kind of bottom end of the top 10. So from sort of Andrew Christopher and beyond, because they're all extremely close to one another. And as you say, they're just as close now as they were on the pace car lap when the race got underway, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, another great battle slightly behind that pack, actually, for 13th place. Number 8, Darren Fielding, BMW. He's having a right old argument with the 144 Ferrari, Christopher Compton Goddard. That's not a car I've seen before, judging by my notes. So, again, looking forward to seeing how that does, and the Ferrari at least. So, the Mosley now. Oh, go on.
Yeah, here we go. In the pit lane, we've got second place car in. It's the Volvo. It's coming to a stop here, number 39. That's going to be Nigel Mustill coming out of the car. Craig Dolby is going to jump in and take over, but an important one here, second place in the race when they came in. I was having a chat to Craig before he was about to jump into the car. He said, we've got a Mosler to catch.
Yes.
Wow, that's no small target.
Yes, but on the other hand, of course, the Mosler's going to have a longer pit stop than the Volvo, so it is going to be a race on once the Volvo gets on its way again. So they can't afford to hang about, and they need to get their pit stop absolutely right. Now the question is going to be, Martin's a canny individual. Is Martin going to keep the car out for as long as possible in case they have a safety car? Or is it going to be share and share about for the two Short brothers, so that they both get about 20 minutes each of the race? My guess is they'll have 20 minutes each, and we'll get the car, the Mosler, coming in at about half distance, because currently we've only had 13 minutes of the race, but we are into the pit window now, and the pit window will remain open for 15 minutes.
That it does, as now up into fourth is actually Carl's been, I say quietly, none of these guys are quiet, working his way through the field. Is the number 138 car, Sam Allpass, BMW M4, is now up into fourth. I'm not sure where that car started, but he's been picking people off on his progress through the field. Is now ahead of that group that we've been referring to.
Yes, they're turning through Luffield at the moment, and I think it's like the M25 on a Friday afternoon, except 14 times more expensive. Close together, everybody trying to nose ahead of each other, and there's one slower BMW, the Motul BMW there is in amongst them, but they all managed to swing around the outside of them, and then heading up through Cops Corner up towards you now. For the 14th time they're on this lap, Chris, but still very close indeed for that 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places. Very true. There goes Craig Dolby in that Volvo now, trying to regain some of the time lost in the pit stops. It's just impossible for me to know where to look. Yes. As side by side, there's loads of them. Dylan Popovic in that 7-litre Ginetta. I think he's in trouble because it looked like he was actually pulling aside. I agree with you, yes. Number 9, so he was up in 4th. So yes, has he got a problem? I think he might have. Yes, he was. In fact, he just moved ahead of Andrew Christopher's Ferrari. So you're right, he was in fourth, but he's now slowed down a bit. He's coming through Luffield at the moment. Is he going to peel off, or is he going to stay out there? He's going to come in. So whatever the problem is, Dylan Popovich then with the Gudetta G50 pulling off into the pits, and if Kieran McGinley is down there, this might be more than just a routine pit stop, because your in lap is all important. It's just a racing lap like any other. You can't afford to go slowly just because it's your in lap.
Absolutely, I'll have to have a chat with him in a minute. At the moment, I've managed to pin down Nigel Mustill, who's just come out of the Volvo in P2. Nigel, how was it out there? You finished that stint just off 15 seconds off the Mosel. How do you rate your chances?
Well, we've got a driver in there now, not me. I would be 16 again. But yeah, I mean, listen, it's great fun, lovely track to drive around. It's a great series, great club that run it, and it's all clean race. So really enjoyed it.
Absolutely, and of course, I was talking to Craig before he jumped in the car. You were very close to each other with the Mosler in qualifying. Do you reckon he can close the gap?
Well, I think the Mosler's got a bit of a penalty with success penalty. So yeah, we should be somewhere handy, I think. With him driving, with me probably not, but no, I think he should be somewhere handy.
Nigel, thank you for your time and good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Speaking of the Short family, just had confirmation come through. They are indeed taking a voluntary penalty for this race based on previous performance. Also, the Christopher family, the 21 Ferrari 430, he's doing the same thing, and they both did that at Donington as well. So we very much appreciate their efforts to level the playing field somewhat, because their performances have been so strong. They've actually elected to take a penalty when no penalty is actually warranted. So we appreciate their efforts.
Absolutely, and it's an interesting thing. I mean, Nigel Muster was being very condescending there about how he's maybe not. Isn't 16 anymore. I mean, he's certainly a former racing driver who was quick in his time. But their pit stop, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Now, there's 8 seconds there just washing around, waiting to be gained back. Now, to gain 8 seconds on the racetrack, it's a big thing. To lose 8 seconds in the pits could go just like that. And what I promise you is that the Short family, when they do come in fact they're in now, so Marcus Short brings the Mosler in just short of half distance, 23 minutes still on the clock. I'm going to stick my neck out here and say they're going to be bang on the money of 2 minutes when it comes to their pit stop, or 2 minutes plus the penalty they're taking.
Absolutely. And if he's suggesting that Craig Dolby is 16, I was not driving a 7-litre Volvo. I think that's a Chevy engine under the brick, but I was not driving anything like that at 16. I wasn't driving anything at 16 years old, quite frankly. But yes, my maiden voyage in motoring, not motor racing, was a Mark 1 Golf. So yes, I would have loved the opportunity to drive something like that when I was that age.
Yes, quite. But I think the passing of years has certainly had its toll on Nigel Mustill, but I certainly remember him racing for many, many years in the past, and always with something big and hairy, and good to see his enthusiasm for that level of the sport still going strong. So the Mosler's still in the pits. Kieran McGinley is down there.
Yes, absolutely. Morgan is jumping in, and of course, as you say, they're taking their voluntary penalty along with it as well. I'll have to see if I can have a chat to Marcus and see if he wants to face up to me. Marcus, you got your first shot of starting this car. How did you find it out there?
Yeah, it was tricky. So much traffic out there. But no, I enjoyed it. My first time starting one of these. Managed to get the lead off the line. Then we're trying to pull out a gap because we've got this 40-second penalty for success and voluntary penalty. So, but yeah, it was really good. Now just hopefully Morgan can catch up to that Volvo. That's going to be really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you rate his chances? Do you reckon he can do it?
I think he can. I heard the gap was 33 relative when I boxed, and we have a 40-second penalty, so we should be a bit behind them, but we should be quicker. But we've had some issues, quite a lot of issues with the car today. But if it all runs smoothly for the rest of the race, it'll be close.
Well, Marcus, good luck for the rest of the race, and good luck to Morgan as well.
Thank you.
We have a full course yellow that's gone out. One of the BMWs, actually right behind me, has come to grief. I'm trying to figure out. I can't.
Which BMW?
Which one? Yeah, I can't see the number on it. I must get some binoculars. It is number 16. It's Nathan Wells, I think.
Okay.
Yes, it's Nathan Wells' car, so that's now being shoved off. It's not hit anything. I think it's just decided it doesn't want to play ball anymore.
So the Mosler has, just trying to look, no, it hasn't rejoined yet. So the, I almost called it the Roll Centre Mosler there. It doesn't really have an entry. It's down as a Mosler Racing entry, but the Shorts Mosler anyway.
Yes, it has just left the pit lane.
As I say, it's just gone to come up on the screen as having been out of the pit. So part of the pit stop, the point I was trying to make, part of its pit stop held under the full course yellow. But of course, anybody coming in now is going to get the full 2 minutes of their pit stop under full course yellow. So even more of an advantage for them if they can get away with that, because of course time passes and the whole of that pack that we were talking about, Chris, is coming in. They're all coming in together and we're still under code 60. How dramatic is this? Still 20 minutes of the race to go.
Also, number 8 has vanished.
Vanished?
Oh no, there it is. I say it's vanished. It's got the exclamation mark on the time screen. I've just found it. Yeah, Darren Fielding's car is parked up behind the tyre barrier, actually on his way out to Beckett's. So
sounds like you're building up a bit of a car boot sale up there, Chris.
Used racing BMW plants, please do make your way down to us. I don't think I'd be very popular for doing so. Yes, so whether they were involved, they look like they're in the correct shape. So I don't think they've come together. It's just 2 separate incidents that happen to have taken place at the same place.
I think it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? I mean, these are big sports cars, however you look at them, and they are slightly fragile. And they're a bit thoroughbred, and some of them times they do break down. But the good news is we've just got so many of them out there that it still provides us with a great racing spectacle, even when we do lose a couple or 3 of them. Pit window is still open. The full course yellow, the code 60, still continues, and it will do so until another 4 minutes we've got of the pit window being open. So that will be enough for some cars to come through. Here comes the Mosler at 60. Oh, he's on fire. The Mosler is on fire. There's flames coming out of the back of the car that look like a hot exhaust pipe. It looks maybe as if the exhaust pipe's been rubbing on the engine, but at slow speed the car has caught fire. So desperately bad luck. I mean, it's Morgan now, isn't it? Morgan must know about it. He can't see anything out of the back window far from anything else. He's going to have to get out of the car pretty quick and get to a place of safety, and the fire extinguisher is going to have to get to him. He's not got to the best place because there are no fire extinguishers around there, but the car was getting too hot under the code 60 conditions. Now the marshals managed to get to it, and hopefully they'll get the fire under control before it takes hold, because that's a very expensive piece of machinery. And Martin is down there with a fire extinguisher himself. He's going to get the fire out. It's my car.
Flag. The race is being stopped.
Right,
the race is being stopped.
Thank you for that. And yes, so we've still got 17 minutes to go. The pit window theoretically is still open. There are still many cars in the pits. Oh, this is a nightmare for race control, because they now have to work out what to do with this because we've got a race in full flow.
Yes, they would take the if they were going to reform the grid. I mean,
but what do you do if you're in the pits? You're in the pits taking a 2-minute penalty. The red flag is shown. How much of your timing has still to go? Do you restart from the pits? Do you restart with 15 seconds on your pit stop still to go? Do you see what I mean? I mean, it's a complex situation to sort out.
I'm going to use the correct technical phrase here, not a clue. Generally no idea. So I'll let the race control guys ferret through the rule book on that one, because how exactly as you say, how do you? I would imagine they would take state of play from 1 lap backwards. That's generally how race restarts following a stoppage is dealt with.
Yes, no, I'll go along with that. I mean, I've seen enough races to know how red flag restarts are concerned. It's really how they deal with those that are in the pits, because theoretically when a red flag is shown you're supposed to stop work on the car, but somehow they're going to have to police that and to distinguish between those people who have been in the pits for a minute and 45 and distinguish those for the people who had only been in the pits for 15 seconds. I'm pleased to say the fire is now out, though, on the Mosler, and the team, I mean, where he came to a halt was practically by where the Mosler team was. Anyway, Martin Short and his team will have been looking at it, and that, in a way, is exactly what Marcus was telling us, wasn't it? The car has been a little bit unreliable this weekend, and it's come back and bitten them with a vengeance there. It struck me, as I say, the car just was running hot, went to the code 60, of course, you're getting no airflow through to the car. The exhaust pipes, I think, were just touching a little bit of bodywork, and that's when the car suddenly started to catch fire, and as it ignited, of course, the airflow, there was still no airflow going over it, and so it still wasn't in a position where the airflow would have put the fire out. So desperately bad luck for Martin. I do feel for him here.
Absolutely. And this was the car that was, Martin was explaining to us during qualifying that's been kind of, well, not mothballed as such, but it's not been the primary racing machine. So they brought it out here to give it a shakedown and see what's what, and it's taken the phrase, being on fire a little bit too literally. And I didn't see the Mosler from here. I saw the smoke, but I didn't see the car. So thankfully that has all been dealt with. Another car that's come up on the timing screen is missing, although I don't know whether that's because it came to a stop very quickly, is the Bird and Bird Porsche. So I'm not sure where the 861 car has gone. I can't see it down this way. I can see several stranded BMWs down this way.
Okay, so there's a queue of cars stopped on the start-finish line. The rules are when you get a red flag, then you have to stop on the start-finish line. Now, some of them haven't made it across the line, across the timing beam. They're stopped on the start-finish line, but before the timing line. So my guess is that's why some of them are showing the triangle. I'm just looking down at that Porsche there.
It's the plain white, it's the unmarked Porsche that is the Bird one. Have you seen it go through the pit lane, Kieran? Might take me a few seconds to turn the microphone back on, but...
No, it's the 861, isn't it?
861.
It is there. It is
there.
As I say, what it's done is it's stopped before the start-finish line, and so therefore it doesn't trigger the beam, and so the clever TSL software, which kind of caters for all possibilities, thinks it's gone missing. Right, now they've opened up the concrete barrier in the pit wall, and they're now pushing the very sad and sorry-looking Mosler through that gap in the pit wall.
Now, the time remaining on our time screen has hit 0, so this race may not be resumed.
In a way, that saves the problem that I was questioning how they were going to solve. So there is a queue of cars waiting to come out of the pit lane, of course. They were the cars that were all in the pits when the red flag was shown. There's a queue of cars on the start-finish line, and I can guarantee you there is a huddle in race control saying, right, what are we going to do? And there's somebody who's chewing the end of his pencil, looking through the rule book and saying, okay, this is what we're allowed to do, and this is where we have discretion, and then they're going to have to decide what they actually do. But meanwhile, it makes a great photo for the album. These magnificent open, called them magnificent. I know we had the Magnificent Sevens earlier on, but these open and slick cars, the Liqui Moly slicks and the Verum Builders open cars, really do make a great sight. The Volvo is at the back, so is one of the Ginettas. We've got a couple of Porsches, then we've got the Aston Martin GT4. Then we've got a BMW, plenty of BMWs, then the yellow Ferrari there, which was in such a good mix, a good battle for the rest of the field. Then the very attractive Motul BMW.
That's Jamie Sturgis' car. That was the one that's masquerading as a Golf TCR car.
Right, okay, yes, that's why I couldn't find it. So yes, one of the slower cars in the field, but nevertheless a very nicely presented and well-prepared car. And as I say, we've now got the road sweepers coming into effect to get rid of the muck that was put down, fire extinguishant foam that was put down, extinguishing the fire on the back of the Mosler. And until then, we just await news as to what's going to happen next. As Chris Buxton pointed out a moment ago, the timing screen shows us 0 minutes to go. If Kieran finds anyone to talk to down there, that would be very useful to find out what their thoughts were. I don't know if any of the Short family are going to want to talk to you, but it's certainly a sad day for them.
Well, yes, I do have one
done.
of the Short family to talk to, Morgan himself, who could give us a first-hand account. Morgan, what happened out there? You were telling me just absolutely no warning.
No, absolutely no warning at all. Outlap from the pits, under the code 60, driving on the pit limiter. I come down the main straight. I look at my right mirror. There's a bit of smoke. I look to my left. Lotus has pulled us alongside me and is waving at me. I look back to my right, and there's a huge plume of black smoke. I come to a stop and get out instantly. I had no warning whatsoever. Nothing on the dash. Engine temperature was 75, nice and cool. And then, boom, it went. And I've got no idea what happened. So. We'll have to take a look and see what it was, if it was electrical or something leaked or broke or anything like that. So hopefully, I mean, it looks a bit of a state right now. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, a bit gutting. We were on for a good race, and yeah, hopefully it's not too expensive.
Yeah, hopefully not. The important thing is you're here, so that's the most important thing. Morgan, I mean, talk us through it, because it was on for a good win. You were really going to battle away with that Volvo towards the end of that one. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, it was going to be good. Do you know where we came out in relation to the Volvo? Because we had an extra 40-second. We had a 40-second penalty from success. So, it probably would have ended up being a good race. I'm sure me and the pro driver in the Volvo. Sorry, I really can't. His name's completely blank from my head at the moment. But I'm sure we would have had a really good battle, or I would have tried to chase him down, but didn't even last a full lap.
They were just ahead, Kieran.
The marshals were really quick to respond. Everyone was really quick to help out other teams bringing fire extinguishers. So, thank you to those guys. It's just a shame we've had to end our race like this and halted the day. It's been a really, everything today has gone perfectly. We've had a bit of a stressful day already. We only were ready to go as the final call came out to assemble. We just got a part in time to get out. But in terms of everyone else had such a clean, perfect day. We were running early, and now, just our luck, the second red flag of the day is us with a huge explosion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Morgan, thank you so much for having a chat to us. We'll let you head back to your team, but enjoy the rest of your day as you can.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kieran McGinley down there with Morgan Short. Certainly a bit of a fiery race for him, but yes, I mean, said earlier on, I mean, Martin may be a well-experienced and vastly experienced race driver, but he doesn't have huge amounts of money to throw around, and he certainly doesn't have racing as his most important thing in his life. I suppose it is the most important thing in his life, but I think he's reached the age now where he does realise there are other priorities in the world, and to a large extent now, he and his family are racing for fun and nothing more. I mean, that's why they're in the Classic Sports Car Club races and not in any other more highfalutin areas of the sport. Really just trying to have some fun. And when it turns to flies with their legs in the air, as it has done here, that's certainly very disappointing for him. And Marcus will be going back and counting the cost. As I say, he may appear to be hugely wealthy, but like the rest of us, does have to make sure the pennies add up at the end of the day.
Absolutely true. I mean, he had a self-funded Le Mans entry, if memory serves.
Okay. Yes, came fourth. Yes, I mean, he had a very successful Le Mans car and took it as everything he does. I mean, as I say, he's a huge enthusiast, but he does take things very professionally, and he likes to do things properly. And if things worth doing, then he's very much of the mind that if you're going to do it at all, then you might as well do it properly. And as I say, Morgan was asking about where they were. They were actually just ahead of the Volvo when the red flag came out. Their pit stop was 2 minutes 39.874 seconds. So I shouldn't have said that, should I? Martin, you were too quick. So they were, what's that, 13 Yeah, 1300ths of a second too quick on the pit stop, but instead of being 2 minutes 40, it was 2 minutes 39.874. So they were slightly too quick on their pit stop, so they might have had an extra penalty. You were saying, Chris, that the CSCC don't allow you much leeway. You're either under, in which case you're under, or you're over.
Exactly that. You can be a hundredth or a thousandth of a second too shy of the limit, and you are deemed to have not adhered to the.
Right, yes.
It's strict, but it's universal to everybody.
Yeah.
And I can see that
news.
I've got some cars coming towards me.
Okay, so the news is that there is going to be a restart under safety car conditions for 15 minutes. So there will be a restart. It will be 15 minutes. The pit window must therefore be deemed to be closed, and so presumably anybody who is in the pits will be allowed to join in at the tail end of the pit lane queue. And my guess is that those cars you can see coming past you, because I haven't seen anybody move from here, Chris, my guess is that that's the cars from the pit lane being allowed out onto the circuit.
Yes, there are 7 or 8 cars that just gone past me now with under the guise of the safety cars. So
right.
Yes, that's the pit lane being emptied.
I can confirm those were all cars that were leaving the pit lane. I've just got in front of me being literally wheeled past me by a BMW of Darren Field, and that was recovered under this red flag period, and why not? They've got the time to do it. So that's now being, well, wheeled towards the assembly area. But you're absolutely right, Chris, those cars were probably serving their well, it's hard to say penalties, but serving their pit stops and their extended pit stops for 1 minute and 30 off the top of my head. But yes, they were there during the red flag. They've now been released. I assume they're just going to join the back of this queue, and you'll see them very shortly, Paul.
Yes, 2 minutes was the pit stop, mandatory pit stop time, or 2 minutes 40 if you were a Mosler. So the safety car has dumped the cars out of the pits onto the back of the queue, and he is now doing, again, looking back at what happens on the M25, he's highly tailing it up the hard shoulder now to get to the front of the real queue, and then, as I say, everybody will get their engines fired up and we'll be able to resume, as I say, as a safety car start. They'll probably just do the 1 lap. That might be 2. I think it'll be 1 lap, and then the timer will start, and then the safety car will pull off. And as I say, it'll then be a 15-minute sprint to the flag. And by my reckoning, I'll be interested to know what order they are, Chris, when they come past you. Keep your eyes open when the safety car comes past, because I think that the Mosler is just 1 car ahead of the Volvo. So
that was how the timing screen looked when the race was halted. Yes, the Mosler was 16th, the Volvo 17th. So.
Yes, what I can't actually do is to see whereabouts they are in the queue behind the safety car. I can't see either of them. Lap, which will then see us with 15 minutes of this Open and Slicks Series race still to go.
It's incredible how hot it gets inside these race cars. I remember when the opening round we had at the Classic Sports Car Club at Snetterton at the beginning of April, it was freezing cold outside. And as soon as I stuck the microphone through the door to speak to them, you just had this waft of almost like oven hot air that just came out of the car. And you've got to think that these drivers are in that for, obviously solo drivers, up to 40 minutes a race. It is. I mean, they work very, very hard to chuck these incredible machines around.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, the surprise is, yes, the higher echelons of the sport, you expect these to be fully trained athletes going to the gym. A lot of the drivers that we've seen Kieran McGinley talking to, A, haven't been in their first flush of youth, dare I say it, some of them, and B, I would suggest, without being unkind, aren't necessarily regular visitors to their local gym.
No, indeed.
Anyway, safety car is leading the round. They're with you, Chris.
Yes, they are, and that beautiful 138 BMW is leading the pack with the 2 Ferraris, the Andrew Christopher number 21 right behind, with the 168 I think it was the 168, the yellow Ferrari, right behind, ready to do battle.
162.
And 162.
John Saunders.
Pardon me. Yes, John Saunders, who we've seen him in a 911 GT3 and various Ginettas and also Caterhams. So John Saunders, a highly experienced racer. We'll be getting this underway when they come back towards you.
Yes, let's hope so. Waiting to see them. Yes, the safety car lights are extinguished, so he will be pulling off when he gets to the pit lane entrance. No, he won't. He stays out. The safety car lights are actually still flashing. I just couldn't see them for looking into the sun. That's not the brightest light bar in the world, I have to say. But anyway, so we do get another lap behind the safety car. So 1 lap to sight, a 2nd lap to get up to speed, and then we'll be underway properly. So that is shown as a brand new race as far as timekeepers are concerned. They're all being shown as having completed 1 lap behind the safety car. The 15 minutes has started to count down though, and
I think that's going to be fixed, because I've just seen that go up rather than continue to count down. It was at 10 minutes just now. It's just had a minute added, so that may well be fixed in the course of the race. Here they come past me once again, and eager to get. Wow, Andrew Christopher's really eager to get on with it. He was scything up to the side of the BMW of Sam Allpass, but yeah, you can see that just by the body language of the cars, everyone's really raring to go. There is the 39 Volvo right behind the rather curious, the Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette cars, the 2-litre the 2-litre car that Joe Jackson's racing. It's a single make. It's a specialised series of those Silhouette cars that are running all 2-litre engines. It's a curious place to see them, but it's not the first time. We haven't seen that car since 2016, so it's great to have it back.
Safety car does pull off this time, and Sam Allpress dives to the lead and just heads off into the distance. In 2nd place there is Andrew Christopher with the yellow Ferrari. John Saunders in 3rd place. In 4th place is number 5 Nathan Lucky, and in 5th place as they turn through there is number 62. That's Matt Evans in the BMW 1 Series. Leaders with you.
Yes, they are just coming through and heading towards coming through Maggots now, and again trying to find a place where to look. The number 57 Aston is looking like it's struggling a little bit. The Jackson and Jackson Aston has had several cars come past it, so that was up into 6th position on the timing line. I wonder if that one might be in a little bit of trouble.
Right, we'll keep an eye on that. Craig Dolby in the Volvo is 16th. So he's back underway again, but as I say, he's got a lot of work to do in the 10 minutes we're still to go, and Sam Allpass is trying to disappear as rapidly as he can. John Saunders trying to close up with the Ferrari and get on the inside of Andrew Christopher as they go down towards Copse Corner. He dives for the inside line. I think he may have done that there, so as they get to you, you'll be able to tell us Chris Buxton up there at Beckett's, but I do believe John Saunders with the Ferrari is up into 2nd place.
Correct, yes he is. The yellow Ferrari leads the black one, and Matt Evans is closing in hard right behind the Ferrari pair as they come up to Maggots. He's gone a bit too deep. Mark Smith on the inside line in the number 36 BMW. Gabby Aaron Maltsmith, beg your pardon. In number 36 is challenging that 1M BMW now as they head back up towards the top of the field. Ashley Muldoon is making a pass as well. The number 281 car may be in a bit of trouble. There's several people coming past him. That's Jackson in the Seat. Several cars just came past him coming out of the Maggots cut through.
3.7 seconds was the race lead of Sam Allpass over Andrew Christopher in 2nd place when they started this lap. Of course, it's John Saunders now 2nd, and the gap goes out to 5.2 seconds. So a 57-second lap time for Sam Allpass means that he keeps the lead. The only car behind him who's actually gone quicker is Craig Dolby, who moves up from 10th to 7th now. So Craig Dolby's certainly on a charge with the Volvo. We've still got 8 minutes and a bit of the race to go, but it's still going to be a tall order. We've also got making ground up there is look out for the Birds Porsche car number 861, Chris.
Yeah, Dolby is now up into 7th and already challenging Matt Evans, along with Aaron Moulton-Smith, challenging Andrew Christopher for 3rd. So lots of shuffling going on throughout the top part of the order. And as the rest of the cars come past me, as the Ashley Muldoon is now hustling the Ginetta, I think that's the Cresswell Ginetta that he's arguing with, although they're not on the same lap, they're still trying to share a bit of track space. So lots of jostling going on.
And here comes a Volvo, like a knife through butter he comes, as they came through the Luffield and Woodcote, came through and actually managed to take another 4 places on that lap. He's now up to 3rd place. So Craig Dolby charging away there. 56.5 was his lap time. The problem he has now, it's 10 seconds up the road. Sam Allpass, what's he going to be able to do about it? You have them in your sight, Chris.
Yeah, Allpass has already gone straight past me. As now the Andrew Christopher Ferrari's behind the Aaron Moulton-Smith number 36 BMW. Side by side is the Bird and Matt Smith BMW and Porsches. So that's an argument for 6th position going on there. It's arguments all over the place. It's fantastic to see.
We're having on perfectly well. What do you mean? But yeah, certainly it's a spirited race for this last 15-minute dash for the flag, as Craig Dolby moves up to 2nd place now, ahead of John Saunders. So the Volvo takes 2nd. So it's BMW Sam Allpass leading the way. Dolby is in 2nd place. John Saunders with the Ferrari is 3rd. In 4th place still is the number 36 car, Aaron Moulton-Smith. And then it's Andrew Christopher 5th.
Indeed, Andrew Christopher is fending off the advances of the white Porsche. Matty Evans is closing in on that Bird Porsche as well. So it's a 3-way fight for what is now 5th place. As the top 4 have kind of spread out a little bit. Say Craig Dolby is pushing hard to close in on Sam Allpass up top.
And the gap is coming down. It was the fastest lap of the race thus far for Craig Dolby last time around, 55.443. Here comes Sam Allpass, 7 laps on the clock, 5.5 minutes of the race to go. There goes 2nd place is Craig Dolby. The gap 4.6 seconds. Another fastest lap of the race for Dolby. The Volvo is closing in. He's hunting down the BMW. Saunders is 3rd. 4th place is Aaron Moulton-Smith in the BMW number 36. And in 5th place is Andrew Christopher's Ferrari car number 21.
Trouble for car 127. That's the Patrick Charlton, Dan Webster car. That's the Lotus Elise, was very, very slow coming out of Aintree, and that Volvo is chasing getting very, very close to the back of Sam Allpass now as they come back up towards Lovefield. And still, I can see the Bird Porsche. It's got herself a bit of a gap back to Matt Evans, and he looks like he's set to challenge Andrew Christopher in the 21 Ferrari for 5th.
Heading for the pits is that Lotus Elise that you described, so he's out the way. Sam Allpass goes through, completes 8 laps. Still Craig Dolby chasing him down. What's he going to be able to do this time? It's another fastest lap of the race, closed in 2.5 seconds that time, and it's only 2.5 seconds the gap 1st to 2nd. So you'll have Sam Allpass in your lap in a moment. Chris Buxton up there at Beckett's. You'll have Craig Dolby right with him.
Yes, that I do, and there's not much of a gap between the BMW and the Volvo now, as they've got some more back markers to have to deal with. Both of them just roaring away. It's a beautiful crescendo that they are giving me. And then right behind them, the 162 Saunders Ferrari has got himself a gap now to the 36 BMW, but I don't know if that gap's going to last too long. Then Christopher, Bird and Evans right behind them.
So I reckon there's enough time here for Craig Dolby, and what, if anything, does he need to be driver of the day except for this? I suggested that Andrew Christopher was in with a chance, but the way Craig Dolby is now closing in, he sides through the back markers, he pulls up alongside as they go underneath the Silverstone gantry, and there's nothing that Sam Allpass can do. He just sits there and is overwhelmed by the Volvo. So the next car that you'll be seeing up there at Beckett's, Chris, is going to be the Volvo. Craig Dolby leading the way in car number 39.
Yeah, and still carving his way through the back markers. The Volvo's got Tommy Kraut's BMW that he just dispatches with wild abandon. And yeah, there's no answer that Sam Allpass can give to that. The Volvo has been consistently 2 or more seconds quicker per lap. And the time was not on Sam Allpass's favour on that occasion.
No, I think Sam did his best, and the way he cleared off at the beginning absolutely right. I mean, he made the most of that gap of the advantage of starting immediately behind the safety car, but he wasn't able to cement his advantage as the more powerful Volvo just managed to, and the superior driving skills of Craig Dolby, it has to be said, who goes through now 10 laps completed, 3 laps still to go. So we should get up to 13 laps. John Saunders is third. In fourth place, Aaron Moulton-Smith. Fifth is Andrew Christopher. Sixth is Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. In seventh place is number 62, Matthew Evans. And in eighth place, number 5, Nathan Lucky. Ninth car, number 151, David Harvey.
Sam Allpasser's car always gives an almighty great bang as it changes gear, just coming past me slightly further down the field. Still that third Porsche nailed to the back of Andrew Christopher's number 21 Ferrari. The battle for fifth position continues apace. It does look like everybody has kind of found that little bit of track space now. Trouble for Matt Evans, that 62 BMW looked a bit reluctant to get up to speed again. That's very much boom or bust, that car. It might have gone back up to speed again unless he's just kind of nursing it home a little bit, but it did look a little bit reluctant to get going again.
Yeah, it's a long gap back to third place there, and John Saunders, Aaron Moulton-Smith still very close behind him, less than a second behind him. And then it's Charles Hyde Andrew Bird who's got ahead of Andrew Christopher on that lap. So Hyde Andrews Bird up to fifth place, Andrew Christopher back into sixth with his Ferrari. Into seventh place comes Nathan Lucky now, ahead of Matt Evans. So you told us about that change. So change for fifth place and a change for seventh place as well. Eighth is Matt Evans. Ninth is Harvey in car number 151, the Lotus 340R. And then rounding out the top 10 is number 144, Christopher Compton Goddard, with his Ferrari.
And Matt Evans is just coming past me now, absolutely crawling. The number 62 BMW has failed him, so he's still circulating. He hasn't pulled off the road just yet, but yes, it's no longer doing what it should be doing.
That's not what it said on the tin, no, quite. Charles Howard Andrew Bird goes through there, just going on to what will be for him the last lap of the race. And where's our race leader? He should be able to get through and do another lap. That's Craig Dolby with the Volvo. Time is ticking down, 20 seconds. Where's Dolby? He's at Luffield at the moment. Turns all the way through Luffield. Comes out of Luffield into Woodcote, 13 seconds, 10, 9. He's going to get through and complete another lap, but only just. So Craig Dolby then on to his last lap. Sam Allpass goes through in second place now. Such has been the pace of this restart that out of the 25 that took the restart, I think we've only got 10 who are actually on the lead lap. And there's 3 cars headed for the pits.
Yeah, there goes Craig Dolby past me now. That gap is meteoric. Quite frankly.
Chris, a change for third place as well there, because Aaron Moulton-Smith gets ahead of John Saunders' Ferrari. So number 36, the BMW, moves ahead of the Ferrari of John Saunders, the yellow car, number 162.
That he does. They're just coming past me now. He should have the leaders ready to take the checkered flag.
Coming through now. Where is he? Craig Dolby then in the Volvo. There he is. Checkered flag is out, and a memorable win for Craig Dolby. Then it was made easier by the fiery exit of the Mosler earlier in the race, but certainly wasn't going to be all plain sailing for him. Sam Allpass, a good effort there in second place. You and I can have an argument whether driver of the day should be Sam Allpass or Craig Dolby. Maybe we'll leave the casting vote to Kieran on that one. But the two of them coming home separated by 10 seconds in the end, but a good run from Sam Allpass there to finish second overall. Aaron Moulton-Smith will finish third. Yes, did finish third. John Saunders fourth. Charles Hyde Andrew Bird is in fifth place. Then it's going to be Andrew Christopher finishing in sixth. Yes, he's finished. Nathan Lucky will be seventh in car number 5. And in eighth place will be David Harvey, number 151. There he goes now. The funny looking little Lotus 340R. But no stopping that Volvo, Chris.
No, there really was no stopping that Volvo. I would have, before the restart, I had that line, the driver of the day, lined up for Sam Allpass, and no discredit to his incredible effort to start last and to lead the race at one point. I think I'm slightly swayed by Craig Dolby's incredible efforts in that last 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Either of those, as I say, I think we'll leave the casting vote to Kieran on that one, having squeezed him out of any of the decision making earlier on. But both Sam Allpass and Craig Dolby worthy potential winners of that coveted, can we call it that, driver of the day?
Why not?
The random musings of a commentary team of three. What do they win for being driver of the day, Chris? Do you know?
I don't actually. I think there is some silverware that goes on in the background. There's certainly the appreciation of the club and a round of applause. I think there is actually a trophy for them as well. I'm not 100% certain.
Yes, there's a pat on the back from me. That's what they get.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you decide, Kieran. Either Sam Allpress or Craig Dolby then on that one.
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Both
there.
of them extremely worthy potential winners.
Absolutely, I have to agree. I mean, even with the stoppage as well, it was a fantastic effort from Nigel Mustill and Craig Dolby, especially Craig Dolby in that one. Let's see if I can try and beckon him over. Come over here, Craig, and a little bit of a thumbs up there to the competitor Sam Allpass. Let's see if I can squeeze in here. Well, race winner then, Craig Dolby. Bit of a hectic race though. We had that red flag, but then you had it all to do in the final part of that race. I mean, talk us through what was a hectic 15 minutes for you.
Yeah, it was. Nigel did a mega first stint, and when he came in, it looked really good. And as soon as the red flag came out, it was a bit unfortunate because I think the race between us and the shorts were going to be a pretty cool race. And but then they said, "Oh yeah, you're back in 16th." So obviously, because of the code 60, everyone had been able to jump us. So oh, now it's going to be a bit of a race. So we had a bit of fun then, and yeah, I did some cool overtakes. It's nice to be back in a race car. You know, I don't get to do it very often anymore. So to come back and have some fun, yeah, it's blown off some cobwebs.
Yeah, we were talking in the pit lane earlier on in the race that, you know, you had the Mosler to catch. Well, the Mosler went out in that little bit of a smoke screen and you take home the checkered flag. Is that a good day for you?
I wouldn't say a good day. It's never nice to see competitors with cars like that. So, you know, I kind of feel bad for them, and especially because I think it was going to be a really cool battle with them. They're very quick in qualifying and similar pace. So I just hope they can get their car back out and on track shortly, and yeah, back to racing hard.
Well said. Hey, congratulations on the victory anyway, and a well-deserved fight through the field. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can have a chat to our second place driver in Sam Allpass. Now, our commentary team are decided, or can't decide between these two drivers, but we'll have a chat to Sam Allpass. Sam, you started that race from the very back, no time in qualifying, but you managed to get up to second place. Talk us through it.
Well, yes, missed the morning session due to other circumstances, so I just had to accept the starting from the back and do the best I could. Quite a big time difference between the slowest and the fastest, of course, but I managed to keep that together. And then we got a lucky break halfway through and worked with the pit stops. So that, I think, actually got us past our friends in the Volvo. And then we... and then, of course, we had the incident with the Mosler, sadly, and I hope everyone's okay and the car's not too badly damaged. Yeah, then it was a question of just trying to keep everyone behind me. But he drove very well. He got a lucky break with the other traffic and just managed to pit me over. I was hoping I might be able to last for a couple of laps and keep him behind me, but wasn't to be.
Wasn't to be, but congratulations on second place. Very well deserved from the back of the grid.
Really enjoyed it. It's great stuff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And if I've got time, I'll be corrected otherwise. Let's have a look and see if we can chat to the third place duo of Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith. I'll come to you first, Aaron, because that was a hectic 15 minutes after that red flag. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was just get going and try and pick off anyone I could. If there was anyone, I didn't know where we were position-wise, so yeah, just cracking on, trying to beat the lap time that we did in quali. That was the best thing. But yeah, it was good fun.
I like that, just cracking on. I really do like that. I had to say, Mark, you had probably the quieter of the two stints. Let's be fair to say that.
There were no fireworks, literally. I mean, nothing. But the first, I thought it was quite busy. Actually, it was quite chaotic when I was out there, and there were people like we've been told off this morning about track limits, and I was punished for it. But there was people just going wide. They left another county, then they came back again, and what have you. It was bonkers out there when I was out there. But anyway, Aaron did the business. So.
He certainly did. Congratulations both on your third place. I've just heard the klaxon, which means the next race is about to begin. But congratulations on your third place. And with that klaxon, it's back to the commentary box.
Great stuff. Thanks very much down there in the pit lane. Yes, the klaxon is for the Motorsports School Turbo Tin Tops with the Mr. Tyre Motorsports Puma Cup. And away they go on their green flag lap. Another enormous grid. not quite 30 cars, 29 cars, if they're all there. I didn't actually check down all of them to see there. Certainly on the pole position was number 38 Josh Brooks, 81 Keith Issat alongside him, and then the second row number 72 Carl Chambers, and number 1 John Hammersley, to be joined by Nigel Tung in the number 1 car. So the leaders, or the leading grid starters, up with Chris Buxton on this formation lap, Chris.
Yep, just coming past me now. We didn't actually decide on the driver vote for the previous race, but we'll get that sorted in due course. Yeah, that amazing little Toyota Starlet, the number 38 car. Not exactly known for its racing pedigree, that particular car, but we saw that car out at Alton Park earlier this year. It came home 5th on that occasion, but we have again a wonderful mixed grid here with the Pumas involved in there as well. A good amount of Pumas have come out to us this time at Silverstone, which is wonderful to see, and they should all be working their way back towards you, Paul, to get race number 4 of this weekend underway.
Yes, the penultimate race seems to have flown by this afternoon, but the cars then will come down. This will be a standing start. The last race was the exception in having been a rolling one, so they'll be coming down under starters' orders, take up their standing positions on the grid, and then will be underway once again for a 40-minute race, along with the mandatory pit stop after the pit window opens, which will be after 10 minutes, and then it will remain open for 15 minutes. And for the race number 4, the pit stop is a quick as you can variety, so you have to come into the pits, get out of the car, slam the door, open the door and get back in again, or hand over to your co-driver as the case may be, and to do all that as quickly as you can without losing too much time. The big field making its way down to the grid then, with the autumn sunshine still, I won't say blazing down, but certainly making it a very attractive grid with the very distinctive shape of the Ford Pumas. And everything about the Pumas, of course, is they're a very distinctive shape, and they have them in a large variety of colours as well, which makes picking them out that much easier. The turbo tin tops up at the head of the field. We just have to decide who is it going to be as the field sort themselves out at the front there. Josh Brooks with the pole position, sitting Toyota Starlet. Yes, a remarkable job done by them in qualifying. Keith Issat alongside him with his Mini Club, and then the Peugeot 208 of Carl Chambers and John Hammersley's Volkswagen Sirocco. Everybody in position. The green flag has been waved, the red lights are on. Quite a long pause before they go out, but they do go out in the end, and a very good start from both of the front row men. Got away absolutely together, and who's it going to be into Cops Corner for the first time? I think Josh Brooks has just managed to make it through at the head of the field. So Josh Brooks in the Toyota Starlet, just as quick off the start line as he is around the lap, and is heading up towards Chris Buxton for the first time. I think Josh Brooks leads.
Big move for Keith Issat on the inside line to take the lead, and he nearly loses the table on the exit. 3 wide on the exit of Maggots then, and it's actually It is actually Pillamori that takes the lead from 5th position. He's up into the lead in the Scirocco. My goodness me, he was pretty lightning quick when we saw him at Donington, and he's just rocketed through into the lead again.
Yeah, so Billy Moria then, certainly a man on the move. I think he's lost out the lead to the Toyota as they come back down the Wellington Straight, the Club Straight, National Straight on this version of the circuit. And yes, it is Josh Brooks back into the lead then as they turn through Luffield and come up to Woodcote for the first time. Brooks leads then. Billamoria is there in 2nd place. In 3rd place is Carl Chambers. In 4th place is John Hammersley. Actually, it's not in 4th place, is Keith Issat. John Hammersley has fallen quite a long way back. He's back in 6th place and is behind car number 27, Sean Woodard. I should say. So Sean Woodard is in number 27. He's up into 5th place, and somebody is in the gravel at the exit of Luffield, and I'll tell you who that is after Chris has told us who's gone through Beckett's.
They're already back up towards you. The Toyota Starlet back in the lead then of Brooks, and we have a Code 60 assumedly to retrieve the car you've just mentioned. Trying to see who is plummeting through the field, and
no idea who it is. I'm afraid it's a white Ford Puma, and
that's one of the Jackson pair. I think that's the 152 car. That's the white one, I think.
Very tall driver stomping away from his car. Not terribly happy with his luck in life at the moment, and who can blame him? The Manitou rescue vehicle coming to his aid, and they're going to have to clear him out of the gravel bed before we get racing underway again. Everybody behaving themselves remarkably well in the Code 60. Of course, with the Code 60, when you're as closely bunched as this, you've got to keep your eyes extremely wide open and your wits about you, because as soon as it goes green, then you're back underway and racing can recommence. So that's the speed being shown there of 64 miles an hour, so actually that's 64 kilometres an hour, isn't it? So yeah, it's just over 60 kilometres an hour, everybody, as they go through. And so full course yellow whilst that Puma is dealt with. Not sure who it might have been. Number 59 is plummeting down through the field. That's Andrew Marson.
Andrew Marson. That's one of the Fiat Abarths.
With the Fiat Abarth. I thought from this distance it looked more.
It might be James Clare in the 100 Puma, and that's grey and blue more than it's white. But that car seems to have disappeared without a trace as far as the timing screen is concerned. I certainly can't see it around my way. So yeah, not certain on that one, but I certainly can see that James Clare has...
James Clare has the triangle, doesn't he?
He does, and now I did see, now the Puma, I thought, when you said it was a white Puma that was missing, I thought it was the Jackson car, and I'm just watching the field come past me now to see if I can see which Pumas are unaccounted for, and I don't see a white one in the mixture.
I'll tell you what, it's bright blue. I've just found it on the closed circuit TV. I was looking at it from here and looking into the sun. I would have sworn a month's salary on that having been a white car, but the rear end of the car is bright blue.
That's James Clare, that's the 100 car.
Yeah.
Also, one of the Pumas that has disappeared is the 196. That's John Glover. He needs to come back into the pits, unfortunately, it would seem.
John Glover into the pit and into the assembly area, so he's called it very, very early on.
So poor old James Clare, he started on the pole position as far as the Pumas were concerned, and to lose it on the first lap like that must indeed, well, it warrants his body language at the end there as he was stomping away from the car there. Yes, very displeased with matters, and just to confirm, it is that car of James Clare, number 100, and yes, from the rear it's much more easy to identify with the checkered B pillar.
The Jackson 2 Pumas have just come past me, actually, so there is a bit of a gap between themselves and the rest of the pack. That's I'm taking the number 53 Mazda, the sole Mazda RX-8 we have in the field, which is Daniel Barber. may have had an incident which would explain why there's a gap there. Of course, they can't close in on the field ahead of them. It's code 60. They all have to obey that particular speed limit. So it's not like a safety car where they can bunch together.
Although, having said that, they have slowed. I've got a speed trap on the start-finish line here, and the speed trap on the start-finish line is saying 40. In fact, it's under 40, unless the speed trap has suddenly switched to miles an hour.
We're in a green flag now, though, and they're screaming all back towards me once again. And Toyota Silent trying to break away a little bit, can't quite get it done. There's lots of side-by-sides going on. That's one of the Marsons that's gone very, very deep. That's the 59 car. That's Andrew Marson. It's up into 7th position at the moment, doing a stunning job for the Fiat once again. He did brilliantly well in qualifying, in particular at Anglesey in that car. I think he was 4th or something like that. So yeah, he qualified brilliantly well. But everybody is back underway and so far behaving themselves.
Yes, Roseberry Moria, the one who lost out there, although having said he'd lost out, he got back to 3rd place. He's now got himself back into 2nd place, but whilst he's been battling for 2nd and 3rd place, so he's lost touch with the race leader. So the first 3 go through in the same order as they were. That is to say, Josh Brooks leading the way, Roseberry Moria is 2nd, and 3rd place is Carl Chambers, so the same order. But the gap first second has gone out quite considerably. Up to 4th place has come Sean Woodard, car 27, so he's made progress. Keith Issett has dropped back. John Hammersley is still 6th, and then up into 7th place has come number 17 now, John Wyatt.
Coming past me once again, the gap seems to be growing between Brooks and what was the Bilimory car. Now Carl Chambers up into 2nd place now in his turbo Peugeot. Of course they're turbo, they're all turbos, hence there's a clue in the name. That's the Peugeot 208 that is now up to 2nd position. He runs the Pugsport Racing organisation that's services a number of the Peugeots we see in the CSCC. So Carl Chambers eyeing up that top spot. He's got, or he did have about 1.5 seconds when they came past you last time. Let's see what he has this time to close down.
Yeah, the gap first second going up. Billy Moria back to 3rd again. So Carl Chambers charging along in 2nd, just under a second away from the race leader, having just done the fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute 5.368 for Carl Chambers gives him fastest lap of the race. Billy Moria 2nd, Woodard is in 3rd place, Keith Issett is in 4th, and John Hammond is in 5th, and John Hammersley is in 6th place. Leading the way in the Puma cars, just crossing the line now, is the all blue car number 163 of Luke Johnson, and he goes through leading the cars, leading that class by 2.6 seconds from car number 101, Gareth Cockgrove, in 2nd place.
The field have already come past me in whilst you were explaining that. Keith Issett was very, very close to the back of Sean Woodard when they came past me previously. So a real battle forming. Hasn't really dissipated really for 4th position, right behind the 2nd podium battle going on. As the tail end of the field now just coming past me. There was a bit of a moment for that 152 Puma a couple of laps back. It had a rather slow exit from Magnus.
And it's headed to the pits, the 152 you said, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes, they're headed for the pits. So 152 then toward the pits and potentially being a retirement as the rest of the field goes through. They got nicely out of the way of the battle for the lead, which was just coming up and threatening to overwhelm him as they lapped him, but positions at the top. On lap 7, still with Josh Brooks leading Carl Chambers, Firoz Billy Moria is in 3rd place, Sean Woodard is in 4th, and Keith is at 5th.
Just to give you an update, that shared car, the 152, the Jacksons, the bonnet is up, so they're having a look at it. The driver stayed in the car, so I'll keep you posted when I find out more.
Right, it's a 40-minute race for the Turbo Tin Tops, just to explain, and the pit window is not yet open, so this pit stop, although it's happening, isn't happening under the auspices of being a proper pit stop, and is, as I say, not yet with the pit window open, although it is now with 10 minutes of the race elapsed.
Yes, they have come in too early, so if they're able to rejoin the race, then they will have to serve the pit stop again. Wow, Carl Chambers is really hustling the leader. Now coming down into Magnus once again, the bright green green yellow or highlighter yellow, number 72 is really looking to put pressure on that curious Toyota Starlet that I thought was actually smoking during qualifying, and then suddenly just stole the top spot right at the death of the qualifying session. So there's a lot of pace out there, and Carl Chambers knows that car. He built it himself inside out, so he knows how to chuck that number 72 around, and he looks set to challenge for the lead before long.
Yeah, so Toyota leading the way, Peugeot second place, Volkswagen in third place, and in fourth place is Mini Cooper. As into the pits comes the second place man, Carl Chambers. So I just wanted to make sure of myself. So yes, Carl Chambers into the pits, so he's losing ground as he does so. Ferro's Birimoria up into second place, Sean Woodard into third. Into fourth place, therefore, comes Josh Issat. Another pit caller coming in behind that is number 150, is David Cox, and he crosses the line now, coming out of 18th place to make it the second of the routine pit callers right at the beginning of the pit window.
Indeed, as the field continuing to work their way past me now. So it's a big long line of competitors here, all just keeping an eye on each other. No one's sort of challenging for position. No, obviously the closest battle we had was Carl Chambers, who has now come into the pits. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer for there to be more pit stops going on. Is Keith Issett coming? Because he's now missing. Has he come into the pits?
No, he hasn't. Just waiting for to see who is coming through. Birimoria has gone through in second place, Woodard third. Issett goes through now in fourth place. And then it's John Hammersley moving up to fifth place with the pit stop for Carl Chambers continuing as I speak. This being a slightly longer pit stop for the tin top turbos.
I thought I'd lost him for a minute, but no, yeah, quite right. Here comes Keith Issett on, still nailed to the back of the Woodard Fullbrook Mini, so the Mini Clubman. You don't see many of the Mini estate cars out there racing in the wild, but he is still keeping his fellow Sussex Road and Race Mini company. Also, John Hammersley, the number 1 Scirocco, is being closed in on a bit by Wyatt in the number 17 Mini. So a potential battle forming for fifth.
Update from the pit lane. Carl Chambers has left the pit lane now, but beating him out was the 150 of David Cox. Now there was a sizable gap between them in their pit stops, but they've swapped their positions. Carl Chambers will be behind David Cox.
Interesting. Okay, so next time around, when I get the pit stop time comes up on my screen, we'll be able to tell you what the difference was. Just looking down to see if there's any difference in penalty pit stops.
Carl Chambers is carrying a winner's penalty. He won at Snetterton in the opening round.
That will do it then.
Why, yes.
That will do it, yeah. And number 26 also leaving the pit lane as well, as Fullbrook Williams shared Mini leaves the pit lane then.
Yeah, so it's a good method of stopping somebody running off with all the trophies. And yes, the pit stop for number 152 coming through, but of course that was done before the pit window opened, and the pit window for Carl Chambers 1 minute 51 seconds, so that was a long pit stop, it being a quick as you can type pit stop for the turbo tin tops. As into the pits now comes another of the leading ones, that is, didn't quite catch the number, 152 I think, which was the other Jackson car.
142 and 152 are the two Jackson cubes. The green one is 142, the white one is 152.
Yes, I thought it was 152 that just came in, but I don't think it was. I think that was a mistaken number on my part.
Is the sunlight causing you trickery again, Paul?
Just a little, yes. Let's go for 163, having made his pit stop. That's the leading car in the Puma class. 163 is Luke Johnson, and as I say, he needs to make his pit stop as quick as he can in order to keep the lead of the Puma Cup class. Meanwhile, the leading from the overall positions, most of the leading group still to make their pit stop. In fact, the top 7 still to make their pit stop. but there's still 9 minutes of that pit stop window available to them to come in and make the stop.
Indeed. So the number 1, the Hammersley Tong car, has come in. I can see on the timing screen. So now Nigel Tong will take over the wonderfully liveried Scirocco. There's more cars making their way past me now. No particular challenge for position. Now the 2 Sussex Road and Race Minis have a little bit of a gap between them. Well, they did briefly until they caught the back of the Billimoria. On Earth. Is that still in the hands of Billimoria? No, that's
yes,
been
it is.
Oh, is it?
Yes, they've not yet.
Oh, yes, he
made
hasn't been in. No, it's not Tattersall in command of that yet. So there is a bit of a squabble going on for second as the 2 Minis of the Woodard Fulbrook Mini and the Keith Issett Mini are getting close to the back of Phyllis Billimoria.
Right, okay, Billimoria still running in second place, and then Sean Woodard in third, Keith Issett fourth, John Wyatt fifth. And then in sixth place is car number 59 is the car of Andrew Marson. Meanwhile, Josh Brooks still comfortably leading the way in the Toyota Starlet. 4.5 seconds is his advantage. 23 minutes out of the 40 still to go. And 8 minutes of the pit window still to go. So still plenty of time for the complexion of the race to alter. Warren Tattersall, to my knowledge, not quite as quick as Firozi Billimoria. Another car coming into the pit lane is another of the Pumas. That's car number 187. That's Mark Caberl.
I believe that's pronounced Kirbley. As just looking at my notes, yeah, I think that's Mark Kirbley in the 187 Puma, although I'm sure he's heard 101 different pronunciations of the surname.
Yes, quite. There goes the Toyota Starlet across the line once again. Josh Brooks completes another lap. That's his 14th lap completed. Billimoria still going strong in second place, not so very far ahead of the next 2 through there. Still Sean Woodard, Keith Issett right on their tail. Second, third, fourth places. They're right together. Then a long gap back to fifth place and John Wyatt. But that second, third and fourth group up with you at the moment at Beckett's, Chris.
Yeah, race leaders just coming past me as working his way past the 163 Puma of Luke Johnson, with Billimoria in the next car in line, still with the Sussex Road and Race Minis occupying his mirrors. So that they're not so much squabbling now. They're still remaining kind of in, all line astern at the moment. They're very much biding their time, I think, possibly waiting for the pit stops to take place, and then they'll exercise the right foot a little bit more.
Yes, I think there's kind of no point in kind of showing all your cards until the pit stop's behind you, is there? You want to kind of just maintain pace until your pit stop, and then after your pit stop goes, assuming it goes smoothly, then you let everything go through. Now, a big group of cars coming into the pits. Billimoria is amongst them. Didn't catch who the first one was, but the one behind Billimoria was Sean Woodard. So we had Billimoria, Woodard, and I think it was 94, the other one in there, Joachim Jones, coming out of 13th place to do his pit stop. Yes, it was. So leading cars now, a few more of them making their pit stop as we reach, coming up towards half distance, 20 minutes down in this 40-minute Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops with Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup Series race. And as I say, we've got still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. Let's say 7, make that 7 cars out of the top 10 still to make their pit stops, and the pit window still open for another 5 minutes.
John Hammersley is closing, I beg your pardon, Nigel Tongue, as that car has now changed hands, just closing into the back of the 181 car. That's Chris Earl.
There's the leader into the pits now, Josh Brooks. So the Toyota Starlet coming in. It's been a good run so far from Josh Brooks. He'll be trying to make everything continue in that order for himself as he makes his mandatory pit stop. Keith Issat stays out, John Wyatt stays out, Andrew Marson stays out, but everybody else coming in, I think, just about. Charlie Newton-Darby is in, certainly, and so is car 33, Stuart Kilroy.
All quiet on the rest of the front down this end as some more cars just coming past back markers. I can see the number 7, that's the Harrison Selby Ford Fiesta. Now, they used to race a Puma for a long time in the club. Toby Harris and Lisa Selby. The Fiesta is new to them. I think it's last year they first brought the Fiesta out. 16th here last time. It's not been a hugely successful season with it this year, but by their own admission, they're still learning it and tuning it and what have you. They took it to Knock Hill last year, the one time that CSCC's been to the Scottish circuit, and they actually stopped off in Gretna Green and got married on the way back.
How old-fashioned. On the way back.
On the way back, yes.
So it should have been on the way there. Never mind. So leading cars, top 3, all being shown in the pits at the moment. Josh Brooks is back out, having done his pit stop. And I reckon by the time he gets around, having completed his pit stop, he should be back in the lead of the race again. But he's lost a position on that time around to number 6 there. That's Richard Marson's Fiat 500. But Richard Marson still to make a pit stop, so perhaps that's that's a false indication. So of the cars that have made their pit stop, it is Josh Brooks who leads the way. Keep our eyes to the right, look out for the Toyota Starlet coming through and retaking the lead. Although having said that, Keith Issat is back on his way again now in the Mini Clubman, and he is leading the race, I do believe. Keith Issat's pit stop. Let's have a look, where's that? Can't see it on the screen at the moment.
Keith Issat's just coming past me. He's actually got the Billimoria Scirocco a few cars ahead, although it's not Billimoria now, is it? That's now handed over to Warren Tattersall. That had its face full of back markers. So the race leader at the moment is Richard Marson. You'll probably enjoy that until such time as he has to come into the pits, which he hasn't got long left to do it.
He doesn't, does he? So we're 16 minutes 55, 52 still to go on the race. Pit window is still open. It opened at 15:57. It'll be closed there for 15 minutes, you said.
Yes.
So we've got 3 minutes for the pit window to remain open. And looking out for Josh Brooks, who should be leading the race, or will be leading the race, as soon as Richard Marson makes his pit stop, as he is required to do, but leaving it until the last possible minute to do so. I suppose, in a way, maximising his chances for some kind of intervention, but so far this race has been run without any interventions, and we're still going under green flag conditions.
Absolutely so. So Richard Marson should be in any moment.
He is now, yes. So here's car number 6 in the pit lane, heading down to Kieran McGinley, and they're coming through now. Reed takes the lead of the race, Josh Brooks, and where is he in relation to the second place man, or actually being shown on the screen as third place, car number 27. He's got a very useful lead actually, hasn't he? Josh Fulbrook. It is Josh Brooks, Josh Fulbrook for second and third on the timing screens, but leading the race in real terms. Yes, goes through now. So the gap first to second, 17 seconds. So it's a very tidy advantage indeed here for Josh Brooks. He's really taken the race by the scruff of the neck, and in fact, if anything, it's Keith Issat now putting the pressure on Josh Fulbrook for the next place up, because Issat lapping more quickly than Josh Fulbrook. Where are they on the track? Have they just gone past you?
They're just coming past me now,
81.
and they've got a couple of cars in between them, have the Sussex Road and Race Mini, so they're looking to reunite once again. They were having a great squabble before the pit stops, and it looks like Keith Issat struggling to get past David Cox in his 150 VW Golf. Coming back up to you shortly, but yeah, great scrap there for third, along with, I think, a battle for seventh between Andrew Marsden and the Delaney's in their Mini. I was looking forward to seeing how the 555 would do, and it's not doing too badly at all.
Not doing too badly at all, that's right. Here's the battle for the lead now, turning back into the battle for the lead. Billy Moria, how has he fared? Well, he's had a longer pit stop, so Billy Moria goes through looking like he's in the lead, but actually is a lap behind on everybody else. Josh Brooks is in the lead. Josh Fulbrook is in second place, and Keith Issat is just 2.9 seconds behind him now, so it's actually a slower lap from Keith Issat. Josh Fulbrook just taking a bit of time to get his eye in, I would say, at the front of the field, and so Josh Fulbrook, making me think perhaps that his position was under threat, but in fact was a second and a half quicker on his first flying lap once he got his eye in. And then next up behind those two is then car number 12, which is Charlie Newton Derby in the Mini Cooper S. So Charlie Newton Derby being shown in fourth place. Fifth place is John Wyatt, and then the Delaney's, as you say, they'll be quite happy to be there in sixth place if they can make that stick. And just looking at their lap times there, Chris, I think they'll be able to.
It's not looking too bad at all for them. As Carl Chambers in the number 72 Peugeot has just gone past me again, working his way through fair amount of traffic. Let's have a look at the Pumas as well, see how they're doing. The Puma division, or the Puma Cup, is being led by the 101 car, which is the Cotgrove Smithson car at the moment. Then it is Mark Kirbley in the 187 Puma in second, with Luke Johnson in the 163 in third at present, but being challenged. Johnson was very, very close to Mark Kirbley, challenging for second. Wow, as just coming past me is Keith Issat, almost nudging the tail end of Dave Cox's Golf. So whilst they may not be challenging for position as such, they're having a great race out there.
Nobody's told them that they're not challenging for position, and as you say, they're enjoying themselves enormously. Just looking there, who's going through number 15, 16, it's Charlie Newton Derby going through in the Mini Cooper, in fact. Then it's Billy Moria. As I say, his run slightly disappointing because, of course, it's Warren Tattersall now behind the wheel of the car. His pit stop quite a lot longer due to the penalty that he was forced to take. So number 127 now nestling. Well, he's just down in 17th place, in fact, despite being very quick on the track. He'll be making up positions. He's lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than the cars immediately ahead of him. So we'll see where Tattersall finishes up, but every opportunity for him to finish top 10. Possibly that's asking a bit too much with 11 minutes still on the clock, but he's down in 17th at the moment.
And still Keith Issat is behind Dave Cox in the 150 Golf. As we said, they're not on the same lap. Dave Cox is a lap down from the leader, so if anything, Keith Issat could well be feeling a bit aggrieved by that, but it doesn't look like it's slowing him down any, or not to a huge degree. So it could actually be slowing him down much greater than I thought. There's a 108.3 for Keith Issat last time around, so if Dave Cox should be getting out of the way, he may well earn the eye of the stewards by doing that.
Yes, I don't know about whether that will happen, but yes, it should be Keith Issat, should be finding it not quite such a chore to get through, one would imagine, but he is finding it a chore, and at the moment he is losing chunks of time, isn't he? 1 minute 7 that time around, not quite as slow as his previous lap, and certainly 2 seconds away from his best lap that he set earlier in the race, when he wasn't quite so encumbered by the traffic. 20 seconds is the advantage for Josh Brooks. This Toyota Starlet is really living up to its name, isn't it? Little GT Starlet. But he's going very nicely indeed. 10 minutes of the race still to go. 23 laps completed, and as I say, Josh Brooks' margin just over 20 seconds.
Goodness me, he's really making his entrance into the club very well known. So it's his second voyage with us in the CSCC, so a stunning effort there in a car that doesn't exactly have a huge racing pedigree behind it, but doing a very good job. And also coming out of Maggots, Keith Issett just got the inside line and booted it to try and get past Dave Cox, but the Golf did not relent whatsoever, so I suspect they're still having an argument as they come past you.
We'll continue to monitor that then. Just looking out as well for the progress being made by Nigel Tongue in John Hammersley's car number 1. They're just into the top 6. I was going to say they were just outside the top 6, but Nigel Tongue there just managing to get past on the Delaney family car. So number 555 Mini Cooper S being overtaken by the VW Sirocco of Nigel Tongue, and so that moves it up to 6th place. Now what's going to possibly happen now? Nigel Tongue is 1.7 seconds. Actually, it's not at the line of the screen, right? 2.1 seconds. 2.1 seconds behind John Wyatt's car is the next target. So look out for Nigel Tongue possibly being able to get up to 5th place. It's looking down to the progress being made by Warren Tattersall in Ferozi Billamoria's car, the Sirocco, and the answer is no progress being made at all. I was suggesting he might be able to make some ground, but Warren Tattersall still 17th, which is where he was when he took the car over.
Battle forming for 12th position actually between two of the 3 Marson and Baths. It's David and Richard having an argument for 12th. David currently ahead of Richard, I assuming they're brothers, I'm not 100% certain of that. So they were very, very close as they came past me. Also, the Selby and Harris car is close to the 3rd of the Marson. So we do still have scattered battles out there, although the pace difference isn't colossal between each car as we've seen in some of the other categories. So each car getting past one another has made that a little bit more tricky.
Yes, I just wonder if it's the nature of the turbo as well, making getting past on the exit of corners slightly more difficult, but certainly we're seeing overtaking more difficult in this race than we've seen in some of the previous ones. As Josh Brooks goes through, there's a car spinning off there. That was car number 98, Robin Dancy in his Mini, and where is he?
20th, Robin Dancy,
right, yes.
Number 98 car.
I think he'll get going again, but I saw the car spinning wide. I think I caught it on the TV stream. I think it was at Luffield, but didn't see it in real life, although I can see Luffield, so maybe it was somewhere else.
Yes, I can't quite see Luffield from my position. That is Mars to me. It's Struth, John Hammersley and Nigel Tongue and John Wyatt very, very close. Now coming out of Maggots towards Aintree, the Mini just about squeaking past the Sirocco there. That is actually a battle for 4th. Now Nigel Tongue got the fastest lap of the race a few laps ago, 105.267. So again, Nigel Tongue is absolutely flying and is really hustling hard the Mini of the very experienced John Wyatt.
Still nothing to choose between the lap times of the 2 leaders, Josh Brooks and Josh Fulbrook, the little Toyota Starlet and the Mini Cooper S, but still 20 seconds between them. As I say, there are lap times on the previous lap almost identical, and in fact the top 3 lap times almost identical, with 20 seconds separating the first 2 and nearly 10 seconds separating Josh Fulbrook from Keith Issett in 3rd place. John Wyatt is still there in 4th place. He's a further 11 seconds behind Keith Issett, but with Nigel Tongue right on John Wyatt's tail, that's probably where the next overtaking move is going to come from, because Nigel Tongue hasn't been hanging around in the car that was started by John Hammersley, car number 1. Look out for the Sirocco, car number 1, then making up another place on this lap.
Side by side, Carl Chambers is in the number 72 car alongside the Toby Harris Lisa Selby car. That is for position, that is for 8th, and right ahead of them is Charlie Newton-Darby. The 3 of them have been very close for a few laps now. So Carl Chambers trying to mitigate the success penalty he had a bit earlier on, is looking like he's going to want to try and challenge for 7th from the pair of them.
Right, we'll keep an eye on that. There goes Nigel Tongue on the tail of John Wyatt. They're heading down towards Cops Corner at the moment. The distinctive Gulf kite colours, orange and blue, on the Nigel Tongue Sirocco. Trying to close in there on the number 17 Mini Cooper S of John Wyatt. Up towards you now.
Yes, indeed. Just coming past me, tyres are squealing. John Wyatt only just fending off the advances of Nigel Tongue, as again they're working their way past various cars. I think that's Robin Dancy. They're just trying to get past as well. With other traffic involved, just they go out of my sight.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a lock up there from Tongue as he got to Maggots, and now he goes through on the inside at Brooklands. Nice clean move there, took the move up on the inside, so Nigel Tongue takes 4th place then. That's John Wyatt, moves up on the inside of him as they went through the left-hander at Brooklands, turned right through Luffield and now through Woodcote. There goes number 1, then up into 4th place, 17 John Wyatt back to 5th. Tom and Sam Delaney, probably Tom Delaney now behind the wheel of the 555 car. He's still there in 6th place, and then in 7th place is the car of Lisa Selby, Toby Harris. That was Toby Harris now at the wheel of that car, we think.
Trouble for Stuart Kilroy, the number 33 Dragon. Number 33 Peugeot 207 was indicating to the right, was very, very slow coming out of Aintree. So that could well spell an early retirement for them. And a penalty for car number 16, 5-second penalty for track limits. That's Tom Oatley in the Renault Clio.
Yes, just looking for whereabouts. He is 16th place, so and 9th in his class at the moment. And with the penalty as well, that's not going to help his position either way. 3 minutes of the race still to go. 30 laps have been completed in this 40-minute Sim Turbo Tin Tops with the Puma Cup. The Puma Cup currently still being led by Luke Johnson. In 2nd place is car number 101 Mark Smithson, and in 3rd place car number 187 Mark Kirbley. And that's the top 3 as far as the Puma Cup is concerned. And as I say, with 3 minutes to go, 3 laps or so therefore still to go. Josh Brooks's lead continuing. There he goes actually now, just crossing the line, completing his 31st lap. It's been a dominant run this from Josh Brooks, isn't it? Do we have to pick a driver of the day from this race as well, Chris?
We do. We have to pick a driver of the day from all of them.
Well, I think that's just about sealing its fate, isn't it? Josh Brooks hasn't quite led from flag to flag, but has certainly been in command of the situation except during the pit stops. And apart from anything else, I mean, doff of the cap to the Toyota Starlet, because I can't remember what phrase it was you used, but it's not exactly a race-bred car, and certainly not one that you might associate with going racing in. Maybe they've got some input from the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Endurance team, but Toyota certainly a team that you associate with long-distance runners in the World Endurance Championship, but not with a Toyota Starlet. And as I say, doff of the cap to Josh Brooks for his performance in this little car with his bright orange wheels, just going through and completing another lap there. Talked for a whole lap whilst he was going around there, eulogising about why he ought to be driver of the day. You can have a lap now, Chris.
Why, thank you. It looks a fairly unassuming car. I mean, you've got everyone's car looks really, really resplendent with various sponsorship associations on them, and the Toyota Starlet is bare. It's a blank canvas, but my goodness me, he's certainly done all the talking with the right foot as we end up into our final minute of what's been an absolutely enthralling race from our Turbo Tin Tops and Puma Cup cars.
Yes, it's to say, it may not have been door handle to door handle. 22 seconds is Josh Brooks's margin at the moment. Interestingly, in 3rd place, Keith Issat has been pulling in Josh Fulbrook. So Keith Issat from time to time does put in the laps once he was able to get through. In fact, that was his fastest lap of his race that he's just set from Keith Issat. And he's closed down to 5 seconds now. That was a gap that was very nearly 10 seconds about 10 minutes ago. So he's been plugging away as Keith Issat, but I think it's probably still safe to say that Josh Fulbrook will be safe as a winner of this one. Leader up with you for the last time, I think. Has it just gone past you?
Yes. Yeah, sort of various people still trying to improve on their positions, or still trying to at least squabble with the people that are around them. The Mars and Fiat are still very close to each other. A couple of the Pumas still coming past me. The 142 Jackson car is still fairly close to, I think that's Mark Kirbley he's arguing with. So yes, last few positions to be decided.
And here he comes then into Luffield for the last time then, Josh Brooks with this Toyota Starlet. He's going to have completed 34 laps by the end of this one. There's a slow-moving car up ahead of him. He's just going to sneak onto another lap. That's Carnival 150 Dave Cox. But the winner of the race is going to be the Toyota Starlet. Josh Brooks then takes the checkered flag, and he does so with a margin of something like 22 seconds by the time the shouting's done. And Josh Fulbrook comes through in second place with his Mini Cooper S, waiting for Josh Fulbrook now, the car that was started by Sean Woodard. They started back on the third row of the grid, so they can be fairly happy with that second place. There they go now across the line, with Keith Issat finishing just 3.8 seconds behind in third place. So Keith Issat finishes third. In fourth place is going to be the VW Sirocco, which Nigel Tung took over from John Hammersley. He finishes in fourth place. John Wyatt will be fifth in his Mini Cooper number 17 in fifth. In sixth place is Sam and Tom Delaney, number 555, and then Carl Chambers finishing next up in seventh place in number 72, ahead of Lisa Selby and Toby Harris, who were eighth, and then we just finished for the last two, ninth place there for car number 59, Andrew Marston, and then the last of the unlapped runners in 10th place, car number 12, Charlie Newton Darby in his Mini Cooper S. Great race though, as we said, from Josh Brooks, and as I say, I can't really see past the end of my nose to see who else might be a competitor for the driver of that particular series race.
I'm with you on that one. I mean, whilst it was a pole to victory race for him, it's just not something you would expect, and we haven't seen too much of that car. Like I said earlier, it's only been out with us once this year, and that was at Alton Park, which it came home in fifth place, and it was untouchable. It wasn't the fastest car by as far as fastest lap was concerned. That belonged to Nigel Tong in the number 1 Scirocco, but you cannot knock the great performance of Josh Brooks in the Starlet.
Great performance from him, and congratulations no doubt will be handed on from us to him via Kieran McGinley, who's down there with the winners once again.
I am indeed, yes. We'll let Josh just clamber out of that car then. A good win for him to round off his race, the Toyota Starlet. Hugs all around, that's for sure. Let's see if we can jump in. It feels rude to jump in whilst they're all in the middle of a hug and interrupt that sort of celebration. Josh, let's get you over here and see if we can have a chat to you. Josh, bit of a workout for you, but you got the victory. You must be very happy.
Yeah, very, very happy. Pretty hairy start. I didn't know if you've seen the start, but yeah, they didn't make it easy for me. Yeah. Can't be any more happier, really. Yeah, first win, second time out with the car. Loads more to do on it, loads more development, and we've won. I can't ask for no more than that, really.
So it's safe to say beginning of a chapter for this car?
Pardon?
Beginning of a chapter for you in this car?
Hopefully, yeah, definitely, yeah. I'm sure I'll see more Starlets out here in the future. But yeah, without my sponsors, my John Chalmers at Plumber G UK, DY Engine Services, Hardware Performance, Mikey at MRM, Ollie at OSB, we wouldn't have such a good car. So basically, thanks to all those guys, and I hope I've made you proud.
Josh, you've been a star in the Starlet. Congratulations on the victory today. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a chat and see if we can find our second place driver. I'm going to have to do some finding here. I'm going to try and find Josh Fulbrook, who's out here. Yes, I got the wrong Fulbrook earlier. He'll get that joke. No one else will. Josh, you got second place in the car in the ending stint then. How do you feel about that?
Oh, absolutely amazing. We've been fighting for this for all season, and it's nice to finish it on a high. But you know, Sean did all the hard work, which was lovely, and then I just had to make sure that we kept the pace up.
Well, Sean, the car started in P6. Obviously, you did the first stint. How did you find it out there?
It was great. It's plenty of grip where you wouldn't normally expect it. It's really, really tight. I had a great race for our teammate Keith. Obviously came in just ahead of him. But hats off to Sussex Road and Race. Hats off to this man who actually builds the car. What a day. And we've worked really, really hard all this year for it. So absolutely delighted.
Well, fantastic for you both. And I just want to say, Josh, obviously rounding off that stint after Sean's hard work as well. A little bit of pressure to get it over the line after that.
Yeah, I could see Keith kept on catching me through traffic, and I just had to keep my foot in and make sure that we were getting the consistent laps, and we brought it home, and that's the main thing.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Sean Woodward and Josh Fulbrook, on your second place. Congratulations. Let's see if we can find our third place driver in Keith Issat. Keith, come over here. Let's grab you. You come to me. Keith, third place for you after that race. Bit hectic, but what did you make of it?
Yeah, that was one of the best races I've had for a long time. I really enjoyed that, yeah.
Well, talk us through it, because there's a massive smile on your face.
Well, the start was an epic start. Got to the first corner and just went straight around it, and then the Toyota just drove straight past me and outbraked myself at Beckett's, lost the back end, managed to collect it, and then we're going, but we're fourth by then. So it's a catch-up after that. Didn't do too well on the safety car restart and got mugged there. After that, playing catch-up.
Playing catch-up, but play catch-up you did, because you got it onto the podium.
Yeah, yes, that's right, yeah. So I didn't do too badly.
Not too badly at all, and a smile on your face.
Well, if you finish a race, you always have a smile on your face.
Oh, I like that phrase. I'm going to have to use that from now on. Keith Issat.
Smile on your face.
Yeah, I love that. Keith Issat. I love that one. Is that for free?
Yeah, absolutely for free.
Oh, yeah. You're a man of your word. Keith Issat, congratulations on your third place today.
Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, thank you.
And with that, it's back to the commentary box for the final race of the day.
As more words go into Kieran McGinley's book of commentators' phrases to regurgitate at points in the future, give away all our secrets as to how to do it. Just copy what other people say. I think that's all I've ever done, Chris. I don't know about you.
Well, all the best ideas are
somebody else's.
Influenced by outside externals.
Yes, something like that. Who said that?
I made it up on the spot, which is why it didn't sound right.
Right, as you say, heading towards the last race of today. Can't believe it really, but we've moved ahead. Just gone 4:30 in the afternoon, and we move on to race 5. Before we do that, though, I just want to quickly draw attention to tomorrow's programme. We get things underway with qualifying as we did this morning at 9 o'clock in the morning. We're going to have 4 sessions of qualifying for then what are going to be 7 races tomorrow. 2 before lunch, including a 1-hour classic car K race, classic K car race. So that'll be just before lunch. Then we'll have the lunch break, and then a further 5 races after lunch tomorrow afternoon. So make sure that if you're here for qualifying, if you want to be here for qualifying, you're here at 9 o'clock, ready for the second day of this Classic Sports Car Club Silverstone Spectacular on the Silverstone National Circuit. And again, maybe some of the drivers, a few of the cars, but none of the categories that you've seen today will be out tomorrow. So it'll all be something a little bit fresh and a little bit new tomorrow.
Indeed, it's more the classic machinery. So we have the Swinging 60s groups, we have the Classic A, as you mentioned, so cars homologated to the pre-1966 Formula K specifications. We have the modern classics and future classics, so cars based in the 70s, 80s and 90s. But we also have the special saloons and mod sports. We've talked about eclectic mixture. It doesn't get much more mixed than what we'll have in those 2 races that we'll see out this weekend.
You're looking forward to it, aren't you, Chris? I can tell.
There may be a small giveaway.
So the next race, final race of today then, moving back to the present, the Track Road Race New Millennium Series. We had a qualifying session this morning, and out of that came the quickest, a shared car, number 73 in BMWs. Predominantly BMWs at the front of the New Millennium grid, and it's going to be Matthew Saunders sharing with Jack Layton, and for want of any further information we'll assume that it's Matthew Saunders starting the car with Jack Layton taking it over. Alongside him on the inside of the front row of the grid, car number 74 will be Dominic Malone. Dom Malone then on the inside of row 1, 73 and 74 the front row. On the second row of the grid will be 14 and 36. 14 is Simon Baker in his BMW 1 Series with its 3.2 litre engine, and alongside that is number 36 Mark Smith with another BMW M3. The third row of the grid is another shared car, Nathan Wells with Mark Stewart. Now earlier on, Chris, Mark Stewart was entered for something and didn't show up, I seem to remember.
Correct, yes.
Is that going to be the case again today?
Yes, it is. Nathan Wells is flying solo this time.
Right, so having carefully marked that up, I'll now cross it out again. So Nathan Wells then on his own on the third row with that BMW, and then alongside him will be the Jackson brothers, Peter and John Jackson, sharing their GT4 Aston Martin. Which amongst all the BMWs is it has to be a fan favourite, doesn't it? The number 57 Aston Martin Vantage GT4 then starting on the third row of the grid. On the fourth row of the grid is going to be car number 8, Darren Fielding, with his BMW M3, and alongside him is Michael Vituli, also with a BMW M3, that's car number 89. 8 and 89 on row 4. On row 5, car number 11 is David Markison. Now, David had some problem in practice, so we'll keep an eye out for whether he's actually there in qualifying, in the race, on the fifth row of the grid. And then alongside David Markison should be Nigel Ainge, sharing once again with Danny Cassar, the Honda Integra that we saw earlier on. Will be out again, we hope, but not quite as competitive in this field as he is in the other one, Chris.
There are actually two different cars.
Are they?
The blue one is the Tin Tops car, which is the 2 litre specification car. This one is the red one. It's the 2.3 litre car built to be able to compete in the New Millennium Series. So
right.
Two different cars, same owners.
Right, and both Honda Integras.
Yes.
I suppose that sort of makes buying parts a little bit easier, and if you have to do some cannibalisation, again, a little bit more straightforward. I once knew somebody who had 4 what were they? Opel Asconas in his garage,
that's a car lesser seen these days.
Well, quite so. I don't know if he still has them. I moved away, and he used to be a neighbour, and then we lost touch. Anyway, that's a complete tangent. So the fifth row of the grid.
We're good as that, as commentators.
Fifth row of the grid is David Markison and Nigel Ainge sharing with Danny Cassar in the red Honda Integra. Make a note of that. Sixth row of the grid will be car number 18, Ashley Muldoon, and alongside him will be car number 129, Tommy Grout. 18 and 129, and then the seventh row of the grid, car number 3 is Alex Haynes. These are all BMWs still, by the way. And then alongside it is another Aston Martin, which is why I mentioned the point about BMWs. Another Aston Martin on row 7, being Martin Addison in his GT4 style Aston Martin Vantage. So that's 3 and 189 on row 7. Row 8 is Natalie McGoyne with her Porsche Cayman, specially adapted for her driving abilities. So a hand throttle and hand controls on that car, she having lost the use of her legs in a car accident many years ago now, but Natalie has nevertheless been able to fulfil her dreams of racing and has been doing so for quite a long time now. So she'll be starting from the 8th row of the grid in, as I say, her specially adapted Porsche Cayman. Alongside her will be Jonathan Strickland, car number 6, another of the BMW M3s. And then on the 9th row of the grid car number 199 is Patrick Scharfegger, and alongside him is 87 Jamie Sturgis. Patrick Scharfegger is in a Porsche Boxster, Jamie Sturgis in a BMW M535, an E28 if you know your E numbers on BMWs, which I have to confess I'm not so good on.
That's the Motul favoured one that we saw actually in the Slicks and Open race a couple of races ago. So that was, we have seen it out. A number of these cars have already been out this weekend, and we get to enjoy their company once again.
Yes, and enjoy certainly is the operative word. Then the final row of the grid, the 10th row of the grid, cars 1, 2, 6 and number 10, Gabriel Yilmaz in his Porsche Boxster, and number 10 is Leon Gorham in his BMW E30. So those are the final two on the grid, although I noticed that Dave Griffin is in number 34.
He has withdrawn
on the grid, but as I say, he's withdrawn. And then Stefan Janssen is also being shown on this grid sheet, but whether or not Stefan will be out or not, I'm not sure, because he came to grief in the gravel bed during the qualifying session and had to be given a suspended toe out of it. So have a little look to see if he is there either. Anyway, after that short pause, as I was rabbiting through the grid, the cars now do come out and start to take up their positions on the grid. Thoughts, Chris, from what we might expect in this final 40 minutes, again with pit stops?
Yes, indeed. So it's a timed 2-minute stop for this event. And again, 40-minute race, so the pit window opens after 10 minutes, is open for 15, and so closes at the 25-minute mark. So winners' penalties for this one, it doesn't carry through the entire season. It's just for the next race that they have seen. So overall winner from a previous race of the new Millennium category. It doesn't carry over from things like the Slicks or the Open Series where we've seen the car before. It's the previous new Millennium race, so it would have been the previous race meeting. Would get a 20-second penalty for today. Second would get a 15-second, and third gets a 10-second penalty, but only for the next race meeting. There's only one more meeting after this event. So as the 2022 calendar comes to a close, it's only going to carry forward one more race anyway. So as for who we are looking forward to, I was looking forward to seeing Dave Griffin out in his. He has a pair of BMWs, and sadly both of them have withdrawn from this meeting. The E90 was the one that we were going to see, but he had what he suspected to be throttle housing or something like that kind of line. Karen caught up with him in the pit lane during qualifying. So a great shame that we won't see him. Martin Anderson, I love that Aston Martin, and I mean, I'm a fan of Astons anyway, but previous to that particular car, now a number of drivers would perhaps have a bit of a progression, go up a little bit, like we saw Toby Harris and Lisa Selby. They've gone from the naturally aspirated Puma to the Turbo Fiesta, not quite a nice jump up. Martin Anderson has taken that quite a bit further. He's gone from a Peugeot 106 that was a common runner in the tin tops category to a 4.7 litre Aston Martin Vantage GT4. So yes.
We were talking about midlife crises earlier on today, Chris.
Well, I was going to say, coming back to your original point, the Martin shorts, his ethos, if you're going to do something, do it properly, and he's certainly done that particular step up properly. And the field are now just coming past me as the Sanders Leighton car is leading the field. The Suits Me liveried car is now just coming past me. Good to see Dominic Malone, the number 74 World Touring car spec E90 is back out there after that had to withdraw from the Slicks and Open race earlier on. So Mark Smith, we've seen out there, he's done very well already this weekend. So as for who to keep an eye on, I pick one. Yeah, they're all amazing cars, and we'll do our best to keep an eye on them all.
I think it's going to be that one series which perhaps the eye draws to purely because it's not an M3.
Indeed.
There's so many M3 shapes out there that the one series does just stick out a little bit more distinctly. Interestingly, when they formed up on the grid, there was quite a gap in the middle of the grid. Now, I think that might just have been where the start line marshals left some empty space for some reason. But I'm interested to see how the grid actually forms up, because theoretically the grid formation that they started on at the beginning of the formation lap should be the same as the way they finish up at the end of it as well. So we'll see what happens there. But as I say, they all seem to be in good grid order now. A little bit of weaving from side to side from the two front row men as they get themselves into position. Matthew Sanders and Dominic Malone then sharing the front row of the grid with the 1 Series on the outside. Simon Baker's car, number 14, in third slot on the grid. And then the other M3, number 36, Mark Smith, as the field, I get distracted as they actually come past the window of the box here, and a few, I won't call them practice starts, but just slightly jerky moments as they put a little bit of more power through the rear wheels and just spin up the tyres to get everything warmed up, and then hit the anchors to partly warm the brakes. Yes, we've got this same gap in the grid as we had before, so the first 3 rows are all together, and then there's a little bit of a gap before we get rows 4 and beyond. So where David Markson is and Nigel Ainge, they are a little bit further back. I don't think either of them are there, that's why the gap is there. No, looking with the sun, the other way around. Green flag is shown at the back. The red lights are right in the sun, are on now though, you can see them. They go out and away we go in a 40-minute race. The Aston Martin getting a good start, someone a little bit slow from the back, and that was the other Aston Martin, which was a little bit slow off the back of the grid. But a good start got from Mark Smith from the second row of the grid, and as they head up towards him for the first time, I think it is going to be Mark Smith, number 36, who leads the way, Chris.
What a storming start for Mark Smith. Whoa, that is the Leighton Sanders car was very, very late on the brakes, but it's outdone himself as through goes Dominic Malone, now being challenged by the number 57 Aston Martin on the Jackson pair, and I can't quite, it's being challenged again, but they've gone out my side. But Mark Smith must have had a start of the gods to go from 4th to 1st in that particular start. What a great way there. And at the back of the field, somewhat outgunned, is Leon Gorham in the BMW E30. We usually see it in the Future Classics, but it's joining us this time for some more track time in the new millennium.
Yeah, so here they come then through to complete the first lap, and despite that good start, it's Dominic Malone who leads the way now. In second place is Mark Smith, so it's Malone who leads. Mark Smith in second place, Matthew Saunders in third place, and there's a big accident there on the start-finish line, and there were 2 cars came together, and one of them has hit the pit wall a fairly hefty chunk. One of them has gone off to the left. The one that went on to the left is the 1 Series coupe. Apologies, cars coming towards you, but I suspect at the very least this is going to be a Code 60, Chris.
I think we've got some cars that are beginning to slow down in anticipation. It's still green flag from what I can see. I don't see any notification that the race is going to be slowed down, but I think some drivers were anticipating that code to be actually behind Natalie McGloin. It looks like the drivers have already kind of formed into not quite a Code 60 position, but they have definitely slowed down, despite the fact I don't actually see a notification of it. And now there's red flag, so the red flag has now been deployed as a result of that incident.
Yeah, so inevitable almost, and the marshals, who we hoped would have a fairly quiet day of it today, have had a very busy
Anything
day.
but, yes.
Many thanks to you, marshals, and there's start line marshals. There are loads to do here. So there's certainly a car off to the right and a car off to the left. The car off to the left was Simon Baker's, and the one to the right I hesitated to identify. It might have been Nathan Wells' M3, but it all started about halfway down the start-finish straight when there was some contact, and of course everybody is on full throttle. Yes, there's another M3 in many parts off to the left-hand side. Yeah, so just about underneath the starting gantry is where it all started to happen. And as I say, yes, there's then a car off to the right-hand side as well. So 2 cars are off, and quite a bit of damage to both of them. It's been a fairly atrocious day today, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes. That's the third red flag session we've had.
And all of them with quite a lot of damage done as well, I'm afraid, to classic sports cars. Yes, they're perhaps slightly newer than others, the new Millennium, but nevertheless they still need repairing. And as I say, it's all in the end ends up costing the competitors more money than they hoped it would do when they set off for the weekend at Silverstone this weekend. So everybody who has been able to has come around to complete the lap. Cars which didn't come around, actually Simon Baker's car did come around, 36 Mark Smith.
Yeah, 36 was still with Dominic Malone when they came past me. Also, your friend Bob, what did you call it?
Breakdown Bob.
Breakdown Bob, that was it. He's just been dispatched from my position here. He's going the wrong way around the track, so he'll be there momentarily to catch up with whatever wreckage it's going to meet him first. But
Darren Fielding was one of them. Kieran McGinley is right there. What can you tell us, Kieran?
Yes, I mean, it was happened in front of me, sort of a shower of debris over the pit wall, but unfortunately I was furthest away from the pit wall you can possibly be. But
Say fortunately, not unfortunately, please.
You were out of harm's way there, Kieran.
I am, yes, that's very true. But I didn't see what happened. I heard an almighty shunt, but I can confirm the two cars involved. Number 14, Simon Baker, and it's the number 73, Matthew Sanders, behind the wheel. I'm very happy to say both drivers are out of the cars, and they're being tended to as we speak.
That was our pole-sitting car, the Sanders-Leighton car. The number 73, was it not?
Yes, it was. Yes, and so a very big accident for him. And as I say, one is, I mean, he wasn't in the lead of the race. It's worth saying that at the time, because this was at the completion of first racing lap, when he didn't get the best of good starts because of Mark Smith's absolute flyer from the second row. But as Matt Sanders tried to recover his position, he was involved there in what was a fairly substantial accident going across the start-finish line. Two flatbeds in attendance then, with the two BMWs off, one to the right, one to the left, and hopefully we await news that all the drivers are okay. And the rescue units and medical units in attendance, whilst the field who were able to go through unscathed just sit and wait for further news. This was to have been the final race, so we do have quite a bit of time on our hands to play with, but whether we will have enough to get the full 40 minutes that were scheduled at this race, I rather doubt. I think once we get all the tidying up done, we may be having to shorten for the second time.
If I remember the supplementary regulations correctly, there is a curfew for racing engines off at 6 p.m, if I recall that correctly. So hopefully we'll have time to have this tidied up and the race concluded, but it really does depend on barrier damage. It wouldn't be the first time that a race has had to essentially be completely curtailed early on due to irrecoverable barrier damage, or at least barrier damage that can't be recovered in a hurry. Yes. So, of course, safety is taken of paramount importance, as we were saying earlier, but equally that has to involve the integrity of the barrier. When it has taken a hit, it has to be able to be repaired to a safe standard before racing can continue. Obviously for Silverstone to maintain its racing license and things like that, and also for the safety of drivers and marshals and crews alike. So
yes, the barrier is under inspection at the moment to the left-hand side. So the not quite sure which car it was that hit on the left-hand side, but certainly the left-hand side barrier has been contacted, and the conveyor belting which protects the tyres has come away from its mounting, so there is some work going on there. Of the two cars that have come to grief, one is, in fact they're both part way through being lifted onto their respective flatbeds, and a very sorry sight they make indeed, I'm afraid, with considerable damage having been inflicted on both of them from contact with the wall on driver's left on the one hand, and the pit wall on the other hand.
I've got just a report on a car that's currently in the pit lane under this red flag. Is the number 57 Aston Martin, the shared Jackson car. It's got a front splitter full of grass, so it might have taken some avoiding action in that melee. But the important thing is they're just trying to test the steering rack just to make sure there's no suspension damage in the collection of the grass at the front. But that car is currently in the pit lane under this red flag.
That's very kind of them to offer some grass manicuring services to Silverstone. That's awfully thoughtful of the Jackson family.
Yes, I'm sure the appropriate contracts will be being sought out as to...
With the fastest lawnmower known to the country, I'd have thought.
Yes, the question is whether they'll be allowed to... well, again, theoretically this will be a complete restart from the original grid positions, and under those circumstances everybody should be allowed to restart from whichever position they finished. Say whether it will actually pan out that way, whether there'll be cars having to start from the back that were in the pit lane, we'll wait and see what the restart procedure is. My thought, as I say, would be that we'll have a new start potentially over a shortened distance, but not a safety car restart. But that will depend on exactly how much time we end up losing. As I say, looking down to my left, kind of one of those awkward situations where I have to stand on tiptoe and lean to one side.
And straight into the sunlight.
Actually not. This is
away from the sun.
Is looking with the sun. So now the inspection of the barrier seems to have been completed. The two cars have been removed. We've lost one of the countdown boards, which tells you how far away Cops is. So that would be, I think, the 300-yard marker. Now the the service vehicle returns to look at this barrier again. I think we might have a bit more of a delay whilst this barrier gets looked at, as I say, with the conveyor belting over the front of it that protects the tyres. I think that's going to need stapling back on as one of the Silverstone maintenance team look to see what's going to happen there. Yes, so we are going to have... So the car's now being dealt with and at least having been taken back to the paddock area, but a little bit for more of a delay whilst the barrier repair gets done. And then, as I say, once that is known, we'll be in a position to let you know what the restart procedure will be and whether we'll have a full race distance or not. Various drivers out of their cars already and using the opportunity just to chat to their competitors and then no doubt comparing notes as to what it was that happened to them, what might have happened to other people. One or two drivers disappearing off into the pit lane to do what comes naturally, and others, as I say, just standing around and waiting. They do say that motor racing's a lot of standing around and waiting, and I'm afraid that's the message for the moment from this grid of cars for the new Millennium Series. Whilst we wait for news of the restart, Marshall's waiting there as well. Those that aren't involved in the tidy-up operation, the start line marshals, who are responsible for gridding up the cars for the restart. There's a bit of sweeping up going on to the right-hand side, where I think that was where our race leader finished up. The Silverstone JCB unit. Oh dear, I think we actually may have even lost one of the poles behind the barrier as well, because the Silverstone maintenance staff are now looking behind the barrier at the Armco. So it's a barrier consisting of Armco protected by tyres, connected by conveyor belting. The conveyor belting has been knocked off, and I thought that was just a matter of putting that back, but may well be that the Armco barrier itself has pushed its stands back, and therefore we need some new supports in place, which will be a further delay, I'm afraid. Probably, so I don't want to estimate these things, but very often it's a 20-minute job when you start having to replace the whole piece of Armco, and more importantly the stands upon which it is built, because as Chris was saying a few minutes ago, it all depends entirely on the structural integrity of the barriers.
Similar situation happened at Donington Park in the previous race meeting, where in the final race of, I think it was of the weekend actually, or certainly the final race of that particular day, there was an incident that caused a very similar thing, where the contact with the barrier happened, it had actually broken the post that supported the barrier, and it was felt that that could not be repaired in a timely manner, so the race was called off, and thus ended the day prematurely. So hopefully we aren't facing the same thing, but it could, if it's a lengthy delay like that, at very least it will see a shortened race. But if it's going to be that kind of timescale, they may opt to simply not run the race now. I'd be surprised. That I can't imagine they'll be able to squeeze it into tomorrow, because we already have 7 races on the board.
And there are many teams who I presume won't have hotel rooms necessarily booked. Other practical aspects of motor race logistics. So there are, I'll say a team, I'll try not to count how many members of that team there might be, but there is a team of Silverstone workforce in attendance there, looking at the barriers on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight. It's beyond where the gravel bed comes to an end, where the grass starts, but I reckon the errant car that went off actually went across the grass rather than across the gravel, and as they hit the barrier at probably pretty much undiminished speed, and the other car involved, the number 14, having been taken off as well to the left-hand side of the circuit, and so yeah, I reckon we're going to be able to restart without the 14 or the 73 as and when we are in a position to restart. And apologies for not giving you further information, but quite frankly that information doesn't exist at the moment to give you.
No, indeed.
Whilst the discussions continue in the race control office as to what to do next.
Just looking to see if there's been any bulletin issued. There is an electronic bulletin system that goes on whilst the races are or the race meetings in progress.
The virtual notice board.
That would be the one, yes, and not to do with this. And I didn't expect there to be one, but I thought it was worth checking.
It's certainly always worth checking, but at the moment no further news appearing. So as far as getting the cars out of the way, that's been done and dusted. The right-hand side has taken some sweeping, but the Orange Army has done what they do best and swept, and having swept, been able to put the brushes away. As I say, it's now down to the repair team looking at the barrier on the left-hand side to establish exactly what's to be done. Now some cars are being waved forwards. Now, are they being waved onto their grid positions? I certainly hope so.
Well, the timing board has been reset with 40 minutes back on the clock again.
Well, that is good news.
That is good news. That is indicative of at least some racing action going on. Whether that 40 minutes gets adjusted remains to be seen. But it could be that even despite the stoppages we've had, because there was sufficient time made up in the course of the day, there is still room to get the 40-minute race done and the cars off track in time for curfew. So
I think that's exactly what's going to happen, Chris.
Excellent.
So the cars are being driven onto the grid positions that they were supposedly to have been in before, obviously with gaps on the front row of the grid and a gap on the second row of the grid, so it's looking very sparse out there. So we've got one car on the front row, one car on the second row, one car on the third row. I probably won't tell you who they are rather than just say one car. It's not a terribly good description, is it? So 74 Dominic Malone is on the front row of the grid on his own. 36 Mark Smith is on the second row of the grid on his own. Number 16 Nathan Wells is on the third row of the grid on his own, with the Aston Martin number 57 in the pits, as Kieran was telling us.
Yes, I have a bit of an update on this.
Oh, tell us, Kieran.
Yes, unfortunately, it's going to not take the restart. It got caught up in that incident on the start-finish straight. There is too much damage to repair. They think the steering is unfortunately not working anymore, and we'll have to retire from the race.
Okay, so so one car on front row, Dominic Malone, Mark Smith on the second row, Nathan Wells on the third row. The fourth row isn't there at all. And then
that was the row that was empty on the first start.
Right, and then nor is the fifth row.
I can report that Breakdown Bob has made it back.
Yes, his job is done for the moment, and hopefully there won't be any more.
No, indeed.
I could hear a siren in the background, but
that was Breakdown Bob going back into his position.
Somebody's reversing camera, wasn't it? Yes, unfortunately, although the cars are taking up their positions, the repair work of the barrier is still continuing on its way. As I say, behind that gap of three cars, yes, we've then got the red Honda Integra as the next one up, which is where it should be, that being the Nigel Haynes and Danny Cassar car, but it's the wrong way round to where David Markson is in, because it's on the outside and David Markson's on the inside, which is slightly confusing.
Well, hopefully they can sort that out before we get going.
Doesn't look like they're going to be honest.
Okay.
And then we've got the rest of the grid pretty much in position behind that, with the car at the back being the number 10 of Leon Gorham, the BMW E30, the 2-litre BMW, with the Porsche Boxster of Gabriel Yilmaz alongside him, making up the back row of the grid. And then ahead of him is the Porsche of Patrick Scharfegger and Jamie Sturgis as BMW. Yes, they're in position as they should be. And then immediately ahead of them are Natalie McGloin and Jonathan Strickland in Porsche and BMW respectively. That looks right. And it was Martin Addison's Aston Martin, which I think is there, with the door open, can't actually tell. But it was Martin Addison's Aston Martin which had the very poor start off the grid in the first race, and there were one or two that took to the grass off the start, but they were all safely gathered in and were able to continue on in the race. And then it was when the leaders came around at the completion of the first racing lap that it all went a little bit pear-shaped, and we had cars spinning off to right and left.
One thing we can talk about is how the new Millennium Series is put together. So the track road race New Millennium Series is designed for post-year 2000 production-based cars and their racing variants, and cars that are deemed to be in the spirit of the regulations. So that includes older model cars that are running non-standard area or sequential gearboxes. Now, as with all other categories in the Classic Sports Car Club, the category is broken down into classes. Now, classes A through to D is separated by engine capacity. So anything over 3.5 litre goes into class A, and that goes down to class D, which is up to 2 litre. And then there are two dedicated classes for BMW. So there's the M1 and M2 classes. M1 is for highly modified BMWs running the S50 or S54 3.2 litre engine, and M2 is for lightly modified BMWs running those same engine variants. So it is up to the discussions between the drivers and the club as to which one of those categories that cars qualify into, but that's how the New Millennium Series is broken down. It started in 2015, so it was one of the younger series that go on in the CSCC. As mentioned, we'll hopefully have a 40-minute race. The timer is suggesting that we will. Hopefully we get this underway with a timed 2-minute pit stop. So as we said, from the pit-in line to the pit-out line must be no less than 2 minutes. And Track Road Race is actually partnered with Sussex Road and Race. Now, we saw a couple of their minis in the Turbo Tin Tops. So they have several cars that they service road cars, and they also prepare race cars. Track Road and Race actually took over the sponsorship of this series this year, so it's great just to have their involvement in with the New Millennium Series and with the Classic Sports Car Club as a whole.
Great, thank you for that. Opportunity to have a mouthful of sandwich whilst you were just going through that. Somehow lunch didn't quite happen.
Same boat for me. My sandwich is still staring at me from my back. So I still see no movement down this.
Well, no, because the barrier repair is still ongoing. I think that's why the clock is not moving either, because we have as I say, a team of Silverstone service staff working on the barrier. I think they've replaced the broken post, and they're now putting the barrier back up against the new post, and then it's going to be a case of stapling or whatever the means they use the conveyor belt onto the tyre wall before we get underway again. But I think that's as I say, I don't really want to put times on this, but I reckon that's another 10 minutes worth yet.
Well, to give you an opportunity to finish your sandwich, and also to kind of go through some of the drivers we have in this category. It's some of the cars we've already seen during the course of the weekend. For instance, David Fielding's number 8 car, which I think is actually withdrawn before this particular race, but the number 8 BMW M3 E46 GTR was also in the Slick series. David Fielding from Shropshire, he's also been seen in Super Touring Ford Mondeos in the past.
Is he David or Darren?
Oh, Darren, beg your pardon. Yes, Darren Fielding. Yeah, excuse me. But it's been a very much boom or bust year for Darren Fielding in that car. Didn't start either the New Millennium or Slicks races at Donington, but won at Alton Park in the New Millennium race, and finished in 8th in the Slicks at the beginning of the year. It's another meeting at Donington. So it has been a bit of an up and down year for Darren Fielding. He was 3rd in the Slicks race here last year when we were racing on the full GP layout for the first time in the club's history. Another car that sadly we had lost was David Markison and the number 11. That's where David came from. I was muddling up David Markison and Darren Fielding. So that's another M3 E46. That's the CSL variant for David Markison. We didn't see that car last year. We saw it for a couple of races in 2020 at Donington and Thruxton. He's also raced an E36 and also a couple of Renault Clios, an X85 and an RS Mark III in the past. Simon Baker, which is one of the cars sadly involved in that incident that's brought about this extended stop, the number 14 car. That's the BMW 1 Series Coupe, so it is a different shape, so as Paul was saying earlier, it does attract the eye a little bit. It's been to quite a few races this season so far, and has been top 5 almost every single time. Every New Millennium race has been here, which was Snetterton, Thruxton, Brands Hatch and Donington Park. He has been in the top 5. He's won 2 of them. He won at Brands and at Donington. Was 6th in the Slicks race at Donington as well. So very, very potent car there, but sadly we won't get to enjoy that in the course of this race. Who else can I talk about? The number 16, Nathan Wells. That's another one of our BMWs. That's the M3 E46 GTR. That's also been out in Slicks, along with Ashley Muldoon's M3 E36, a slightly older car. Now, Ashley Muldoon has been with us a couple of years, was at Silverstone last time out and took part in the New Millennium and Slicks race in that E36. And Nathan Wells usually does share with Mark Stewart, but Mark has withdrawn from this particular meeting. Again, that's a regular top 5 car. That's E46 GTR, the number 16 car, which unfortunately we will not be enjoying any further today. Another car that did withdraw was David Griffin, as we mentioned towards the beginning of the race. Now, he had some kind of throttle, what they suspected was a throttle body problem or something along that kind of ilk that hampered their qualifying efforts, which clearly was either developed into a bigger problem or was already a bigger issue, and that car had withdrawn. But David Griffin we usually see in an M3 E36 in the Modern Classic series, in the Ceramet colours, which is generally have the Diet Coke branding on the side of it. It's a very, very potent machine, that is. But it's another car we won't be seeing. Let's talk about a car that we will be seeing, which is Mark Smith in his M3 Evo E36. Now, that car was out in the Slicks series, and that's again another very regular car we see in the top 5, multiple race winner as well. It won at Castle Combe, it won at Anglesey this year, as I'm looking back through the results, won at Alton Park last year, seen the podium numerous times. Now, he shares that car with, he's got a couple of his sons, Aaron and James. He sometimes shares, but Aaron, if he's going to share the car, generally with Aaron, who runs the Amspeed outfit, who look after a number of BMWs that we see in the club. There, the Amspeed stable usually has about half a dozen BMWs in it at the larger meetings. So very, very experienced BMW specialists in the Amspeed team. Natalie McGloin, beg your pardon. As Paul was mentioning earlier, she's following her accident. It does indeed utilise hand controls, and is still incredibly quick in that Porsche Cayman, demonstrating driving skills that able-bodied drivers would love to demonstrate.
Yes, and a great enthusiast as well for the cause of inclusive motorsport, I think. Whether she's representing disabled drivers or whether she's representing women drivers, the Dare to Be Different organisation, the various organisations which, as I say, promote minorities participating in motorsport, and really just enabling the possible for a lot of these people who have had life-changing things happen to their body, either through no fault of their own or in other circumstances, suddenly find themselves with the inability to use arms, legs or whatever. And Natalie, a great campaigner and a great representative of those for those people, and really and I think she gives motivational speeches as well to people to encourage them, and very often these things are psychological. They can be, yes, you are suddenly find yourself differently abled, but you can turn that to your advantage, and a lot of that is mental approach. And as I say, Natalie speaking out for that, and as I say, proving herself a very willing and able ambassador for the cause of various minorities participating, who you might not think of as being typical racing drivers, either, as I say, through ability or gender, come to that.
Excellent stuff. Thank you for that, Paul. So yeah, it's wonderful to see that that Natalie is, as you say, championing inclusivity in various forms, and that's another area that Classic Sports Car Club prides itself in accepting a wide range of driving abilities and different types of car with different power outputs and what have you. If you have a passion for racing, if you have a race prepared car, of course it has to meet the safety standards as set by Motorsport UK. So it has to have the roll cage in there, has to have a fire extinguisher system on board. As long as your car meets these minimum safety requirements, there will be a home for it in the Classic Sports Car Club somewhere. And we do have, take the Toyota Starlet. We saw winning the Turbo Tin Top. So it's you can have the generally more seen cars, such as the range of BMWs we have in New Millennium, and then the Toyota Starlet.
Equality for Toyota Starlets. They have feelings too, yes.
Absolutely.
Spare a thought for Natalie. I'll tell you what, looking down onto the grid, I reckon that that's the only car on the grid whose driver hasn't been out and had a pee whilst this delay has been on.
Well, indeed. Yes.
Quite simply because Natalie isn't in a position to do that. Just simple things that do make a difference whilst everybody else there now. There are mostly, I think, all sitting in their cars now, but during this delay they've all been out of their cars.
Well, the race will have to be shortened now because we won't fit the 40 minutes in before curfew. So,
just to give you an update on what's going on with the barrier rebuild, the JCB unit has moved along. It's still there, and it's still they're still working on the barrier. But as I say, progress is being made because the JCB unit has moved from where it was to where it is now, which isn't a huge distance, but does mean that progress is being made on that barrier repair. I don't know how long ago it was. I said there was about 10 minutes to go, but I'd say now it looks like there's about 5 minutes to go.
Jolly good. Another car of note in this field, I'm glad to see was back out there because he did have trouble in this slicks race, is Dominic Malone in the number 74 car, the M3 E90 World Touring Car Championship specification car. Again, it's another 3.2 litre, but that was previously owned by Andy Prio MBE. That's a championship winning car that is at the disposal of Dominic Malone. He's had that car for a few years now. Let's look at my notes, how long has he had that for? But again, a regular front-running car. 2018 was the first time we saw that car in particular pop up, but we've seen Dominic Malone race numerous BMWs in the past. He's no stranger to the German mark.
I hear what you say about it being an Andy Prio car. I doubt that Andy actually owned it. Because he's not that kind of a racing driver. He's the kind of racing driver who drives cars rather than owns them. He may well then form a collection of cars, but they'll have, as I say, I think that's probably just an ex-Andy Prio driven car rather than actually having his name on the ownership papers at any point.
Fair point well made. Fair point well made. Let's talk about non-BMW, shall we? The Honda Integra number 85. Nigel Lane, Stanley Cassar, two drivers we've seen in the course of this weekend. Now, Nigel Lane does own both of those Honda Integras, the Hillwood Autos sponsored cars. Danny Cassar is generally the second driver, and by Nigel's own admittance, is the quicker of the two. Now, it's now I said it was 2.3 litre. It's 2.4 litre engine in that particular one, the red accented car. That's been the New Millennium variety for I think a few years. 2017 I think was the first time we saw that particular car pop up, and again has been quite a strong runner. Didn't get to start last year. It was due to take part in Silverstone last year, but sadly was unable to take the start. Sometimes that's because a driver is a reserve driver, and again that's another aspect of entries into the Classic Sports Car Club. You can sign up as a reserve driver. So if somebody does then pull out before the race meeting begins, that you are then in line to take that spot over. and occasionally, the reserve drivers get to qualifying, but there's simply no room for them because the grid is still full of those that were already signed up. So that does occasionally happen, and I think that was the case for the Angel Cassar car last time around at Silverstone. Jamie Sturgis, now he was supposed to be taking this race and also the open race a couple of races ago in his touring car spec Turbo VW Golf, but he actually withdrew the car, and we've seen him in that Motul liveried 5 Series, the M535 E28 car that usually races in the Future Classics. So it was good to see that he was testing the car. It was somewhat lonely at the tail end of the field.
Right, the operation is complete. The barriers have been rebuilt and repaired, and everybody is happy. The various support units have headed back to the paddock, so well done for padding us through that and getting through. I don't know if we actually got through all of your notes yet, Chris, but
we'd be here for days, and we'd have no audience if I went through all of them.
What do you mean? We have no audience anyway. Sorry. I'm sure everybody is rooted to their seats. Anyway, the course vehicle as well is complete. The thing that is not complete is the sign, the polystyrene sign that tells you that Kopskirner is a right-handed corner and it's 300 metres away, because that has been, having been damaged, has now been completely flattened and taken away. So we don't have that, but everything else hopefully is how it needs to be and is good for the safety position. So if you were using the arrow board for your braking point, you'll have to find another braking point for Copse Corner. But as I say, once the Clerk of Course's vehicle has got back, he may have been going on a full lap to just make sure the circuit is clear, in which case you'll have seen him go past you, Chris, but
haven't done yet.
Okay, in that case he may, I'm suggesting, because he would have done based on when he left here, he may have turned into the back of the paddock and come in at the Copse entrance to go back to his place at the beginning of the pit lane, which is where he is stationed most of the time. But no reason to my mind why we shouldn't now start thinking about whether we can get things underway again, although the thing that you mentioned a few moments ago is absolutely right, Chris, that 40 minutes won't fit. That has now been corrected on the screen to being 30 minutes. That's going to be a tight call as well, though.
I reckon that's going to be shortened again, but yes, that is going to be a little bit close to the curfew. That's assuming my understanding of the curfew was correct. I'm fairly sure I read that its engine's off at 6 o'clock, unless...
I have a feeling it's PA off as well, so unless you're listening on the live stream or listening on your radio in your car, which I think is 87.7 if you have a car radio. People still have car radios? I don't know.
I certainly do. So.
Yes, good. Yes, we'll wait and we'll keep you informed. But the message we're getting at the moment is that it'll be a 30-minute race.
Which would still encompass a pit stop. Now, earlier on in the day, we had another of our 40-minute races shortened to 30 minutes, and it'll be the same thing again. So after 10 minutes will be when the pit lane is opened, and it'll be only for 10 minutes at that point. But with a bit of a depleted field, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. We do have a couple of shared cars. Well, we did have the number 16, but that has of course come to grief. Number 57, the Jackson's Aston Martin is shared. The 73 car was involved in that earlier incident. Number 80 car, that's Andrew Etheridge and Andrew and Christopher Etheridge, beg your pardon. That's father and son. Andrew being Etheridge Senior. That's another one of our shared cars. Angel Cassar, as we mentioned, and that I think is all of them. So that's who will be doing driver changes come pit stop time.
And even those who don't do driver changes will have to do the same mandatory pit stop, get out of the car, close the door, get back in again. So
not on a time stop. They
is it not?
Yeah, it's a time stop on this one. They don't have to do. I'm fairly sure that's right. If they're not sharing the car, they may remain
Right, okay, so the 2 minutes has to tick by whether or not. The cars are underway, hopefully final warming up lap for the final time. 30 minutes still being shown as the race distance, and so away we go. And I won't say it'll be getting dark by the end of this one, but it will be...
Well, they have lights.
Yes, it will be gloomy, but we've been blessed with such glorious weather today. I think we should be grateful of that.
Absolutely so.
You have the race leaders,
Yes,
front row man, Dominic Malone.
I have everybody. Jamie Sturgis already has his race lights on, but yes, it's Dominic Malone leading the way. With Mark Smith right hot on his heels. Then it's the number 16 car that was going to be shared. Mark Stewart no longer piloting that one. It's just Nathan Wells. Everybody getting the tyres warmed up, brakes warmed up. Yeah, I kind of had taken it for granted how much the sun had set, because now the brake lights look really bright on everybody's car, but then on the run down towards Brooklands I haven't really seen too many braking going on, but that just highlights how much light we've lost. But there is still plenty of light remaining and some racing to conclude.
Yes, and long shadows, typical Silverstone autumn day, I have to say. I mentioned the Walter Hayes Trophy in a few weeks' time, for beginning of November. If we have weather like this for the Walter Hayes Trophy as well, then I'm sure the crowd will be very much larger for that one. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to the racing tomorrow. As I said, don't forget, it starts with qualifying at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. But before any of that, we've got this race to get underway for a 30-minute race elapsed duration, with the front row man, Dominic Malone, leading them into position alongside him. Behind him is going to be Mark Smith on his own on the second row of the grid, and then on the third row Nathan Wells all on his own, and then we get this gap of a few rows before we'll get Nigel Ainge and David Markison sharing the actually the fifth row of the grid, with the Honda Integra for Nigel Ainge, the BMW of David Markison, and then Ashley Muldoon and 129 Tommy Grout, the next one up. Leader in glorious isolation, right in the middle of the front row of the grid. He's taken the absolute plum spot as Dominic Malone. The green flag waves at the back. No, it hasn't done yet. There he goes. So the green flag waves at the back, and there I am staring into the sunshine to see the red lights to come on. They do so now. They go out after not too much of a gap, and a good start from the third row of the grid there from, who was that? Nathan Wells. So Nathan Wells it was who got the best of the starts. I don't think he made quite a good enough start to get into the lead of the race. That's going to be Dominic Malone, but it's going to be Dominic Malone, Nathan Wells first and second by the time they reach you at Beckett's.
That they are, as it's still the black Intimidator car of Dominic Malone. He's being hounded by Nathan Wells as they now come through Aintree and scream back along the Wellington Straight. The Aston Martin of Addison is really pushing hard to try and improve his position. Beg your pardon, that was Jackson on the back of Natalie Burgloin trying to improve his particular spot, and they should be back into your sight.
Yes, turning through the left-hander at Brooklands, the right-hander at Luffield. Through they go. Dominic Malone then leading the way. I noticed the screen tells me the race duration is 30 minutes maximum,
yes.
Which suggests that it might have some change. But anyway, up into second place, Nathan Wells. Third place is Mark Smith. And then in fourth place is Tommy Grout, who's made a good start. Tommy Grout is up into fourth place because we've misidentified the Nigel Ainge car because he hasn't come through at all. So he wasn't even on the grid, I don't think.
No, he's not on the timing screen, so it looks like the Honda Integra is withdrawn.
Yeah, so Nigel Ainge, so I thought it was, when I saw David Markison car number 11, in the wrong place. I thought I might have misidentified it, well I did, so apologies for that. But Tommy Grout then is in fourth place. In fifth place is Ashley Muldoon, and in sixth place is the Aston Martin number 189 of Martin Addison, making a better start this time.
Excellent stuff. So yeah, Mark Smith was starting to close in a bit on Dominic Malone up front.
Yes, he's closing in on Wells, on Nathan Wells as they come through this time. And the position may have changed by the time they get to you next time around. It was side by side as they left my site going into Copse Corner, but on the inside line was Mark Smith. So look out for Mark Smith now up into second place, Chris.
He is indeed. He managed to complete the move before they got into the braking zone of Maggots, as that's allowing Dominic Malone to just eke out a little bit of a lead. It was 1.8 seconds when they came over the line, but that may well have increased with Mark Smith and Nathan Wells doing battle for second. A little bit further back than the growling Aston Martin of Martin Addison, the 189 car. I said it was the Jackson car, but that didn't restart, so it was actually the Addison car that was challenging Natalie McGloin earlier on. Slightly further down the field, Jamie Sturgis has got the 126 car for company as well, Gabriel Ilmas, so there's a bit of a two-way battle going on there for what will be 11th position.
1.8 was the lead last time around, 2.7 this time around, so we're on the fourth lap now, and very nearly a second a lap is the rate at which the leader is pulling away. Right in front of me at Woodcote is that David Addison Aston Martin. Remember that car bogged down at the first start? Well, he's going to go in again. All of a sudden, I don't know quite what happened to the car, but he ground to a halt, was stationary in the middle of Woodcote, in the middle of the road. I'll say 7 cars went past him. Then all of a sudden he managed to get it fired up and he's back on his way again. So Martin Addison back in the race, Chris, but way down in 11th place now.
Oh dear. Did he hit a switch, turn an electrical
Whether
thing
he's
off?
hit the switch or the car decided to switch itself off, I don't know, but it ground to a halt.
It's certainly back up to its growling finery. It's just gotten past the 126 car, the car, that's the Ilmes Porsche. Now that did have Jamie Sturgis in his tail. Where's Jamie Sturgis gone?
He was 12th past me.
The Motul BMW seems to have disappeared.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for him now. Looking out towards Luffield at the moment. Coming past me should be Natalie McGloin. There goes she. Then it's number 6, the next one up. That's Strickland. Then Scharfegger in the car number 199, the Porsche Boxster. Then we get the Aston Martin of Martin Addison. And you're right, at the moment we don't have Jamie Sturgis having come through. 126, Gabriel Yilmaz came through, but Jamie Sturgis, I'm afraid, missing on parade.
Oh dear, that's somewhere at Copse, I think, because I can see the green light board is flashing on the run down to Maggots here, but I don't see its cause.
Yes, and I can see a yellow light going into Copse, so let's put 2 and 2 together, shall we?
Process of elimination, yes, identify where James Sturgis has got to. Another argument going on is the number 6 car, that's Jonathan Strickland, is trying to fend off the advances of the 199 Porsche Boxster of Patrick Scharfegger. So they were very, very close as they came past me, as well as Ashley Muldoon and Tommy Grout were scrapping for 4th as well. They still are, they're just coming past me now actually. Still in that particular position, right with the number 3 BMW of Alex Haynes. So a 3-way BMW parade going on here, arguing for 4th place.
Okay, still no sign of Jamie Sturgis having restarted, but the yellow flags have now been withdrawn. So keep an eye out for him. Maybe he's got the car underway again, or maybe it's been pulled back behind the barrier now. It's now got the yellow triangle against it as well, so my assumption is that he's managed to get it to go behind the barrier.
Yeah, the latter would seem to be the case.
Right.
As again growling past me and shaking the floor is Martin Addison's Aston Martin as he's closing in on the Strickland Scharfegger argument for 8th place.
Ashley Muldoon and James Grout very close together. James Grout, sorry, it's Tommy Grout coming up towards you at the moment, those two, 18 and 129.
Yep, and here they come with Tommy Grout ahead of Ashley Muldoon and then with Alex Haynes right behind them. So it is a 3-way fight, currently led by the 129 BMW. So that's the entry. I think they're all E36s. So that's Tommy Grout's car. Ashley Muldoon is also an E36. They are, yes. They're all three of them the same spec. N3 E36 variety of BMW.
Right, okay. And Dominic Malone going through, completing his 7th lap there. That's his fastest lap of the race. A minute .289, so exactly on the 1 minute mark, more or less. His time in qualifying for Dominic Malone was a minute .383, so he's quicker now than he went in qualifying, is Dom Malone. Mark Smith in second.
Still trying to keep up with him is Mark Smith. Personal best for the number 36 car, 1 minute .806, so still half a second behind the mighty Malone, and also gapping, or increasing the gap, I should say, to Nathan Wells behind. That was a 101.942 for the number 16 car. 2.6 seconds last time around as the trio of BMWs hot on their heels has just come past me again, still very, very close together.
The Aston Martin trying to make up ground lost earlier on, the car of Martin Addison, trying to get past Natalie McGloin, might have actually done it. I think they're up with you at the moment.
Yes, the Aston Martin has gone past the Porsche before the braking zone. Whoa, bit of a tyre squill, bit exuberant on the right foot. The tyres are screaming enough at him, but still pointing in the right direction as Martin Addison now up into 7th place.
Meanwhile, the 4th place battle goes across the line. Across the line has with a change, because it's now Ashley Muldoon at the head of that group. Car number 18 is in 4th place. Tommy Grout back to 5th. And then the number 3 BMW of Alex Haynes still there in 6th place, but still right on the tail. So a change for 4th place up with you at the moment.
Yep, just coming past me now. Muldoon, Grout and Haynes in that order. I always want to say Ashley Muldoon's name with a slight Scottish twinge to my voice. Ashley Muldoon. I have no idea if that is anywhere near accurate for him, but yeah, those three still pretty much tied together. They're not all in the same class. Actually, Tommy Grout is in the N2 category. That's the lightly modified BMW. So if anything, Tommy Grout is really punching above his weight. He's leading that particular class that also has Jonathan Strickland in the 10th place car. But Tommy Grout's really doing well to keep his car very much in that fight.
Yes, and continuing to do so as they pass me, completing their 9th lap this time. Not sure if Mark Smith had a problem on that last lap. A slightly slower one, 1 minute 4.9. Lost very nearly 2 seconds to Nathan Wells behind him. And as I say, Nathan is going to be starting to challenge Mark Smith if he's not careful. Waiting for those cars to come through. Also waiting now for the pit lane to open. Race leader Domino goes through.
Yeah, pit lane is now open, so for 10 minutes, and as you were saying earlier, Paul, the race is still listed as 30 minutes maximum. So basically what that is, it means is the checkered flag will come out early to make sure that curfews and what have you are still maintained. So the checkered flag is going to catch us out in the next 15 minutes. So the race will be shortened, but it's not shortened by enough to dictate another 10 minutes off the race time. But that's how I think they've done it. Either way, we'll know when the checkered flag falls.
Yes, quite. Which means that I need to keep an eye out of my window to the left, as well as keeping an eye on the screens, as well as keeping an eye out of the window to my right, to watch the cars coming through. A whole plethora of cars doing their own personal bests on that last time around. Tommy Grout, the leader of them, Alex Haynes also, and Martin Addison doing his personal best on the previous time around. As Dominic Malone goes through and completes his 11th lap now, with the pit window open the way it is, I think I'd be tending to go as late as possible, just in case the checkered flag comes out early. In which case you don't want to be stuck in the pits and having taken your pit stop while others may not have.
The pit lane should close before the checkered flag falls, if it's timed as I think it should.
Yes, I agree with you 100%.
Lots of should.
That's why I suggested what I suggested. So, still the top 6 separated altogether by just half a minute. 10 seconds separates first from second. 2 seconds separates second from third, and then nearly 20 seconds back is this battle between Ashley Muldoon, Tommy Grout and Alex Haynes for the battle of the M3s in 4th, 5th and 6th places.
Just coming past me now is that very battle, and Alex Haynes really does have the best seat in the house, although Muldoon is just doing enough to sufficiently keep Tommy Grant behind, so Tommy Grant can't challenge for that particular position, but there's not a lot of pace difference between the three. Personal best last time around for Tommy Grant, 1:02.5, was about a second, if I read that right, quicker than Ashley Muldoon. Yes, he was. So he's certainly got the pace to keep up with the more modified number 18 car. But we'll see once they come into the pit, or if indeed they come into the pits. They still have to. The pit lane regulation is there, even though of course the race duration is altered somewhat. They still have to come into the pit lane, but they may kind of wait to see who pulls the trigger first.
I think it's going to be exactly that, and as I say, that may mean leaving the pit stop later rather than earlier. Window has been open for 3 and a bit minutes, and in comes the first one to blink, and that's the Aston Martin of Martin Addison. So Addison into the pits, and we then wait for Malone to come through. He's already come through, so Don Malone then through, completing his 13th lap. In second place goes Mark Smith, completing his 13th lap, and then we wait for Nathan Wells. Next one in is going to be number 6. That's the car of Jonathan Strickland, the M3 of Jonathan Strickland. Whilst the TV stream picks up the Addison Aston Martin, having a very routine looking pit stop, just checking the tightness of the wheel nuts.
Just coming past me now is Wells, along with McGloin and Scharfegger, all just kind of minding their own business. McGloin and Scharfegger are close to one another as far as positions are concerned. They're about 1.8 seconds, a couple of seconds apart. Thereabouts, the BMW trio still all keeping each other company. If anything, Tommy Grout is starting to get a little bit closer to Ashley Muldoon. But again, it's this Mexican standoff as far as the pit lane is concerned. He's then going to shuffle that order a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think somebody may have blinked, because we've got 1, 2, 3 cars in the pit lane. Number 10 is the first of them, then number 51 is Natalie McGloin, and then is a Porsche Boxster, which I think was probably Scharfegger. Yes, it was car number 199, Scharfegger, into the pits as well. So McGloin, Scharfegger and Gorham into the pits that time. Ashley Muldoon going through in car number 18 in fourth place, setting his personal best lap of the race. So as the fuel load lightens and the air cools, just continuing to go quicker and quicker. Dominic Malone going through and completing another lap, and that one just 2/10 slower than his best of the race at a 1 minute 0.489, his best having been a 1:0.289.
Race leader Dominic Malone just dancing past the 126 Porsche of Ilmas. Was flashing his lights at him just to let him know that he's the leader coming past, and straight out of my sight without incident. Mark Smith, as that gap now was 12.5 seconds when the last came over the line, and growling past me now is Martin Addison.
Ashley Muldoon into the pits, car number 18, so he's the first of that little group to blink. He is, well, he was in fourth place, comes through in sixth now as a result of his pit stop. Dominic Malone, are you going to the pits? No, he says, I'm staying out, and so Dominic Malone stays out for another lap.
Following your modus operandi there, Paul, staying out as long as possible.
Makes sense. Gabriel Yilmaz comes in, and there's another car coming in very rapidly indeed, and yes, he uses all of the pit lane before the speed limit, and that was number 16 Nathan Wells coming in Now this is going to be a proper pit stop. I know it's not because he stays in the car. I was going to say it's going to be a proper pit stop because they're going to hand it over to Mark Stewart, but of course Nathan Wells is going it alone. And now we get 2 more into the pits. Number 129 being the first of them. Tommy Grout now in, and is that Alex Haynes behind him coming in? Yes, it is. So Tommy Grout, Alex Haynes, both in the pits as well. So that's everybody in now, with the exception of Dominic Malone and Mark Smith, the 2 race leaders, first and second.
Indeed, as Gorham in the 10 car just comes past, and then soon followed by Jonathan Strickland, the N2 class N346. Now just coming past my position is still race leader. He was a few times quite eager to get the tail wagging in that car, and he's got the time to lose, I suppose, essentially, if he wags a little bit too much, but he still doesn't want to throw it into the wall. We've had enough of that today.
Yes, quite. The wall says enough, thank you.
The wall tends to win that argument as well.
Doesn't it just? Patrick Scharfegger going through, having had his pit stop and being back out on the circuit, as is Jonathan Strickland's BMW as well. So they've all done their pit stops. Slightly short of 2 minutes for, who's that? Oh, Natalie McGloin. 1 minute 58.9 for Natalie McGloin. So she'll be getting a 30-second penalty at the end of the race. And she'll be kicking herself for that. Yes, currently shown as being in 9th place. And 30 seconds will drop her 3 places back. So close is the battle that she is in at the moment. Scharfegger 2 minutes 5, Gorham 2 minutes 5, Martin Addison 2 minutes 17, so it's quite a long stop for the Aston Martin. Dominic Malone is now in the pits though, race leader, with just 1 minute of the pit window still open, so it really was cutting it a little bit fine, but safely so.
He's tuned into the broadcast, Paul. He was taking your advice.
And of course, if he's got a car radio, it wouldn't be the first time. So Dominic Malone into the pit lane then, and getting a new drinks bottle whilst he waits for the time to tick down. And he can afford to be a little bit cautious with the pit stop. He doesn't need to be on the button. It doesn't need to be any time under 2 minutes. As
that BMW trio's resumed again. It's Muldoon actually at the back of them, so they've swapped round, but they are still reunited. They're just coming back towards you now.
Here we go, yes, just coming into the left-hander at Brooklands, now turning through Luffield, and out of the gloom that's beginning to gather. The sun still just above the horizon away to my right, and yes, I would say it's a comfortable lead, but Tommy Grout has a couple of lengths of a lead, and Ashley Muldoon is right on the tail of Alex Haynes, and as they head towards Cops Corner, Ashley Muldoon would dearly like to be past Alex Haynes, but he's not able to do it there. Is he going to be able to do it on the rise up towards you, up towards Maggots? Don't think he is. They've got Natalie McGloin up ahead of them.
No, they remain in those positions. Yep, Natalie McGloin is about 3-ish seconds ahead of them. Grout ahead of Haynes, ahead of Muldoon, so that's pretty much turned completely on its head from where it was before. And Ashley Muldoon looks quite keen to get past Alex Haynes as they go out of my sight, and not too far behind them is race leader Dominic Malone, who hasn't lost the lead even with pit stop.
No, he hasn't, as a result of pitting right at the end of the pit window. Pit window is now closed. Everybody has stopped, with one exception, but that's
it's Jamie Sturgis.
Who
lost early on.
I won't say doesn't count, but isn't still running. So what have we had? What's happened there? Yes, great. Tommy Grout's the one that's lost out. Don't know what happened to Tommy Grout on that lap, but his lap time, a 1 minute 5.490 compared to a 1 minute 3.1 or a 1 minute 2.9 for the two ahead of him. So Ashley Muldoon has got ahead of Tommy Grout, and Alex Haynes is ahead as well. So Alex Haynes is now up into 4th place. Battle of the race for me, this one, between these 3 BMWs.
They're just working their way past Natalie McGloin now on the exit of Aintree. And Dominic Malone is closing in on them hard, so that might shuffle that order a little bit as they're trying to get out of the way of race leaders' path coming past them. I think Natalie McGloin has managed to be passed by all three of them, and thought I hadn't noticed saying the checker flag was out, but it's not out just yet.
No, just looking across to my left-hand side, we are still racing. The time on the screen shows 7 minutes still to go, nearly 8 minutes still to go. But as I say, no sign of the checker flag just yet. Dominic Malone goes through and completes his 20th lap now. And as I say, he could have taken the checker flag but didn't. Still this gap of about 30 seconds that he has on the rest of the field. But the battle going on behind then, keeping an eye out on that one, because Smith and Wells are getting close together. Mark Smith and Nathan Wells are getting much closer together on the previous lap. Looking away to the right now to pick them up again. There they go, Smith and now Wells. Yes, they're separated by about a second, I would say. 1.6 seconds says the TSL timing screen. And so that gap has certainly come down. And then we get the battle between Alex Haynes, Ashley Muldoon and Tommy Grote. Here they come now out of the murk. They go through on two. They go through separated by nothing at all, as Ashley Muldoon trying to get himself back up to the front of this group, just a quarter of a second behind, and Alex Haynes responding to the pressure by putting in his fastest lap of the race so far. He certainly picked his moment. They're up with you now, Chris.
That they are, just coming past me with one of the Boxsters directly ahead of them. That's Ilmas, I think, that stays very nicely out of the way. Yeah, Haynes doing a great job of fending off the potentially more powerful cars behind. And Dominic Malone hasn't really been too inconvenienced. Yeah, Tommy Grant has really fallen off the back of that particular problem. Perhaps he's boiled the best out of his tyres, or whatever the reasoning is. He doesn't seem to have quite the pace of Haynes and Muldoon ahead.
Okay, so certainly Haynes and Muldoon are the two to look out for as they come out of Luffield, coming up to complete another lap and going through, and as you say, he's threatening to lap the lot of them. Dominic Malone there completing his 22nd lap, just as Haynes and Muldoon go through and complete their 21st lap. And Tommy Grout with tyre number 129, I think probably has some kind of problem, because he's dropped off the tail of them, hasn't he? And going worse backwards, I think. But still, Tommy Grout still waiting to come through as he stopped out on the circuit. Not with you.
No, Tommy Grout's just coming past me now.
Oh, is he? Okay.
As Muldoon is still looking to challenge Alex Haynes, and now Dominic Malone is coming past them to put a lap on them as well to agitate that particular flow.
Right, so Dominic Malone then laps the 5th place man, and he's going to want to lap the 4th place man, and no sign of the checkered flag coming out just yet, he said. No, there is every sign of the man holding the checkered flag. There he is, and he waves the checkered flag as the winner goes through. So that was the checkered flag being waved to Dominic Malone, who gets a penalty flag up against his name as he goes through. Now, what was that for? I can only assume it was possibly for track limits, because his pit stop time, 2 minutes 5.491, nothing wrong with that. And so he actually sneaked through possibly just before the checkered flag came out, but we'll worry about that. So the winner of the race then, Dominic Malone, finishing in the end 1.8 seconds clear of Mark Smith and of Nathan Wells in 3rd place, a further 3.9 seconds behind. Chris, thank you very much. What a good way to finish the race.
It's been a wonderful pleasure, Paul, and we get to do it all again tomorrow.
Don't we just? Yes, that's going to be something to look forward to. Thank you for your assistance and filling us in and keeping us so well informed about matters specific to the Classic Sports Car Club, as well as with all of the action that was going on at Beckett's, as there was quite a lot. And you'll agree, it's quite a good place to watch motor racing from.
Oh, it's a superb place. to watch for various actions going on here. And of course, not forgetting the wonderful input and excellent investigative work of our own pit reporter, Mr. McGinley, who's probably quite cold by now.
Kieran McGinley then down there in the pit lane will be waiting for Dominic Malone. As I say, Dominic's may have gone round for another lap because the checkered flag was waved just as he went past, and with it still being a couple of minutes on the clock, he may have decided just to put in an extra lap just to be on the safe side. Anyway, Dominic Malone being shown as the race winner, and Kieran will jump in as soon as he's got the race winners to talk to. In second place was Mark Smith in his BMW M3, and in third place, making it a clean sweep for the Bavarian Mark, the other M3 of Nathan Wells, car number 16, coming home in third place. Fourth was Alex Haynes, although in the end being shown a lap behind in fourth place, Alex Haynes. In fifth place, Ashley Muldoon, and I'm not sure if Chris is still with us, but we do need, of course,
yes.
Oh, good. Yes, we do need to argue about who might be the driver of the day. I'll put in a vote for Ashley Muldoon and take any other offers.
I was actually going to go Alex Haynes for fending off Ashley Muldoon, but
I'll go with that. Yep, because he did finish up ahead.
Yes, that was when I was going to go on that one.
Yep, I'll quite agree with that. So again, unless Kieran McGinley is going to give us any casting vote on that, I'm quite happy that we vote for Alex Haynes for the driver of the day for the final race of the day. It's not really driver of the day, driver of the race for Alex Haynes. As I say, just finished a lap behind the race winner in the end, and what was a very trying race, because it's never easy when you have to sit around for as long as they had to sit around before they can get on with things. Kieran McGinley, are you down there and with us and in a position to start talking to our race winners? The cameraman certainly is.
Unless he's already had to submit his microphone back. I'd be surprised.
Had his
Oh,
microphone.
don't be so surprised.
Ah, there
I
he
haven't
is.
had to surrender it, of course not. Well, our second place driver went runabout, so we've lost them. We've still got, as you can see, Nathan Wells here in the car. Hopefully we'll get to have a chat to Nathan in a bit. And as you say, Dominic Malone, well, I haven't seen him yet. He's either he went for another lap or he decided he didn't want to speak to me. I've not had a good final race though, have I? Really?
It's not been a good day for you.
1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. That's not good enough at all. Let me see if I can have a chat to our third place driver then. Let's see if I can just peer a microphone in and have a chat to Nathan Wells. 1 out of 3 out bad, I'll take it. Nathan, just a quick chat from you then. Third place on our screens. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, it was all right. I didn't have the pace of the front two, so that was pretty much where I was going to finish as long as I finished the race, really. So, sorry about the big accident. I had a proper view of it, so I was right behind it. I had to slam my brakes on to avoid them all. So it was very unfortunate. You never want to see that, but obviously you just got to get back in the car and just drive around and see where you end up. Happy with the podium. A bit disappointed with how the slicks race went earlier for me. So, good to come away with a trophy to end the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a bad way to go about it at all. And a bit of a fractured race as well. I mean, how do you keep your concentration with a stoppage that long?
It's not so much a concentration, it's needing to go to the toilet is the main problem. Luckily they let me out the car, so I ran in here and went and then got back in the car. But yeah, you just, because I sort of get hyped up before a race and then you sort of go down and you crash and, you're just not as up for it as you were. But then you have to, on the formation lap, the butterflies come back and it's all fine. So that doesn't make a lot of difference to me, to be honest.
Absolutely, Nathan. Congratulations on your third place. I'll leave you to celebrate. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And with that then, it's time to wrap up on what's been a very hectic day of racing. Make sure you join us again tomorrow when we do it all again for the Sunday edition of the Silverstone Spectacular here at Classics Sport Car Club.